The news in Z City is turning grim as reports of mysterious animal attacks force a citywide night. Our boy Lee Tianran isn't taking any chances, listening to virus reports while grabbing every can of tuna available. The local gossip is even more chilling, with shoppers whispering about healthy neighbors dropping dead in mere days. Sensing the world is about to go south, he hauls a mountain of supplies into his truck's cargo bed. From seeds to diesel, he's double-checking his list to ensure he's ready for whatever trash-tier disaster hits next. He speeds down the highway, already planning how to cook the deer he hunted earlier for his little sister. Suddenly, a phone call breaks his concentration. Though he remains focused on the winding road ahead, it's his girl offering a fancy job, but only if he agrees to dump his sister at an orphanage. Tianran isn't cut from that cloth, firmly telling her that his family is non-negotiable, regardless of her ultimatums. When she finally screams for a breakup, he just shrugs it off and ends the call without a regret. Just as he's cooling off, something slams into his truck with a sickening thud and a spray of blood. Our boy slams on the brakes, his heart racing as he barely manages to keep the vehicle steady. He stares out the window, sweating and wondering if some poor stray dog just met its end. Looking closer, he realizes the shape isn't a dog at all, but looks more like a misplaced sheep. Suddenly, the creature stands up, revealing glowing red eyes and a face twisted by some trash-tier mutation. Tianran is completely dumbfounded that the beast is still breathing after taking a heavy truck to the skull. Instead of attacking, the mutated ram just limps away, leaving a trail of dark blood behind it. He watches the freakish animal vanish into the brush, realizing the world is rotting faster than he thought. Deciding that calling the cops is a waste of time, he chooses to floor it and head home. He finally pulls up to his house and starts hauling supplies, greeted by the cheerful voice of his sister. Tianran hauls his haul home, greeted by the energetic sight of his sister and their two dogs. Little Han Han is practically vibrating with excitement, racing out to meet her brother after his supply run. He hands her a lighter bag, letting her feel useful while she lists off every chore she completed. Our boy finally lets out a genuine smile, momentarily forgetting the freakish sheep he encountered on the road. The mood breaks when Xiaobai gets a swift lesson for trying to turn their crops into lunch. They make their way back to the house, a tiny fortress of sanity in an increasingly trash-tier world. Even the surrounding greenery feels heavy, as if the environment itself is bracing for the coming storm. Tianran checks the cowshed, knowing that every bit of livestock is a lifeline for their future survival. He watches the animals eat, wondering how much longer they can maintain this peaceful, rural facade. Unfortunately, the nightmare isn't over, as those glowing red eyes continue to linger nearby in the darkness. That trash-tier ram watches them through a fly-covered lens, its red eye reflecting our boy's every move. The radio drones on about the century's biggest eclipse, while Li Han wonders if the world will go dark. She happily devours her meal, noting that her brother's cooking is actually starting to match his survival skills. Tianran chuckles and explains the eclipse won't be total night, reminding her to wear her protective glasses. As the countdown hits the final seconds, Li Han spots something off and points toward the window. Our boy stands dumbfounded as he watches the sky transform, sensing the peaceful facade is about to crack. The sun is swallowed by a black void, signaling the start of a shift that feels utterly wrong. Electrical arcs hiss through the ceiling as the power grid fails, leaving them vulnerable in the sudden gloom. Li Han trembles from a sudden, biting cold, her cheerful mood replaced by a growing sense of dread. Their black dog loses its mind barking at the shadows, knowing something malicious has finally reached their doorstep. Li Han screams for her brother to look outside, her face pale with pure terror as the world changes. Our boy rushes to the balcony, dumbfounded by the sight of a full-blown blizzard in the dead of summer. He orders his sister inside, knowing he has to secure the livestock before the freezing winds kill them. Braving the biting cold, he and his loyal black dog struggle through the snow to reach the barn. High above, the sun has transformed into a terrifying black void, sucking the light from the world. He grits his teeth in disbelief, wondering how a summer day turned into a frozen wasteland in seconds. Looking up at the cosmic anomaly, he realizes the natural laws he relied on are officially trashed here now. The sheer absurdity of the mutating plants and the black sun makes him realize this is no storm. His dog suddenly snaps, barking with a primal fury at a presence lurking within the swirling white mist. He spins around only to find a massive, red-eyed beast looming over him, ready to end his journey. Li Tianran is absolutely dumbfounded as he stares down the monstrosity that just crashed his party. Our boy barely rolls out of the way as the massive beast charges, nearly turning him into a pancake. He realizes his survivalist instincts won't save him empty-handed, so he sprints toward his hidden gear. Luckily, his trusty compound bow is right where he left it, sitting atop a snow-covered stump. His loyal black dog tries to buy him time but gets tossed aside like a trash-tier chew toy. Li Tianran grabs the weapon, gritting his teeth while praying his aim hasn't gone rusty. Suddenly, a high-tech targeting system flickers to life, locking onto the mutated bull with lethal precision. He lets the arrows fly, wondering if this mysterious power is his only chance at survival. The projectiles find their mark, sinking deep into the beast's skull as it bellows in primal agony. He watches breathlessly, hoping those shots were enough to put the overgrown monster down for good. The beast bellows, proving that those arrows weren't enough to end its trash-tier existence just yet. Our boy realizes he's in deep trouble and desperately needs more firepower to finish the job. The system confirms his worst nightmare, showing 0 ammo left while 3 life forms remain in range. He reaches for another arrow, only to find his quiver is completely empty at the worst possible moment. Before he can react, the massive bull slams into him, sending him tumbling through the freezing snow. He hits the deck hard, gasping for air while his loyal black dog barks in a frantic panic. Coughing up blood, he looks up to see the mutated monster still standing, ready for another round. His vision blurs from the impact, but the dog's constant barking keeps him from fading out completely. The pup starts tugging at him, desperately trying to lead him towards safety or a new plan. Looking toward the house, he realizes that if one cow mutated, the rest of the farm is doomed. Lihan realizes the corruption has reached her favorite pet as the creature growls with murderous intent. She tries to reason with the fluffball, but the playful companion she knew is long gone. The beast's eyes glow with a feral hunger, proving it's been fully consumed by the supernatural blizzard. It lunges forward with a snarl, ready to tear into the very girl who once cared for it. Luckily, our boy arrives just in time, delivering a heavy kick to send the monster flying. He pulls his sister close, frantically telling her to get to the safe house and stay inside. He knows the situation is trashed here now that even their most loyal companions have turned into predators. Sprinting through the deepening snow, he realizes the entire farm has become a literal death trap. Every second counts as he carries her through the storm, his mind racing to find a solution. Suddenly, the system pings as he spots the massive bull still stalking them through the frozen wasteland. Tianran stares at the system screen, dumbfounded that he's out of ammo while multiple life forms close in. He shoves Han into the safe house, pleading with her to stay hidden and trust her big brother. As the door slams shut, the system detects another threat just as the mutated Xiao Bai slashes his back. Our boy barely keeps his footing, gasping for air as the feral rabbit prepares for another lethal lunge. Inside, Han watches through the door, her heart breaking as she screams for her brother to stay safe. Suddenly, Xiao He leaps into the fray, his protective instincts kicking in as he clashes with the mutated beast. Tianran catches his breath, praising his loyal companion for buying him the precious time he desperately needs. He sprints across the farm, promising to help his dog once he lures the massive bull away first. Reaching the woodpile, he grips a heavy axe, knowing this primitive tool is his only chance at survival. He stands his ground against the blizzard, taunting the beast to come and face him head-on. The massive bull charges with enough force to shatter the earth, forcing our boy to dodge for his life. Its horns are like pillars of death, closing the distance before Tianran can even find a proper opening. Tianran raises his axe, pouring every ounce of his desperation into one final, heavy swing against the beast. He glares at the monster with pure hatred, silently wishing the creature would just rot in hell. Suddenly, that trash-tier rabbit Xiao Bai sinks its teeth into his shoulder, completely ruining his momentum and balance. Before he can shake it off, the bull's horn pierces his side, leaving him coughing up a thick mouthful of crimson. As his vision begins to fade, a strange system notification rings out, announcing an apocalypse survival game is matching. Blood spills onto the cold snow while he struggles to breathe, feeling his life force rapidly draining away. His grip on the axe finally fails, yet his last conscious thought is a desperate prayer for his sister to live. He finds himself floating in a digital void, dumbfounded as the system grants him the Eye of Truth reward. Tianran's new Eye of Truth flickers to life, pulsing with a strange, digital energy that feels entirely alien. Our boy snaps back to reality, gasping for air as he realizes he isn't actually dead just yet. He frantically clutches his chest, fully expecting to feel the jagged hole left by that monster's massive horn. Even though his clothes are shredded and soaked in crimson, he notes the lethal wound has completely vanished. He is totally dumbfounded, wondering how his guts aren't spilled across the snow or where the beasts went. Strange, glitchy memories flood his mind as the system finishes processing his sudden and miraculous recovery. A sharp, stinging pain shoots through his skull, making him wonder if his brain is actually melting. He looks up and freezes, seeing a literal bloodbath where the mutated bull used to be standing. Both the trash-tier rabbit and the massive bull are dead, turned into nothing more than mangled, frozen meat. He realizes this level of pure, raw destruction is impossible for any normal human to achieve alone. Tianran stares in disbelief as digital artifacts flicker before his eyes, signaling something impossible is happening. The system officially recognizes him as a player, and suddenly, his entire perspective on reality begins to shift. Crackling blue energy surges through his veins, making him feel a raw power he never knew existed. The apocalypse survival games have officially begun, turning the world into a literal nightmare for the unprepared. He recalls the moment of impact, feeling the sheer weight of the beast's power crushing against him. A massive burst of energy erupts, obliterating everything in its path, as his dormant instincts finally wake up. Our boy swings his weapon with newfound speed, cutting through the air like a seasoned warrior. The mutated bull doesn't stand a chance as the strike tears through its thick, trash-tier hide effortlessly. Standing amidst the chaos, he realizes he's no longer the same weak human who was almost gored. He watches in awe as his lethal wounds knit back together, fully healed by the system's mysterious grace. Li Tianran is engulfed in blue lightning as the system finishes rewriting his DNA. A blinding flash signals the end of his transformation and the start of a new era. His eyes snap open, now glowing with the sharp clarity of the Eye of Truth. Our boy screams in agony as his shattered bones knit back together in seconds. Gasping for air, he realizes he actually cheated death thanks to this insane system. He looks around at the holographic screens, feeling like he's trapped inside a literal video game. The system confirms his shelter is bound, rewarding him for surviving the initial trash tier tutorial. Static crackles in his mind as information is forcibly implanted directly into his brain. His mission is clear: turn his home into an unbreakable fortress to survive the coming disasters. If the first round poisoned the earth, he wonders how much worse the next season will be. Our boy looks down at Xiao Bai, realizing the poor pup is completely out cold after the chaos. The system explains that the livestock mutated because they ate trash-tier plants, poisoned by the sudden radiation. He decides to bundle the beast up securely so it won't snap at anyone once it finally wakes. Desperate to find his sister, he rushes into the barn, praying she managed to stay safe inside. He descends into the cold basement, the dim light of his phone barely cutting through the oppressive shadows. The power is dead and the signal is gone, but he knows he can rely on the diesel generator. He calls out for Han Han, his heart sinking when the only response is a heavy, terrifying silence. Suddenly, his light catches a pair of small feet poking out from behind a wooden crate. His blood runs cold as he realizes his sister is lying motionless on the hard concrete floor. He scoops her up, frantically checking for a pulse, while wondering what this cruel world did to her. Relief washes over our boy when the system confirms his sister is merely deep in a natural sleep. As her eyes slowly flutter open, the heavy weight on his chest finally begins to lift. He pulls her into a hug, feeding her a white lie about their pet to keep her calm. After tucking her in, he steps back into the shadows to plan their next move in this nightmare. Staring at the bleak sky, he wonders if this system is any different from the games he played. He brings up his holographic display, desperate to see if he has any edge over the chaos. He is left dumbfounded by his lack of points, realizing he can't unlock the real power-ups yet. The system shop lists seeds that can grow in toxic soil, confirming the world is officially poisoned. Seeing the insane prices for basic gear makes him realize just how trash-tier his current situation is. He sits alone in the basement, tallying his meager supplies while the silent blizzard rages on outside. Li Tianran stares at the system interface, realizing he needs a solid plan to survive this mess. He remembers the savage beasts that nearly ended him, knowing more of those monsters are lurking nearby. Looking at the corrupted sky, our boy decides that every source of pollution must be wiped out. He watches the embers drift, feeling the weight of a world that has officially gone to hell. He heads toward his secret storage, ready to trade his helplessness for some serious firepower. He unlatches the heavy door, the sound of metal echoing through the silent, cold basement. Turns out his preparation paid off, as he reveals a hidden armory while the diesel generator hums. He picks up a handgun, feeling the cold steel and knowing this is his only real insurance. After checking the chamber, he prepares himself to become the hunter instead of the prey. He sets down a communicator by Li Han, ensuring his sister stays safe while he handles the carnage. Li Tianran shuts the barn doors, leaving his sister behind to face the nightmare brewing outside. He guns the engine of his truck, the roar of the motor barely drowning out the eerie silence. Suddenly, the sky fills with mutated crows, their red eyes tracking his every move from the freezing clouds. Our boy realizes he's a magnet for these trash-tier monsters and decides to end the chase quickly. Just as he gains speed, a massive armored vehicle appears on the bridge, cutting through the hazy gloom. Hez completely dumbfounded when he realizes this isn't just another mindless beast blocking his path. The heavy transport screeches to a halt, blocking the road with the kind of precision only professionals have. He grips the wheel tight, his survivalist instincts screaming that he's just driven straight into a deadly trap. A massive Gatling gun swivels toward him, the cold barrel locking onto his truck with lethal intent. A tactical soldier mans the weapon, ready to turn our boy into Swiss cheese in a heartbeat. Lee Tian-ran quickly raises his hands, realizing he is dead center in a professional military kill zone. The tactical soldier receives a radio update and lowers the massive Gatling gun, lifting the immediate lethal alarm. Behind the cold visor, the soldier monitors the area, ensuring no trash-tier monsters are slipping through the perimeter. Our boy breaks a sweat, realizing the city must be a total bloodbath if the military is this jumpy. The soldier warns him to stop wandering, mentioning that mutant cats are currently tearing through reinforcements in Area B. He is ordered to head toward a government supply point because the city is officially declared a no-go zone. As he drives off, military aircraft swarm the sky, proving the government is finally throwing everything at the problem. Despite their messy breakup, he decides he can't just leave Zhonglin to rot in this new hellscape. Looking toward the skyline, the city is already choking on smoke as the social order completely dissolves into ash. Radio reports of looting and recovered bodies fill the cabin while he maneuvers his truck through the wreckage. Lee Tian-ran keeps his head down and his foot on the gas as the city begins its final descent. He watches the rearview mirror, noting that only emergency vehicles are left to navigate the debris-strewn streets. Paramedics scramble to load a bloody victim, another casualty of the mysterious lung damage sweeping the population. The hospitals have become literal death traps, with medical supplies exhausted and patients left to rot in the halls. Our boy realizes the healthcare system is totally paralyzed, unable to counter the toxic spread of the radiation plants. He white-knuckles the steering wheel, wondering if he can actually carry his sister through this twisted survival game. He pulls up to a government supply site, but the scene is already a chaotic mess of desperate survivors. Law enforcement tries to keep the peace with megaphones, but their authority is hanging by a very thin thread. Prices for basic staples like rice have gone through the roof, making survival a luxury for the elite few. The crowd quickly turns feral, proving that even a general manager becomes a trash-tier brawler when hunger kicks in. A mother and child wail on the cold floor as their last scrap of food is snatched away. Our boy watches the chaos from his truck, knowing the world has officially gone to the dogs. Everywhere he looks, trash-tier brawls break out over a single piece of bread as humanity's mask slips. The procurement site is a sea of desperation, where thousands wait for supplies that will never be enough. He steers toward a nearby apartment, focused on finding a specific target amidst the urban decay. The streets are a blur of panic as he maneuvers through the wreckage of a dying civilization. He slams on the brakes, his survivalist instincts screaming as he reaches his destination. A shady dealer lurks in the shadows, clutching a bag of supposedly fresh goods like a precious treasure. The man taps on the window, asking if our boy is looking for the good stuff from the market. He shows off a haul of veggies, but Tian-ran just smirks, daring the fraud to take a bite first. The dealer starts sweating, desperately trying to act like they're best buds to hide his trash-tier scam. He gets defensive when called out, telling our boy to just move along if he isn't buying. Tian-ran isn't playing games, his sharp eyes seeing right through the man's pathetic and transparent lies. Suddenly, the cold click of a handgun echoes, shifting the power dynamic in a heartbeat. The dealer nearly wets himself, pleading for his life while claiming he is just a law-abiding citizen. Tian-ran warns him that heartless scammers don't last long in this world before telling him to vanish. Terrified, the fraud scurries away, clutching his bag of contaminated junk like his life depends on it. He curses his luck for running into such a tough customer while retreating back into the urban shadows. Our boy doesn't waste another second, driving his pickup through the wreckage of the crumbling, gray city. He arrives at a derelict building, ready to secure the real resources needed for his sister's survival. Our boy climbs the stairs, his footsteps echoing through the silent, derelict apartment building. He reaches the door and knocks, calling out for Zhonglin, but only silence greets him. Finding the spare key hidden under the mat, he realizes she might not be home after all. The door creaks open into a dark, empty room as he cautiously steps inside, still searching for her. He is dumbfounded by the mess, knowing she is usually a neat and organized person. The bed is unmade and her phone is left behind, sending a chill down his spine. On the desk, he spots a box of antibiotics from a pharmaceutical company with a trash-tier reputation. He picks up the medicine, wondering why she would ever buy something so dangerous and contaminated. Scanning the room, he notes there is no blood, but something feels incredibly wrong about this scene. Looking at an old photo, he concludes the ransacked state of the house is definitely not her style. Lee Tian-ran notes the lack of forced entry, realizing this whole scene feels way too deliberate. He shifts focus to his guesthouse-grade manor on the outskirts, utilizing his eye of truth for intel. Our boy realizes his dilapidated greenhouse is currently a loss, meaning he needs more survival points. He gets straight to work, slamming his hoe into the dirt to prepare the land for growth. Wiping away sweat, he hears his sister shouting that the seeds have finally sprouted from the ground. Even the black dog is curious, staring intently at the tiny green life emerging from the soil. Li-han is completely dumbfounded by the sight, while her brother stands tall after a hard day's work. The system confirms these anti-radiation tomato seedlings will reach full maturity in only 48 hours. He smiles, knowing that as long as they keep grinding, they can actually survive this post-apocalyptic world. While they admire the sprouts, he asks his sister if she remembers the rules, and she confidently agrees. Li-han carefully recites the survival rules, promising to stay inside and keep the dog out of trouble. Suddenly, the system pings with the news that their first batch of anti-radiation tomatoes is finally ripe. Our boy examines the fruit, wondering if these supernatural crops can actually level up his physical body. He takes a big bite, testing the results of his hard labor in this harsh, radioactive world. A surge of energy washes away his fatigue, confirming that being a farm owner comes with massive attribute bonuses. The system explains that recycling crops and minerals is the only way to earn points for base upgrades. He realizes his current harvest is just the bottom tier, with god-tier crops sitting at the very top. The point values for higher grades are insane, promising to turn his farm into a literal military fortress. He grins while gripping the tomato, already imagining the terrifying power he'll gain from the higher-level plants. However, his face falls when he sees the pathetic 10% maturity rate of his medicinal-grade crops. Our boy spots a fully grown batch of medicinal carrots, finally securing a way to treat future injuries. He decides to recycle most of his haul for points while stashing the rest as emergency reserves. Without hesitation, he confirms the trade, eager to see how much his hard work is actually worth. The system pings with success, flooding his warehouse with points and high-grade crops for later use. Turns out, he just unlocked a recycling achievement, rewarding him with a specialized agricultural robot for the farm. He is genuinely surprised that the system actually gives out decent loot just for doing basic chores. However, he feels a bit let down seeing how tiny the little guy is, doubting its actual efficiency. The little machine just stares back with its glowing green eyes, almost like it heard his rude thoughts. Suddenly, the pint-sized worker leaps from his palm, ready to prove its worth to its skeptical master. It begins moving at a blinding speed, leaving our boy dumbfounded as it starts tearing through the workload. Li Tianran wonders if his thoughts are linked to the system, as the little robot works with terrifying efficiency. Seeing the farm's progress, he realizes a combat-grade robot is the only way to truly keep Li-han safe. Our boy is finally impressed by the convenience, while the little machine lets out a sassy beep in response. As night falls over their isolated manor, he calls his sister away from the TV for a rare feast. He presents a massive roasted chicken, causing Li-han and the loyal dog to practically drool in anticipation. The girl is confused, reminding him of his own rules about being frugal during this trash-tier apocalypse. He reassures her that the successful seed germination means they can finally afford to dip into their secret stash. Li-han looks at her brother with pure admiration, feeling lucky to have him in this dying world. However, he warns her that if anyone finds out about their food, she'll face a brutal 3-day fast. He hands the first choice cut to the black dog, rewarding the beast for its loyalty during the storm. Li-han hugs the loyal black dog while worrying about their other pet's health. She asks if the white dog is feeling better, her innocence making the situation even more tragic. Our boy comforts her with a lie, promising they can play together once the injuries heal. He gives a stern warning to stay away from the attic to ensure she stays safe. Inside the cage, the mutated beast growls with glowing eyes, having lost all traces of its former self. A sudden system alert interrupts the moment, warning him that an intruder is approaching the manor's perimeter. He identifies the intruder as a middle-aged man with a low threat level lingering outside. It turns out to be Uncle Nan, who looks completely exhausted while nervously puffing on a cigarette. The man is startled when he realizes he's being watched, dropping his smoke in a moment of desperation. Our boy approaches the gate to hear the man's plea for help in this trash-tier world. Uncle Nan clings to the gate, desperately begging for scraps after being robbed in this trash-tier world. His eyes are bloodshot and sunken, showing the sheer exhaustion of a man who has reached his limit. Our boy stares back in silence, weighing the risks of revealing his stash to a starving neighbor. He lies, claiming the mutation destroyed his crops, while the old man's hope visibly withers into nothingness. The man admits he's been rejected by everyone else and feels utterly ashamed for even asking for help. Seeing the man's genuine despair, our boy decides to repay past kindnesses despite the danger of being targeted. Uncle Nan is completely dumbfounded by the sudden generosity, his face lighting up with a flicker of life. He hands over a bag of instant noodles, warning the man that this is all he can spare. As the neighbor leaves, our boy realizes those scraps won't last, and plans a secret midnight delivery. Later, he drives through the frozen wasteland with Li Han to deliver a real feast to the old man. Li Han happily recalls the kind neighbors who gave her candy, though she quickly tries to hide it. The streets are eerie and silent, making our boy realize that even the stray dogs have vanished. He stays focused on the road, wondering if the neighbors abandoned their pets to save on precious food. They finally pull up to the quiet residence, hoping their arrival hasn't been noticed by any unwanted eyes. The siblings unload the heavy bags, with Han Han even offering up her own snacks to help the neighbor. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream for a son echoes through the air, sending a chill down his spine. He freezes as violent coughing fits erupt from inside the house, signaling that something is terribly wrong. Inside, a young man is hacking up thick, dark blood, his body clearly losing the fight against radiation. Uncle Nan weeps in total despair, watching his son's condition take a sudden, lethal turn for the worse. As blood splatters across the floor, the old man's world collapses, leaving our boy standing in grim silence. Our boy watches through the window, his face pale as he realizes the situation is worse than he imagined. Li Han clings to him, terrified that the neighbor won't make it, but he tells her to look away. He recognizes the telltale signs of radiation poisoning, likely caused by eating trash-tier vegetables out of sheer desperation. A risky idea forms as he wonders if the dying boy could be the perfect test for his crops. Uncle Nan breaks down, explaining that the hospitals are full and the doctors have already issued a death sentence. Xiao Tian continues to cough up blood, his life slipping away while his father's world completely falls apart. Without warning, a rock wrapped in cloth shatters the window, catching the grieving father completely off guard. The mysterious package thuds onto the bed, landing right next to the boy who is barely clinging to life. Furious, the old man glares at the broken glass, ready to lash out at whoever threw the projectile. The son weakly tries to stop his dad, sensing that this interruption might be more than just a prank. Xiao Tian weakly points toward the mysterious package, his lungs rattling with every blood-flecked cough. Uncle Nan's anger vanishes instantly when he realizes the bag is overflowing with impossibly fresh, life-saving produce. Outside in the cold, our boy holds his sister tight, hoping his high-tier crops can actually perform a miracle. Amidst the vibrant vegetables, the old man spots a crumpled paper ball hidden deep within the bag. He finds a single carrot and a note, claiming this humble root is the only way to save his son. Uncle Nan is dumbfounded, wondering if some trash-tier lunatic is mocking his grief with a simple vegetable. He looks at his dying boy and curses his own helplessness, feeling like a complete failure of a father. As the light fades from the boy's eyes, the weight of their desperate situation becomes almost too much to bear. The broken man collapses into his hands, sobbing as he realizes he has absolutely nothing left to lose. Through the haze of pain, the boy calls out one last time, forcing his father to make a choice. Xiao Tian grips his father's hand, deciding that even if he dies, he wants to try one last thing. Uncle Nan breaks down, realizing the hospital failed, and this weird carrot is his only remaining hope. He desperately shoves the crop into his son's mouth, begging him to chew through the blood and pain. The boy forces himself to swallow, the bitter taste of survival clashing with the metallic tang of blood. Suddenly, his body begins to violently twitch as the high-tier nutrients start a brutal war against the radiation. Uncle Nan watches in absolute horror, fearing he might have just accidentally killed his own son. Xiao Tian lurches forward, vomiting up a dark, corrupted sludge that was rotting him from the inside out. He continues to purge the filth, his breathing finally becoming clearer as the radiation's grip begins to slip. Seeing the color return to the boy's face, the old man is dumbfounded by the literal miracle occurring. From the shadows, our boy watches with a satisfied smirk, knowing his farm just saved a life. The flickering streetlights finally buzz back to life, signaling that the local power grid is starting to stabilize. Our boy notices the change immediately, realizing that a restored signal means he can finally reach out for help. He wastes no time dialing Zhonglin, desperate to confirm she survived the initial wave of the apocalypse. His heart sinks when the line remains dead, leaving him with nothing but a cold, automated rejection. Little does he know, her phone is actually vibrating right now in the pocket of a captive. Inside a dark van, some trash-tier thugs grow irritated by the constant buzzing coming from their human cargo. One of them realizes the signal is back and orders his partner to shut the woman's phone up. These lowlifes are only thinking about the massive payday of food and water they'll get for this delivery. They pull up to a pharmaceutical building, completely indifferent to the twisted fate awaiting the people they've snatched. Back on the road, Li Han is left dumbfounded by her brother's competence as they navigate the collapsing world. Li Han can't stop talking about how Xiao Tian miraculously recovered just by eating one of their special carrots. She's absolutely hyped, mentioning how his sickly gray skin turned healthy again right before her very eyes. Our boy just listens as she vows to become a powerhouse who can knock out bad guys just like him. Suddenly, a dark shadow lunges from the dense tree line, targeting their moving vehicle with predatory precision. A heavy thud rattles the frame, leaving Li Tianran wondering what on earth just landed on their roof. A massive, obsidian claw slams against the glass, proving that whatever is out there isn't just a normal animal. Glowing red eyes peer through the darkness, locking onto the siblings like they're nothing more than canned meat. A mutated primate lets out a bone-chilling roar, its distorted features showing the true horror of the apocalypse. Li Tianran shouts for his sister to hold on tight as the beast begins tearing at the car. He yanks the wheel in a desperate attempt to shake the creature off before it compromises the car. Li Tianran tells his sister to stay low, while he draws his weapon to handle the threat. The beast's strength is insane, nearly shattering the glass with a single, heavy blow against the frame. It clings to the roof like a parasite, refusing to let go despite the car's high speed. Our boy uses his eye of truth, calculating the perfect moment to strike back at the relentless beast. The primate lunges onto the hood, roaring as it tries to block his vision and cause a crash. He shields Li Han with one arm, focused on a desperate plan to end this encounter quickly. He slams the car into a tree, pinning the beast as it lets out a final, pained roar. Not taking any chances, he levels his pistol at the dazed creature to finish the job for good. A single shot rings out, piercing the monster's skull and ending its short-lived hunting spree. He steps out to inspect the trash-tier mutant, making sure it's definitely dead before moving on. Our boy notices a suspicious serial number branded right onto the dead primate's back. Has dumbfounded because there aren't any breeding farms or zoos anywhere near this remote area. He recalls a box of antibiotics and realizes the only thing nearby is a massive pharmaceutical plant. Lightning strikes over the Tianrun Pharmaceuticals building, looming over the forest like a dark, twisted omen. It's clear this trash-tier company was cooking up more than just medicine before the world went south. Back at the manor, the storm rages on as he tries to process these new, dangerous revelations. He tells Li Han to go watch some cartoons, wanting to keep her away from the attic. He heads upstairs to the dark attic, where a violent scratching sound echoes through the quiet house. He stares at the cage holding Xiao Bai, who has completely lost his mind to the mutation. The once loyal dog growls with glowing red eyes, a heartbreaking reminder of what they've already lost. Our boy takes a deep breath, preparing for a desperate gamble to save his mutated companion. He summons a medicinal carrot, hoping its purifying effects can finally purge the corruption. He carefully feeds the high-tier crop to the beast, watching for any sign of the old dog. He stares intensely, silently pleading for the system's miracle to take hold and save his friend. Suddenly, Xiao Bai begins to shake uncontrollably as the medicine wars against the viral mutation. The creature lets out a bone-chilling roar that echoes through the manor, sounding completely feral. Downstairs, the violent storm and flashing lightning start to make Li Han feel incredibly uneasy. She grows restless and wonders why her brother is taking so long in the dark attic. Too scared to stay alone, she decides to break the rules and go looking for him. She spots him and decides to sneak up for a prank, oblivious to the danger inside. Li Han jumps on her brother's back to scare him, but he is already on edge from the mutation. Our boy is nearly jumped out of his skin, while the little girl just laughs at his startled reaction. Her playful mood evaporates instantly when she looks down and sees the gruesome scene on the attic floor. The poor girl is completely dumbfounded, her eyes wide with pure horror at the sight of their pet. Xiao Bai lies there in a pool of blood, the high-tier crop unable to reverse the terminal mutation. The shock is too much for her young mind, and she begins to collapse right then and there. Li Tianran catches her, urgently telling her to pull herself together as the reality of the apocalypse hits. She breaks down in tears, begging him to use their miracle crops to bring their best friend back. He pulls her into a tight embrace, heartbroken as he explains that some mutations are simply beyond saving. Li Tianran sits in the dark with his fallen friend, listening to his sister's heart-wrenching cries. After the embers fade, they stand before a fresh grave, mourning the loss of their loyal companion. Our boy watches his sister closely, worried that the trauma might finally break her spirit. He reaches out and takes her hand, a silent promise that he won't let her go too. Leaving the pet's favorite toys behind, he decides they must head back before the temperature drops further. Back at the manor, he prepares her favorite meal, hoping to coax her out of her shell. She remains completely unresponsive, staring blankly at the screen to escape the weight of her grief. He puts together a high-tier sandwich, realizing they need every bit of nutrition to survive the coming days. He tells his loyal hound to stay by her side while he heads out to manage the property. Suddenly, his system pings with the news that a massive haul of radiation-resistant crops is ready. With his little agricultural robot assisting, he successfully harvests a mountain of life-saving medicinal supplies. Our boy starts burning through his hard-earned points to give the manor a much-needed facelift. He watches as the trash-tier greenhouse transforms into a more reliable structure for his precious crops. However, a system warning reminds him that his current defenses are barely enough to stop a stray dog. He realizes that expanding production is pointless if some mutant beast can just waltz in and wreck everything. Without hesitation, he dumps 1,000 points into reinforcing the outer walls to keep the world out. To add some extra bite, he installs a high-voltage power grid that will fry anything trying to climb over. He even snags a specialized radar unit to ensure no sneaky threats can catch him off guard. Even with the upgrades, he worries that his sister needs more personal protection while he is busy. His eyes widen as he spots a high-tier mechanical guardian in the shop that looks absolutely beastly. Unfortunately, the price tag is way out of his league, leaving him feeling a bit broke and frustrated. Our boy realizes he can scrape together enough points by selling off the grain stored in his warehouse. He decides to pull the trigger on the purchase, hoping these 2 units are worth the massive investment. Suddenly, a sleek mechanical hummingbird and a combat-ready hound materialize, ready to serve their new master. To see if they are actually elite, he orders the bird to target some falling leaves for a test. The tiny drone zips through the air with blinding speed, leaving Li Tianran watching with focused intensity. It shreds the foliage with surgical precision, proving that this isn't just some trash-tier piece of tech. With an aerial sniper now patrolling his skies, he feels much better about the manor's overall security. Next, he points toward a massive boulder, eager to see what kind of heat the hound is packing. The mechanical beast begins charging a core of pure energy, lighting up the area with a fierce glow. A massive beam erupts from its maw, vaporizing the rock and proving its raw, destructive ground power. Li Tianran finally breathes a sigh of relief, knowing his new mechanical muscle is the real deal. He heads back inside to find his sister, who is still staring blankly into the distance. The mechanical hound approaches her slowly, its cold metallic frame surprisingly gentle as it nudges her. It stands perfectly still, its glowing eyes scanning the girl it was built to protect at all costs. Our boy explains that this beast will be her personal shadow, never leaving her side in this hellscape. He suggests naming it after their old friend Xiao Bai, hoping to bring her some much-needed comfort. Li Han is nearly dumbfounded, her eyes welling up as she touches the machine that reminds her of home. Far away from the manor, the towering headquarters of Tianrun Pharmaceutical looms over the desolate city. Inside, some trash-tier suits discuss how their experimental samples are becoming strong enough to punch through solid steel. They fear Vice President Ren will be furious if she discovers they failed to secure the necessary medical gear. When his subordinate warns that the head office might find out, Liang Tianyu just gives a dismissive huff. He believes their secret moves are untraceable, and even if someone investigated, they wouldn't know where to start. The manager orders his man to keep a tight leash on Ren Xiao to protect his bottom line. He sits back in his chair, staring at the motto that claims this land is a gold mine. A dark smile plays on his lips as he thinks about the great treasure his research will uncover. Meanwhile, Vice President Ren Xiao is storming through the building, while the trash-tier staff tries to stop her. She bursts into the office with zero chill, demanding to know what is going on in his head. Ren Xiao is livid, yelling that he should be donating medicine instead of running these twisted animal experiments. She confronts him directly, but the manager just sits there, looking like he could not care less about morals. Liang Tianyu finally stands, coldly stating that he is a businessman, and today's medicine is useless against this disease. Liang Tianyu reminds her she is a shareholder, dangling the massive rewards of a potential breakthrough to buy her silence. Ren Xiao plays along with his game, asking if his shady research has actually made any real progress yet. Since the government is failing, she insists on seeing his lab, while her pendant glows with a mysterious energy. Liang just smirks and claims he was joking, suggesting things would move faster if she provided more manpower. She refuses to cooperate until she sees the facility, so he graciously offers her a personal escort to the lab. Once they are alone, her assistant admits their quick office scan failed to find the secret entrance they needed. Turns out the scientists are kept blindfolded, but the team managed to snag a vital keycard during the chaos. He hands over the stolen card, the only real lead they have to uncover the company's dark, hidden secrets. Ren Xiao realizes that if the most dangerous spot is the safest, the lab must be rooted under their noses. She meets with Director 2Z, demanding to see the experimental subjects to finally expose the truth behind the project. 2Z shows off Subject 7, a beast with 10 times the power of a normal primate. Just as he brags about its stability, a panicked assistant rushes in with some terrible news. The director is visibly shaken after hearing the whisper, realizing something has gone horribly wrong elsewhere. Our girl Ren Xiao watches the chaos unfold, her sharp eyes catching every hint of their growing desperation. 2Z scrambles to excuse himself, claiming an emergency requires his immediate attention. Ren Xiao tells him to go ahead, insisting she can handle a simple routine check by herself. As the director and his staff hurry away, she's finally left alone in their twisted experimental facility. With the coast clear, she taps her earpiece to signal that the real operation is finally beginning. Her tech support back at base gets the signal, ready to dive into the company's high-security network. He taps a few keys, confirming that the surveillance is looped, and she's now a ghost in the machine. Ren Xiao stands before the massive tanks, ordering her tech support to scan the area for any hidden rooms. Following the intel, she begins feeling around the walls for a hollow space or a hidden mechanism to trigger. She finds the hidden interface and prepares to bypass their security, knowing she only has a 30-minute window. The heavy doors hiss open, revealing a secret chamber that the company definitely didn't want anyone to see. As the steam clears, her expression shifts to pure horror at the sight, waiting for her inside. She tells her contact that the situation is far worse than they imagined, staring at rows of human test subjects. Suddenly, she freezes in her tracks, her eyes locking onto a specific tank that feels all too familiar. Sweat beads on her forehead as she realizes the true depth of the company's depravity and who they've taken. There lies the mutated form of Zhonglin, and Ren Xiao can't help but curse the bastards responsible. Meanwhile, back at the manor, the system confirms the radiation-resistant corn is ripe, leaving the little robot totally dumbfounded. Li Tianran calls out to his sister, hoping to wrap up the farm work before dinner. Li Han is already one step ahead, proudly holding up a fresh cob she once grilled. Our boy just laughs, realizing the little one is already starving after a hard day of labor. He sends her off to gather firewood, promising that some buttery grilled corn is on the menu. While the fire crackles, he explains how these special crops are actually evolving her physical fitness. Looking at her stats, he sees the radiation-resistant food is turning his sister into a genuine powerhouse. He briefly worries that if she keeps bulking up, she might turn into some terrifying muscle-bound Barbie. Li Tianran quickly shakes the thought away, realizing he is definitely overthinking a simple growth spurt. He feels confident that no matter how much she eats, his manor can easily provide for her. Suddenly, the system kills the mood by alerting him that an uninvited visitor is approaching the manor. Li Tianran spots Xiao Tian at the gate, clutching a bag of food that looks suspiciously familiar. Our boy heads down to the entrance, wondering why the kid is hanging around his manor's perimeter. Turns out, the kid's family wants to repay the favor by sharing some of their recent food haul. He realizes these are just the noodles he gave them, but appreciates that they aren't trash-tier people. Curious about their sudden surplus, he asks where exactly they managed to score all these supplies. Xiao Tian explains they just found it in their yard, assuming some mysterious guardian angel dropped it off. After the small talk, the kid gets nervous and asks if he can request one more big favor. He wants to borrow the truck to hit a distant grain center that still has plenty of stock. Li Tianran agrees, but the kid admits he lacks a license and needs a lift to the outskirts. Our boy realizes the kid isn't just asking for a truck, but a personal chauffeur to the outskirts. He decides to head out to the shopping center, trusting his mechanical guards to keep Han Han safe. He reluctantly agrees to the favor, provided he can make it back by noon to cook for Han Han. He warns his sister to stay inside, but she's too busy hyping up her robot's rock-shattering power. He promises to bring back some candy, trying to maintain a sense of normalcy for the little one. He pinches her cheek while reminding her that their high-tier security isn't something to show off to outsiders. As he rolls the truck out of the manor, he sees the kid waiting by the reinforced gates. Han Han pops her head out to greet the neighbor, dumbfounded by how healthy he looks after his recovery. Realizing his sister snuck into the cab, he pulls her out so the passenger can actually fit. Han Han pouts as the truck leaves, annoyed that her brother didn't even let her finish saying hello. Our boy speeds down the dusty road, leaving the safety of the manor behind for the chaotic wasteland. He sighs internally, realizing Han Han's tendency to blabber might eventually draw the wrong kind of attention. Xiao Tian gazes out at the dead trees, worried that leaving a child alone in this madness is suicide. Li Tianran just scoffs, playing off his high-tech fortress as a trash-tier farm that nobody would raid. He adds that he even electrified the gates, keeping up the act of being a simple, cautious survivor. The kid looks genuinely relieved, seemingly buying the story that the manor is just a well-guarded dump. A heavy silence fills the cabin as they drive, but the atmosphere feels far from relaxed. Turns out, Xiao Tian isn't as innocent as he looks, quietly tapping away on his phone behind his back. Li Tianran focuses on the road, while the kid behind him secretly fumbles with a hidden phone. Xiao Tian looks like he's about to snap, clearly sweating over whatever secret he's trying to hide. He quickly stashes the device, lying that he's just trying to borrow some cash from his friends. Our boy stays silent, but his sharp gaze proves he isn't buying that trash-tier excuse for a second. Meanwhile, Li Han is busy playing hero with the black dog, shouting about her imaginary rainbow warriors. She excitedly tells her furry bodyguard that their new guest might actually be a secret color-changing hero. The girl gets hyped, wondering if the kid they rescued is secretly part of her favorite cartoon squad. Her eyes sparkle with pure innocence, completely oblivious to the suspicious vibes their guest is giving off. She notes he was green before, but has now turned a bright, suspicious red in her imagination. Our boy hands over a thick roll of cash, but the guy looks completely dumbfounded by the sudden generosity. He tries to play it humble, claiming he is just as broke and cannot possibly take the money. Lee Tianran isn't having any of that trash-tier modesty and insists he take it for his struggling family. Before the guy can argue further, our boy shoves the bills right into his chest to end the debate. He shuts down the conversation entirely, telling the guest to stop the nonsense while he focuses on the road. The rescued survivor clutches the cash like a lifeline, silently vowing to repay this unexpected kindness someday. As they speed down the winding mountain pass, the navigation system starts barking out directions for the path ahead. Our boy keeps his eyes on the road while the GPS commands them to hang a right very soon. The passenger starts looking a bit twitchy as they approach a fork, clearly feeling the pressure of the journey. Just as the system orders a turn, the guest frantically points out that the road ahead is actually closed. The passenger suggests taking a detour to the left, but our boy remains dead, silent, and skeptical. He keeps the truck barreling forward, ignoring the suggestion, while the engine roars across the asphalt. Lee Tianran slams his hand down, calling out the claim because he knows this route perfectly. He demands to know where this intel came from, since a main road doesn't just close for nothing. With a cold glare, he tells the guy to call this supposed friend to verify the story immediately. The survivor starts sweating bullets, begging Lee to just turn the wheel before they both regret it. He looks completely terrified, pleading for just an ounce of trust despite the suspicious lack of evidence. Our boy lets out a frustrated click of his tongue, realizing the guy's fear is far too genuine. Deciding to gamble on the guy's panic, he grips the wheel and prepares for a sudden maneuver. The tires screech as he drifts the truck onto the side path, narrowly avoiding the main road. A tracking signal begins to beep as the target suddenly deviates from the planned route. Liang Tianyu slams his hand down, enraged that his carefully laid trap is falling apart. He can't believe the trash-tier survivor had the guts to go back on his word like this. His men scramble for orders, wondering how they're going to salvage this mess before the boss snaps. He smirks and hits his earpiece, revealing Hez already got a backup plan ready to go. The order goes out to block the road and capture the target alive for the pharmaceutical lab. Our boy guns the engine, unaware that he's being hunted from both the front and the back. The survivor collapses in guilt, sobbing about how he sold them out just to survive. Through his tears, he explains that the company took his father and forced him into this betrayal. Li Tianran tries to stay calm, demanding to know exactly what these monsters want from them. Xiao Tian breaks down, confessing that Tianrun used him to lure our boy away and kidnap his little sister. Li Tianran is absolutely dumbfounded that these corporate scumbags would stoop low enough to target a 6-year-old. The survivor cries out that he had no choice, since the company threatened to kill his father otherwise. Before he can process the betrayal, a massive truck appears in the rearview, closing in with aggressive speed. As the chase intensifies, our boy snaps at the traitor to shut up so he can focus on driving. He connects the dots, realizing all those weird questions were just a test to see if the farm was vulnerable. His eyes turn cold as he realizes the company was just using the survivor to scout his farm's defenses. Back at the farm, Han Han is blissfully unaware of the danger, happily snacking away with her loyal black dog. The black dog suddenly senses a disturbance, his instincts flaring as he realizes the manor's peace is being threatened. As corporate goons block the road with heavy machinery, Li Tianran prepares to make them regret touching Han Han. The traitor weeps, begging for the miracle medicine, while warning that the corporate hounds are right on their tail. Our boy grips the wheel with murderous intent, promising to settle the score after he wipes out the pursuers. A flashback reveals the moment the son miraculously recovered, leaving his father shaken by the close call with death. The old man explains he managed to secure food, unaware of the dark price his son secretly paid. He credits the gods for the sudden windfall of supplies and the elixir that brought his boy back. While the father plans to thank their ancestors, the son can only stare in silence, burdened by his choices. He doubts any god would allow such a hellish world to exist, feeling the weight of his own betrayal. Seeing the massive pile of food provided by their mysterious benefactor, the son realizes just how much he's taken. Looking at the fresh produce, he laments how unfair life is for those left with nothing but scraps. Suddenly, the reality of his situation hits him as he prepares to face the consequences of his desperate actions. Xiao Tian rushes out despite his father's protests, driven by a desperate need to find the truth. He ignores the old man's pleas to rest, knowing every second counts if he wants to repay his debt. Our boy arrives at a shady doorstep, banging until a trash-tier local named Brother Meow finally answers. Brother Meow is instantly on guard seeing the blood, but Xiaotian lies about being robbed to gain access. He points out the high-tech wireless camera, hoping the footage captured the mysterious truck that saved his life. The sleepy thug agrees to help, though he's clearly more interested in hitting the hay than playing detective. They dive into the surveillance data, with Xiaotian's eyes glued to the screen, while Meow barely stays awake. His heart races as he scrolls through the footage, wondering who his mysterious benefactor actually is. Suddenly, a white pickup truck appears on the screen, its license plate revealing a shocking connection. Returning home, he tells his dumbfounded father that he finally knows exactly who pulled him from the brink. The rescued survivor confirms the CCTV footage matches the truck, finally identifying his mysterious savior as Li Tianran. Uncle Nan is overjoyed, praising the young boss as a saint for providing food and saving his son. However, the mood sours when the boy mentions the massive bounty the pharmaceutical group is paying for information. Uncle Nan is absolutely dumbfounded, realizing his own son is actually considering selling out their only benefactor. The boy argues that charity won't last forever, and they need a real way to survive this hell. Disgusted, the old man delivers a heavy slap, cursing his son for being an ungrateful, trash-tier beast. He even threatens to break the boy's legs before he lets him commit such a spineless act of betrayal. Bleeding and bitter, the survivor wipes his mouth, convinced that survival is the only thing that matters anymore. Meanwhile, our boy is tearing down the road, but a persistent black SUV is glued to his rear bumper. He checks the mirror with a grimace, realizing these corporate hunters aren't going to be shaken off so easily. Suddenly, two white SUVs lunge across the road, creating a trash-tier blockade that forces our boy to react. He slams the steering wheel, tires screeching as he desperately tries to maneuver his heavy truck around the trap. The grille of his beastly vehicle barely misses the metal as he fights to keep control of the skid. Despite his skills, the corporate vultures swarm in, effectively boxing him in and cutting off every escape route. Realizing he's cornered, Li Tianran steps out, using the ungrateful brat he saved as a human shield. A man named Chen Nan introduces himself, claiming he has no ulterior motives despite the aggressive greeting. He flashes a greasy smile, offering a partnership to mass-produce the cure and rake in some serious profits. Our boy isn't buying the corporate talk, coldly asking what happens if he decides to just walk away. The surrounding hunters tighten their circle, making it clear that a peaceful exit was never on the table. Chen Nan's tone turns lethal as he warns they'll just take the cure from his cold, dead hands. Li Tianran realizes these trash-tier goons aren't armed, or they would have shot him already to save their leverage. Chen Nan just smirks, completely unfazed by the bluff, while he prepares to play his real trump card. The corporate snake orders his men at the manor to snatch Han Han and force-feed her those poisonous fruits. He laughs off the idea of an electric fence, claiming his veterans are experts at bypassing such amateur security. Suddenly, the air grows heavy as our boy lets his killing intent flare, catching the suits completely off guard. Chen Nan starts sweating buckets, unable to comprehend how a simple farmer could possess such a terrifying, predatory gaze. Li Tianran coldly remarks that staying here is the only reason these corporate vultures are still breathing. Despite the chill down his spine, Chen Nan tries to regain control by threatening the little girl's life again. Our boy remains unfazed, his mind already 3 steps ahead of these corporate puppets and their pathetic threats. Seeing that talk is cheap, Chen Nan draws a blade, finally realizing that a peaceful takeover is officially dead. Chen Nan gives the order to cripple our boy, sending his goons charging in with blades drawn. These trash-tier suits actually think they have the upper hand, wearing smug grins before the real slaughter begins. Back at the manor, the corporate vultures use heavy machinery to start tearing down the perimeter defenses. Han Han is absolutely fuming because the racket outside is ruining her favorite cartoon, and she wants them gone. The excavator continues its path of destruction, but these idiots have no idea what they have just provoked. Our boy does not even need a blade, using a simple wooden plank to shatter a hunter's ribs instantly. Chen Nan watches in horror as his elite veterans are tossed around like ragdolls by a mere farmer. He can't believe his eyes, realizing that Li Tianran's physical stats are far beyond any normal human. One by one, the suits hit the pavement, broken and bloody after underestimating their target's lethal instincts. Chen Nan panics, realizing his plan to lure the target away from his high-tech farm was a suicide mission. Chen Nan watches from the ridge, realizing something is seriously off about this supposedly simple farm. Through his lens, he sees boulders being pulverized, wondering what kind of explosive firepower the girl is packing. He decides they must lure Han Han out to capture her alive, though he's clearly starting to sweat. Meanwhile, our boy is absolutely tearing through the corporate trash, moving faster than their eyes can follow. He grins, amazed that just a few days of eating his high-tier crops has granted him such terrifying power. His system confirms the gains, showing his strength and speed have already soared way past the human standard. With a sickening crunch, he shatters a hunter's face. Noting his improved bone density makes him a living weapon. He recalls ancient legends of sword masters and decides he'll reach that same peak using only his fists. While Xiao Tian cowers in terror, Li Tianran dances through the attackers like they're just standing still. He lets out a wild laugh, feeling himself finally stepping onto the path of a true martial god. Li Tianran decides he is done testing his stats and puts some distance between himself and the trash-tier hunters. Chen Nan and his goons are completely dumbfounded when our boy pulls out a piece. Realizing they are outgunned, the corporate leader tries to act tough, claiming a gun is useless up close, but our boy just agrees. Suddenly, the air fills with lead as he starts picking them off with terrifying, system-enhanced precision. He decides only one of them is worth keeping alive for questioning, so the rest are officially fair game. The hunters realize they have messed with the wrong guy as blood starts spraying and their confidence utterly evaporates. They try to make a break for it, but they are just target practice for someone with his focus. Chen Nan scrambles toward the tree line, desperately praying that the monster behind him eventually runs out of bullets. Our boy does not miss a beat, calmly tracking his prey and making sure no one escapes his sight. Cowering behind a rock, the corporate rat realizes his life is hanging by a thread as bullets shred cover. Chen Nan huddles behind cover, desperately hoping our boy has finally run out of lead to throw. He is dead wrong, as Li Tianran looms above him, while casually scrolling through his high-tech inventory. While the hunter dreams of a turnaround, the system interface prepares to drop another gift into reality. The corporate rat looks up, utterly dumbfounded as a fresh pistol materializes right before his very eyes. He panics, questioning how this is even possible, but our boy is not interested in explaining the rules. 2 shots ring out in the cold air, instantly ending the hunter's miserable life and his corporate ambitions. Silence returns to the field as the mechanical guardians hover over the remains of the trash-tier hit squad. Watching through the security feed, Li Han realizes the last of the intruders has been permanently dealt with. She worries that if her brother sees this carnage, he might start viewing her as a violent monster. To keep her innocent image intact, she orders the drones to scrub the battlefield before her brother returns. Chen Nan coughs up blood, desperately regretting his choice to use a kid as leverage against our boy. He begs for the torture to end, realizing he's completely outmatched by someone he once considered easy prey. Slumped on the ground, the broken agent claims he has spilled every secret he knows, just to find peace. Our boy looms over him like a shadow, coldly stating that a quick death is the only mercy available. He offers a twisted choice between immediate execution or a temporary cure, followed by even more brutal interrogation. Terrified, the rat finally names Liang Tianyu, the CEO of Tianrun, as the mastermind behind the entire operation. Li Tianran connects the dots, realizing this CEO is the same trash-tier human who hiked up drug prices. The agent explains that Liang is keeping his move secret from other executives to crush a rival vice president. Our boy is dumbfounded to learn that the massive Tianrun Corporation is actually just a subsidiary of something bigger. He delivers a sharp wake-up call, demanding to know if the higher-ups at headquarters have been notified yet. Chen Nan admits that Liang Tianyu is playing a dangerous game by keeping the headquarters in the dark. Our boy realizes the news hasn't leaked yet, meaning he can still handle this mess quietly. Suddenly, a phone starts buzzing on a desk, signaling that the big boss is finally checking in. Liang Tianyu answers, smugly asking if the target is finally under control as his men promised. He gets annoyed when told the target refuses to talk without a face-to-face meeting at the warehouse. The CEO slams his phone down in a rage, fuming because a low-level grunt dared hang up first. He storms out of his office, already dreaming of the day he replaces everyone at the main headquarters. Back at the scene, Li Tianran cuts the call, leaving the corporate rat trembling in his bonds. While driving, he warns a grateful Xiao Tian that getting sentimental over Uncle Nan is a rookie mistake. Their vehicle speeds toward the meeting point, ready to turn the tables on the unsuspecting corporate trash. Our boy finally rolls into the warehouse, playing the part of a lowly grunt to absolute perfection. Liang Tianyu is already waiting, looking smug while keeping a terrified and bound Uncle Nan pinned down. Disguised in shades, Li Tianran claims the others are delayed and presents a battered Xiao Tian. The kid looks like he has been through a meat grinder, but it is all just a ruse. The CEO just laughs, mocking the boy for being stubborn and promising freedom if he finally talks. Uncle Nan is practically losing it, desperately trying to scream that they are all walking into a trap. The corporate trash-tier boss just gets annoyed, calling the old man a barking dog for making noise. One of the goons delivers a brutal kick, forcing the poor old man to shut his mouth. Li Tianran plays along, acting shaken by the violence while secretly measuring the distance to his target. Thinking he has already won, the The CEO calls them worthless losers and demands they bring the captive closer. Our boy doesn't wait for an invitation and launches a devastating kick that shatters the CEO's smug composure. The corporate goons are completely dumbfounded, their brains failing to process how their boss just got folded. Lee Tianran pins the trash-tier CEO to the floor, making it clear who is actually running things. The guards desperately try to use the old man as leverage, screaming for our boy to stay back. Pinned like a bug, the CEO realizes his loyal agent Chen Nan must have sold him out. Lee Tianran just mocks him, wondering how such a heartless jerk managed to lead a major pharmaceutical company. The CEO's arrogance evaporates instantly, as he stares into the eyes of a man who truly does not care. Even the battered Xiao Tian watches in silence, seeing the tables turn on the monsters who threatened them. When the CEO threatens to kill the old man, our boy just laughs, calling his bluff with chilling indifference. The remaining hunters start losing their minds, begging their supposed comrade to stop before things get even bloodier. The trash-tier CEO loses his mind and orders his men to execute the hostages immediately. A hunter pulls the trigger, but he is nowhere near as fast as our boy's survival instincts. Li Tianran opens fire, turning the warehouse into a lead-filled nightmare for the corporate goons. Bodies hit the floor as the dust settles, leaving the CEO pinned and utterly dumbfounded by the carnage. One last hunter tries his luck, but our boy puts a bullet through him without breaking a sweat. The walls are painted red, serving as a grim reminder of what happens when you cross him. Uncle Nan and his son drop to their knees, begging for mercy after their pathetic attempt at betrayal. Li Tianran looks down coldly, explaining that while he won't kill them, they don't deserve his forgiveness. He makes it clear that they are beneath his notice now, so long as they keep quiet. Our boy orders the survivors to pile up the trash as he prepares for the next phase. Li Tianran coldly informs the old man that they need to eliminate every trace of the slaughter. He begins the grim task of dragging the corporate trash away to be permanently disposed of. The survivors realize our boy plans to burn the evidence, leaving nothing behind for the pharmaceutical company. Uncle Nan struggles with the heavy bodies, his spirit broken by the weight of his son's betrayal. Hidden from view, the son grips a jagged glass shard, his mind finally fracturing from the stress. The boy suddenly lunges at his father, deciding that a mutual death is better than facing the consequences. Uncle Nan narrowly avoids the lethal strike, while his son laughs like a man who has lost everything. Li Tianran watches the pathetic display, realizing the kid is far too gone to be saved now. The boy corners his terrified father, convinced that pulling someone down with him is a fair deal. Our boy moves like a blur, intercepting the strike and putting the crazed kid in his place. Uncle Nan lets out a gut-wrenching scream as the weight of the tragedy finally shatters his spirit. Suddenly, the white SUV slams into the warehouse wall with enough force to rattle everyone's teeth. The impact is massive, sending debris flying everywhere as the vehicle finally comes to a dead stop. In the chaos, Uncle Nan rushes to his son's side, finding the boy broken and bleeding out. Xiao Tian struggles to breathe, the light fading from his eyes as he realizes his betrayal led here. Our boy stands back, watching the tragic scene unfold while the father begs for a miracle. The kid's hand trembles with his last bit of strength, finally feeling the weight of his selfish choices. He mentions the candy Han Han gave him, a small kindness that somehow still matters at the very end. With a final, peaceful breath, the boy who tried to sell out his savior finally finds some rest. Uncle Nan is left completely devastated, cradling his son's body as the silence of the warehouse turns deafening. Liang Tianyu stumbles away like a hollow shell, his spirit completely crushed by the weight of his defeat. Our boy stands silent, letting the man walk toward the car that will soon become his metal coffin. He starts frantically smashing the car, choosing a fiery end over facing the consequences of his trash-tier actions. The warehouse erupts in a violent blaze, signaling the permanent end of the pharmaceutical giant's reign of terror. Ren Xiao enjoys a quiet moment until an aide rushes in with news that changes everything for the company. She is left dumbfounded as the report confirms that the man she was investigating has been eliminated. Forensics confirm the dental records match, proving the charred remains belong to the man who once ruled the city. The doctor explains that with the police force spread thin, a deeper investigation is basically impossible right now. It turns out this wasn't an accident, as the autopsy reveals bullet fragments lodged deep within the bone. Looking at the charred skull, she concludes that the CEO definitely offended someone way out of his league. Ren Xiao wonders if the hit was a personal vendetta or a direct strike against the corporation. She covers the remains, deciding that if the company is the target, she has a new enemy. Standing in the morgue, she realizes the scale of the chaos is far beyond her initial expectations. Our boy buys a high-tech bomb from the system, preparing a lethal insurance policy for his ally. He installs the device on Uncle Nan, warning him that this is the price for seeking revenge. The needle sinks in, serving as a grim reminder to stay loyal and avoid a tragic end. Back at the manor, the peaceful scenery hides the fact that things have gotten pretty wild lately. Han looks completely caught off guard when she realizes her big brother has finally returned home. Lee Tianran is speechless, while Uncle Nan looks like he's seen a ghost after witnessing her handiwork. Turns out Han was just playing a digging game, which involved burying several trash-tier intruders alive. Han feels guilty, fearing her brother will label her a monster for being so violent against the intruders. She tearfully asks if he'll throw her away, now that she has actually taken lives to protect the manor. Our boy immediately shuts that down, promising to carry the weight of any mistake she ever makes together. He gently wipes her tears, expressing how relieved he is that she finally knows how to defend herself. He explains the harsh reality that being peaceful just invites more trash-tier wolves to their doorstep. Han vows to blow the head off anyone bullying her brother, while Uncle Nan struggles to process the scene. She reveals she saw a terrifying red glow on the intruders, which is why she decided to bury them. Turns out she sees colors on everyone, noting her brother is a calming blue, while the mechanical dog is green. Uncle Nan is dumbfounded as she mentions his late son was red, while he is a mix of gray and green. Lee Tianran's mind races, asking if she sees words or numbers, wondering if she is also a system player. Lee Tianran squishes her cheeks, learning this color-seeing power manifested about a week ago during the initial chaos. He realizes she isn't a system player, but likely evolved from eating those high-tier radiation-resistant crops. Our boy flashes a grin so wide and intense that it actually starts to creep his little sister out. He analyzes her ability, realizing she is basically a walking radar for detecting malicious intent in others. He dubs it the Eye of Good and Evil, officially making her his most vital tactical assistant for survival. After the heavy talk, he gives her a head pat and promises to whip up a legendary meal. He serves up a steaming bowl of braised meat, a luxury that most trash-tier survivors would kill for. At dinner, he announces that Uncle Nan is joining the squad to help manage the manor's growing farm. When she asks about his son, Uncle Nan sadly claims he went to another world to atone for sins. Han casually notes that anyone glowing red with hate toward her brother usually ends up dead pretty quickly. Han declares she will take out anyone who messes with her brother, making him chuckle at her fierce loyalty. Uncle Nan decides he is done with his old life and will serve as our boy's loyal watchdog. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure takes a slow drag of a cigar, seemingly unbothered by the world's end. The news reports a staggering death toll, proving that the apocalypse is far from over for the common folk. This high-ranking elder watches the chaos unfold from his luxury suite, clearly operating on a much higher level. He shuts off the grim broadcast, having seen enough of the public's pathetic struggle for survival. A top-tier researcher named Bai Jingyan enters, confirming that the trash-tier CEO Liang Tianyu has finally kicked the bucket. The elder reveals that the military just bagged a level 5 mutant, a beast far beyond their current understanding. Bai Jingyan is completely dumbfounded, since their best lab-grown monsters haven't even cracked level 4 yet. It turns out nature is evolving faster than human tech, as massive beasts begin cannibalizing each other in the wild. Elder Liang orders Bai Jingyan to seize the lab and merge their tech with the late CEO's findings. As Bai departs, the elder demands he extract the virus immediately to stay ahead of the evolving chaos. The old man remains in the shadows, confident that his high-level chess moves are finally paying off. Elsewhere, Ren Xiao realizes the trash-tier CEO's death records were scrubbed during a very suspicious 2-day window. She is completely dumbfounded that the surveillance was wiped, leaving her with absolutely no leads on the killer. Shaking off the frustration, she decides to prioritize finding a secure location for their next research institute. She prepares to welcome the new director, knowing the company's future depends on this upcoming meeting. Bai Jingyan pulls up looking like a top-tier elite, ready to take command of the southern operations. The two professionals finally meet, though the massive, scarred unit standing behind Bai is hard to ignore. Bai introduces his assistant Da Kui before they get down to business regarding the new facility's location. Our boy dives into the system's livestock tab, discovering he can finally farm some top-tier edible fish. The list is full of pre-apocalyptic classics, all priced at the same rate for their respective levels. He settles on the bluefin tuna, a rare delicacy that is basically a myth in this trash-tier wasteland. Li Tianran asks his sister if she is down for some luxury sashimi, and she is absolutely ecstatic. Since they are not broke anymore, he decides to build a proper pond and puts the robot to work. He marks the ground with a tool, setting the stage for the manor's next big resource upgrade. The whole squad watches as the excavator prepares to tear into the earth for their new project. Uncle Nan notices something weird while petting the black dog, realizing the mutt has grown significantly larger. Our boy is dumbfounded because an adult dog should not be growing unless the farm's food is truly supernatural. It hits him that the dog has nearly doubled in height, a detail he missed by being around him daily. Our boy worries the dog might mutate like Xiao Bai, wondering if those radiation-resistant crops are the cause. He realizes he needs to keep a sharp eye on the mutt to prevent another disaster at the manor. Just as the work gets going, the system pings him about unexpected visitors arriving at his front door. 3 strangers stand at the gate, and the system identifies them as a serious threat, level 8. The head researcher, Bai Jingyan, seems impressed with the farm and decides this is the place they will buy. Ren Xiao finds the man impossible to deal with, since he ignored every other site she carefully selected. Their muscle, Da Kui, keeps hammering on the gate, while the corporate duo waits for a response. Li Tianran demands to know what they want, but Bai Jingyan just smiles and asks to talk face to face. Our boy refuses to let them in, which immediately triggers Ren Xiao's elitist attitude toward his cold reception. She reveals her high-ranking position at Tianrun and demands he name a price for the entire farm. Ren Xiao flashes her card, but our boy is just wondering how Tianrun tracked him down so fast. She looks genuinely dumbfounded when he shuts down her villa offer without a second thought. Even a mountain of gold won't move him, as he values his peace over their corporate trash-tier bribes. Their muscle, Da Kui, loses his cool and strikes the gate, instantly triggering a level 2 system warning. Li Tianran keeps his cool, ordering his system to hold fire despite the blatant provocation. He notes that this goon is actually strong enough to alert the system with just one physical strike. Suddenly, the head researcher snaps and starts berating his own bodyguard for acting like a mindless beast. A sharp crack echoes as Bai Jingyan delivers a brutal slap to put the giant back in his place. He threatens to send the man back to the capital if he dares to act out of line again. The researcher smoothly apologizes for the ignorance, piquing our boy's interest with his surprisingly calm demeanor. Li Tianran smirks and tells the big guy to step a bit closer for a surprise. Before the goon can react, our boy delivers a heavy gut punch right through the metal bars. He even has his hummingbird warrior on standby just in case things get even messier. As the musclehead wheezes on the ground, Li Tianran declares they are finally even for the gate. Unfazed by the violence, the lead researcher just smiles and tells everyone it is time to head out. He casually tears a page from his notebook, acting like the punch was just a minor business hiccup. He offers his contact info, telling our boy to reach out if he ever changes his mind. To the vice president's total shock, Li Tianran actually accepts the note instead of being a jerk. The corporate trash-tier squad finally rolls out, leaving the manor in peace for the time being. Staring at the number, he realizes the vultures from Tianrun are moving much faster than he anticipated. Li Tianran retrieves his hummingbird warrior while wondering if those corporate vultures are actually hunting him specifically. He tracks their vehicle through the system, keeping a sharp eye on their retreat from his territory. As the van disappears, our boy knows their paths will definitely cross again before this apocalypse ends. He shifts focus to survival, noting they only have 10 days before the next brutal destruction season hits. Little Han Han breaks his grim thoughts by excitedly offering some special sesame sauce she made for dinner. He decides to take a break from the stress and tries a piece of the freshly prepared mutton. The taste is incredible, reminding him that even in this trash-tier world, some things are outside. The supernatural blizzard rages on, but inside the manor, it feels like a completely different world. Uncle Nan is totally dumbfounded seeing them in t-shirts while it is freezing enough to kill people outside. Li Tianran keeps his secrets close, and the old man wisely realizes some things are better left unasked. Our boy warns them to be ready, because this food is definitely not some trash-tier grocery store produce. He explains that long-term consumption will cause physical changes, leaving Uncle Nan feeling like he is in a movie. Li Tianran just grins, noting that this whole apocalypse is basically a science fiction nightmare come to life. He points out that in a world this crazy, having superpowers is actually the new normal. When he mentions the word evolution, the old man admits he has no clue what the boss is saying. While little Li Han celebrates her cooking, Li Tianran casually asks if any uninvited guests stopped by today. The mood shifts instantly when he mentions the name Tianrun, sending a visible chill down the old man's spine. Uncle Nan starts trembling, realizing the sheer scale of the power and the danger they are actually facing. He wonders if someone as useless as himself could truly become stronger just by eating these special crops. Li Tianran gives him a sharp, confident look and confirms that everyone under his roof will eventually evolve. Uncle Nan finally understands the situation while our boy Li Tianran prepares for a secret night mission. He tracks the signal to the Harmony Villa district, where the corporate elite are currently bunkering down. Ren Xiao welcomes the researchers into her home, unaware that a mechanical spy is hovering right behind them. She plays the perfect host, offering Bai Jingyan a room while he graciously accepts her hospitality. After a long day of schemes, they both decide to call it a night and get some rest. As she heads upstairs, The hummingbird warrior follows her every move to gather more intel on the target. Ren Xiao finds the buzzing sound annoying, wondering why trash-tier mosquitoes are still around in this freezing weather. She finally relaxes in a bathrobe, thinking a spa session is the only way to fix her exhaustion. Looking in the mirror, she admires her own reflection and feels her beauty is unmatched in this world. She begins her skincare routine with a smile, totally oblivious to the drone recording her every single move. Ren Xiao is still annoyed by that buzzing drone, thinking it's just some persistent trash-tier insect. She decides to open the window, hoping the annoying beetle will finally fly out and leave her alone. Feeling smug, she slides the window open, expecting nothing but a cold breeze to hit her face. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, she finally feels like she can relax from the corporate stress. Suddenly, she comes face to face with our boy, who's been lurking outside like a literal phantom. Before she can even process the situation, he vaults inside, moving with the grace of a seasoned predator. He immediately shuts her up, making it clear that one wrong sound will be her absolute last. Ren Xiao is dumbfounded, cursing her useless bodyguards for letting a masked intruder get this close to her. Pinning her down, he warns her that his blade is much faster than any help she could call for. Realizing she's completely outmatched, she desperately nods, agreeing to stay quiet if it means keeping her life. Ren Xiao tries to buy her life with gold, but our boy just thinks she's surprisingly cooperative. She begs him to take the cash and leave, hoping he just needs food in this trash-tier world. When he says he isn't there for money, she's completely dumbfounded and starts to fear the worst. Panicking, she screams wild insults and even lies about being sick just to keep him from touching her. Tired of the noise, he shuts her up physically, making her realize he isn't playing any games. He demands to know if she offed the former CEO, secretly mocking her for being so slow. After he lets go, she wonders how a random outsider could know so much about their internal corporate mess. She admits the investigation is a dead end, proving the police are useless at finding the real culprit. Our boy tests her by suggesting she staged the hit to steal the top spot for herself. She fires back that the man had endless enemies, and he realizes she's actually quite sharp under pressure. Ren Xiao desperately explains that the former CEO wiped every trace of his shady dealings before biting the dust. Li Tianran realizes the trail is cold, while she begs him to finally let her go in peace. Suddenly, our boy's sharp senses pick up heavy footsteps approaching the room, signaling their little chat is over. The guards outside start pounding on the door, demanding she open up immediately before they break it down. To make her look like a victim, he delivers a swift strike that sends her reeling across the floor. Outside, the panicked housemaid screams for the muscle-bound Da Kui to save their boss from the intruder. With a roar of pure strength, the scarred giant shatters the entrance to hunt down whoever dared enter. He finds her sprawled out on the cold marble, looking like she barely survived a brutal encounter. The maid rushes to her side while the bodyguard scans the area, realizing the culprit is already gone. Looking out into the dark night, he curses his luck as our boy vanishes into the shadows undetected. Our boy hits the ground running, desperate to put distance between himself and that chaotic villa. He realizes that scar-faced monster actually tore the door down, making a quick exit his only priority. Even while fleeing, he can't help but think breaking into a latest room is just bad manners. Suddenly, the head researcher appears, revealing he used gravity sensors to predict our boy's exact escape route. Thinking this beansprout is just another easy target, our boy lunges forward to clear his path. He throws a heavy punch, but the scientist blocks it with a knee that feels like solid steel. The impact sends a shockwave through the air as these two completely different worlds finally collide. Despite the massive force, the researcher's leg doesn't even buckle, proving he's far from a normal human. Bai Jingyan calmly calculates the impact force, baffled that our boy's arm didn't shatter into a million pieces. With a creepy smile, the researcher asks if our boy uses special techniques, clearly intrigued by his durability. Our boy realizes that if he doesn't end this quickly, he'll be trapped by the approaching guards. His hand is completely numb, making him realize this researcher is definitely not some normal paper pusher. Even with his system-enhanced body, he's dumbfounded that a mere scientist can actually keep up with him. Hearing the commotion nearby, he knows he needs to ditch this fight before he gets surrounded. He warns the beansprout that he'll settle the score later since he's currently on a tight schedule. Bai Jingyan isn't letting him off that easily, determined to keep his new specimen right where he is. Instead of another punch, our boy reaches for a tactical distraction to tilt the scales in his favor. He unleashes a face full of blinding powder, catching the arrogant researcher completely off guard. While the scientist is busy hacking up a lung, our boy makes a clean break for the exit. Left in the dust, the researcher can only curse as his eyes burn from the cheap trick. Our boy vaults over the perimeter wall, leaving the blinded researcher in the dust with a final farewell. Hearing the commotion, the corporate guards come sprinting toward the scene to check on their lead scientist. They find Bai Jingyan hacking up a lung on the lawn, completely humiliated by a simple smokescreen. He struggles to regain his composure while his men hover over him, desperate to know if he's injured. Despite the burning in his eyes, he's impressed by how smart and physically gifted his opponent truly is. He orders his goons to stand down, knowing they're way too slow to catch a monster like that. Turning his attention back inside, he confirms that the vice president was just knocked out during the chaos. After moving Ren Xiao to her bed, he instructs the maid on which pills to provide once she wakes. He decides against calling the authorities, preferring to keep corporate secrets buried while the outside world burns. Just as things seem to settle, a guard rushes in with news that something else has gone sideways. Bai Jingyan is left reeling when his subordinate reports that a critical hard drive has been snatched. He quickly realizes the thief targeted the specific drive containing his most classified genetic research. While the guards scramble, our boy is already blocks away with the stolen tech secured in his bag. He guns the motorcycle through the dark streets, putting distance between himself and the corporate villa. Back at his terminal, he pulls the network cable to ensure the company can't track his digital footprint. He slides the drive into his laptop, ready to uncover whatever trash-tier secrets the corporation is hiding. The screen lights up with experiment notes, confirming his suspicions that his opponent was a high-level researcher. As he scrolls, he finds horrifying documents detailing how radioactive foods are being used to force mutations. He's dumbfounded by the researcher's manifesto, realizing these monsters view human lives as mere stepping stones for evolution. The manifesto on the screen claims this apocalypse is actually a shortcut to a 300-year human lifespan. Back at the villa, the head researcher learns that the tracking signal for the stolen drive has gone dead. Bai Jingyan tries to play it cool, telling his scarred bodyguard that the lost data was just trash-tier archives. In reality, he is sweating bullets because the thief might have actually discovered his true motives for heading south. He dismisses the idea of a rival hit, noting the intruder had insane physical stats but lacked professional polish. As the calendar hits November 21st, both men are locked in a digital stalemate across the dark city. Our boy realizes this researcher is cut from the same cloth, except he views human lives as disposable fuel. He is absolutely dumbfounded by the sheer arrogance of a man who thinks he can play God with nature. The truth is even grimmer than he imagined, as the files reveal rows of humans trapped in experimental tanks. Li Han discovers a group of high-tier livestock cubs and immediately starts calling out for her big brother. She is totally obsessed with the fluffy critters, making the black dog growl in jealousy from the sidelines. Our boy realizes explaining a complex survival system is impossible, so he tries to simplify things for her. He tells her he has a magical treasure bag that can produce anything, successfully masking his system's true power. Han Han is thrilled, and immediately starts giving a rabbit a trash-tier makeover using some colorful crayons. After making her swear to keep their secret, he is impressed by how quickly she accepts their strange life. He stands there dumbfounded, staring at the poor rabbit that has been turned into a walking piece of art. Suddenly, he gets gritty and reminds her that these animals are precious food that belongs in the shed. Han Han is absolutely horrified, pleading with him not to turn her new fluffy friend into a spicy snack. She realizes her brother is cut from a different cloth when he starts listing every delicious way to cook them. Han Han is left spinning from the realization that her only choice is to go full vegetarian to save her friend. Our boy just smiles and explains that the ultimate respect for life is finishing every single scrap on the plate. He warns her that getting attached to livestock only leads to heartbreak, so she should leave the chores to him. Han Han stands there in a daze, her little heart struggling to process the cold reality of their survivalist lifestyle. Suddenly, she snaps and offers up the rabbit, vowing to eat every bit just to avoid a meatless life. While she is having a crisis, a system alert pings, informing him that the plantation produced some legendary albino corn. He sends her off to play so he can investigate the field, curious about what this rare mutation actually does. Turns out this stuff is a 1 in a million drop that grants a massive 10-fold physical boost for a short burst. He is dumbfounded by the potential, realizing this corn could turn him into a literal monster on the battlefield. Gripping the prize, he compares it to a legendary power-up and immediately starts hunting for more rare treasures. Our boy scours the fields but finds absolutely nothing of value among the standard trash-tier crops. He realizes these legendary drops are purely luck-based and won't just appear on command. To fix his luck, he decides to start mass planting to brute force the system's low spawn rates. Meanwhile, back at the corporate villa, Ren Xiao is holed up in her room, brooding over the breach. She tries to distract herself with a snack, but her mind is still stuck on the intruder. She keeps replaying the moment that masked thief pinned her down and made her look like a fool. Ren Xiao bites down in rage, vowing to track that bastard down and make him pay. Looking at the useless security footage, She realizes the guards and the military are completely incompetent. If she wants to identify the man who outsmarted her, she'll have to ditch formal channels entirely. She pulls out a salvaged gray hair, knowing this tiny piece of evidence is her ticket to revenge. Ren Xiao is losing her mind, unable to stop thinking about how our boy humiliated her. She heads downstairs to find Bai Jingyun, hoping the researcher can provide the expertise she needs. After thanking him for a massage technique that worked, she brings up the new research facility. It's a remote factory they snagged for cheap, perfect for the kind of quiet work he does. Bai Jingyun sees right through her casual talk, sensing there's a much bigger favor on her mind. She finally drops the act, asking him to run a DNA match on the hair she salvaged. He looks at the sample and warns her that searching the entire southern sector is practically impossible. He wonders why she's so obsessed with this one person, questioning if they're actually that important. Ren Xiao just laughs it off, claiming it's just about catching the rat who broke into her home. Despite her acting, Bai Jingyun is left dumbfounded by the sheer weight of her request. Ren Xiao jumps up, insisting that the task isn't actually that hard for someone with his elite skills. Bai Jingyun flashes a smile and agrees to help, leaving her completely dumbfounded by his sudden change of heart. He recalls the grim lab experiments where chemical injections forced muscle fibers to thicken into something truly inhuman. A horrific beast eventually emerged, its genetic code contaminated by the DNA of several other predatory organisms. The creature entered a violent state, snapping its heavy iron chains as if they were made of trash-tier paper. When the virus experiment was declared a failure, the researchers realized their containment wouldn't hold for much longer. With a bone-chilling roar, the monster began shattering the reinforced glass, separating it from the terrified scientists. A younger Bai Jingyun watched the chaos unfold, realizing that immediate destruction was the only logical solution left. The memory fades as blood splatters across the horizon, painting the sky over a quiet, luxury estate. Back in the present, the corporate lobby is buzzing with staff members who remain oblivious to these horrors. A young Bai Jingyun stands alone as his own brother mocks him for being a pathetic little bastard. The older boy sneers and rallies his friends to go teach the family disgrace a lesson. Suddenly, the boys grab him and shove his head deep into the freezing water of the courtyard fountain. They laugh while forcing him to swallow the water, reminding him that he's nothing but a trash-tier, illegitimate son. His brother watches the cruelty with crossed arms, warning them not to leave any visible marks on the bastard. Tears stream down the boy's face as he begs his own flesh and blood to show some mercy. Instead of helping, his brother just looks down in disgust and calls him a filthy, unwanted stain. The trauma of that moment burns into his mind, leaving a scar that no amount of science can heal. Back in the present, our boy bolts upright in bed, screaming for the ghosts of his past to stop. He sits alone in the dark, realizing that even with all his power, those memories still own him. Bai Jingyun wakes up in a cold sweat, the humiliation of his childhood still burning in his soul. He stares into the dark, whispering his brother's name like a curse he's finally ready to break. His only path to victory lies in stabilizing the virus and birthing a mutant that can crush his enemies. Meanwhile, the world continues to rot as reports of mass livestock deaths flood the morning news cycle. Li Han watches the grim broadcast with her loyal guardian, sensing the shift in the world's dying breath. Our boy walks in and teases her for ditching cartoons, but she just pouts about being treated like a kid. He smiles, knowing her ability to read the darkness in people's hearts is his greatest tactical advantage. She hugs the massive hound, vowing to get stronger so she can finally stand by her brother's side. Suddenly, something catches her eye on the table, drawing her toward a mysterious glowing object. It turns out to be a chest containing high-level seeds, the key to their next massive power spike. Li Han finds some glowing nuts that look tasty enough to eat right then and there. She notices there are exactly 2, deciding to share the mysterious snack with her loyal furry guardian. Without a second thought, the duo tosses the high-level seeds back, hoping for a quick power-up. Turns out, the taste is absolutely trash tier, leaving the poor girl reeling from the intense bitterness. The massive hound isn't having a better time, struggling to swallow the rock-hard seed while his mouth burns. Suddenly, a wave of exhaustion hits the beast as the potent energy begins its work on his body. He collapses into a deep slumber, his system likely undergoing a massive evolution while he dreams away. Outside, the manor remains silent under the moonlight, but the peace is about to be shattered. Strange creaking echoes through the storage room, signaling that something or someone is moving in the dark. Uncle Nan wakes up groggy and grabs his flashlight, wondering what on earth is making that racket. Uncle Nan shines his light on a bloody, hairy mass, wondering what kind of nightmare has invaded the storage. The beast reveals a maw full of razor-sharp teeth, looking like it crawled straight out of a trash-tier horror. Before he can even scream, the creature lunges, its predatory instincts completely overriding its usual calm demeanor. He gets slammed into the floor, the sheer weight of the mutated beast pinning him down like a rag doll. His flashlight clatters away as he stares into the abyss, certain that his time on the farm is over. The beast looms over him, its massive frame looking more like a legendary wolf than a simple guard dog. Suddenly, the red glow in its eyes flickers, as if a spark of recognition is fighting through the mutation. Our boy Nan realizes the attack has stopped and wonders if this monster is actually their loyal guardian. He tries to soothe the beast with a trembling voice, hoping the old bond is stronger than the hunger. Turns out, the seed triggered a double-headed evolution, so he offers some food to keep the beast's aggression low. Uncle Nan is frozen in fear as the beast lets out a low, warning growl. Suddenly, the massive hound shatters the window, choosing to escape rather than finish its meal. Our boy Nan can barely breathe, his heart hammering against his ribs after that near-death encounter. He watches through the jagged glass as the creature sprints toward the manor's outer perimeter. With a single, powerful leap, the mutated guardian clears the high fence like it is nothing but a hurdle. Nan is left dumbfounded, wondering how a dog could possibly possess such terrifying, supernatural strength. The commotion wakes Li Tianran, who rushes outside in his pajamas to find out why his farmhand is screaming. Little Li Han follows right behind him, crying because her favorite protector has vanished from her bedside. Our boy tries to play it cool, suggesting the dog just needed some fresh air to clear its head. He scoops up his sister, noticing her bare feet while secretly worrying if the beast has truly lost its mind. Li Han innocently explains that they snacked on some glowing nuts from his special box earlier that day. Our boy's heart sinks as he realizes those glowing nuts were actually his rare level 4 divine seeds. He panics as the system ignores his pleas, realizing the high-tier seeds likely caused this violent evolution. He promises his crying sister that he'll bring their protector home, no matter what it takes. As the dog sprints through the dark, it feels an unbearable heat radiating from deep within its soul. The beast's mind is consumed by a dark hunger, craving the sensation of biting through warm flesh. It suppresses the urge to kill, fearing it will lose its place by its master's side forever. Deep in the forest, a mysterious hooded figure watches the beast, claiming it is a sacred animal. The fanatic is convinced this is the oracle's sacred beast and plans to kidnap it for his god. Li Tianran gears up and hits the road, but his patrol units have zero leads so far. Li Tianran realizes Xiao He is long gone and fears the military will kill the beast first. Suddenly, a rustle in the woods puts our boy on high alert as he senses someone lurking nearby. A strange woman in white robes appears, asking if he's the owner of the massive black wolf dog. She starts preaching about the apocalypse being divine punishment, but he only cares about finding his companion. Sensing a trash-tier scam, he sarcastically asks about the requirements for joining her little survivalist cult. The fanatic explains their tiered membership fees, promising that the more you pay, the closer you get to God. He just scoffs, telling her to practice her brainwashing elsewhere because he doesn't have time for games. Revving his engine, he declares that in this dying world, he's the only one responsible for his own salvation. He leaves the crazy lady in the dust, focused entirely on tracking the beast's trail through the woods. The elder seethes with rage, cursing the non-believer as a lowly maggot destined for an eternity of suffering. Our boy takes a quick smoke break when a faint whimpering from the woods catches his sharp ears. He pushes through the brush, half expecting a trash-tier mutant to jump out and try its luck. Instead, he finds a dead wolf and a tiny, round puppy still trying to nurse from its mother. He picks up the little survivor, marveling at how something so small can be this tenacious. It's just a helpless ball of fur, but it clearly has the spirit to survive the apocalypse. Thinking about all the orphans this dying world creates, he feels a rare tug at his heartstrings. He decides to bring the pup home, offering it a chance at life within his fortified manor. Elsewhere, the evolved beast is busy painting the forest red, treating a human leg like a chew toy. These trash-tier traffickers are absolutely dumbfounded as their comrade gets dragged into the dark. Realizing they are outmatched, they frantically try to regroup before the predator finishes its meal. Back at the research facility, the night air is thick with tension as an intruder breaches the perimeter. Bai Jingyan arrives on the scene, demanding to know how a mutated beast managed to bypass their security. The guards explain that a smoker's stray cigarette butt provoked the beast into a violent, unexpected frenzy. When he hears the creature was actually lurking in the bushes, Bai realizes this isn't some mindless monster. He knows trash-tier mutants just wander aimlessly, but this one is showing a terrifying level of intelligence. Noticing the beast only crippled a guard instead of killing him, Bai sees a reflection of true evolution. The predator is using the hostage as a human shield, proving it's the perfect specimen for his research. He orders his men to secure the area and capture the beast alive before the military police interfere. A dark smirk crosses his face as he imagines the breakthroughs this high-level specimen will finally provide him. Taking a tranquilizer gun, he reminds his team to aim for the limbs to keep their prize intact. Bai Jingyan takes aim with his tranquilizer gun, determined to bag this high-tier specimen for his research. He pulls the trigger, sending a volley of darts whistling through the air toward the snarling beast. The black dog isn't playing around, sinking its teeth into a guard's arm to keep its human shield effective. Despite the precise aim, the darts fly wide as the creature moves with a speed that defies logic. Bai Jingyan and his men open fire again, desperate to suppress the target before it can slip away. The beast's glowing eyes narrow, its predatory instincts screaming that these humans are nothing but a nuisance. With a powerful burst of strength, the dog tosses the guard aside like trash and prepares to bolt. Bai Jingyan clicks his tongue in frustration, realizing his team is completely outclassed by this monster's agility. The mutated predator lets out a final snarl, realizing it has the perfect opening to escape into the woods. Before anyone can react, the beast vanishes into the dark forest, leaving the corporate hunters empty-handed and dumbfounded. Our boy gets a ping from his hummingbird drone reporting massive paw prints just a few hundred meters away. Without wasting a second, he revs his bike and tears off into the night to find his companion. He skids to a halt when he spots fresh blood pooling inside those giant prints on the asphalt. Seeing the carnage, he realizes his dog is badly hurt and wonders what kind of hell it's been through. Meanwhile, a fleet of corporate SUVs is hot on the trail, tearing through the woods like a pack of wolves. Bai Jingyan grips his weapon, noting that the creature's speed is far beyond any trash-tier mutant they've seen before. The researchers' eyes gleam with a twisted excitement, obsessed with the potential of such a perfect specimen. High above, the beast leaps through the canopy, its rippling muscles showing off the true power of its evolution. The hummingbird drone finally locks onto the target, feeding the live footage directly to our boy's interface. Seeing his friend in the crosshairs, he kills the engine and prepares to jump into the fray. The drone feed locks onto the convoy, tracking the hunters as they close in on their target. Our boy commands the hummingbird to zoom in, needing to see exactly who is leading this operation. Turns out it is that obsessive researcher, Bai Jingyan, looking ready to kill for his precious data. Li Tianran recognizes the tech nerd and realizes they are trying to kidnap his dog for research. If he is going to save his friend, he needs a boost, so he pulls out some albino corn. He grips the high-tier crop, swearing that these corporate bastards will not get away with their schemes. Meanwhile, Xiaohei dodges a hail of bullets as the ground erupts in a series of violent explosions. The massive beast tears through the forest with a fleet of armored SUVs hot on its heels. The hunters coordinate over the radio, planning to drive the creature into a nearby abandoned factory. They flank the dog from both sides, hoping to corner the evolved predator before it can escape. Xiaohei is cornered, but his predatory instincts are peaking as he prepares for a final, bloody stand. He leaps into the air, showing these trash-tier hunters that a level 4 beast isn't easily caged. Our boy slams onto the lead vehicle, crushing the roof while the driver freezes in pure terror. The convoy descends into chaos as one car is already disabled and the others struggle to aim. One desperate guard levels his weapon, cursing the beast that refuses to die despite their heavy firepower. Xiaohei doesn't flinch at the bullets, instead, lunging forward to tear a limb off his attacker. Suddenly, Li Tianran enters a frenzy state, his body overflowing with the raw power of the corn. The chase grinds to a halt as the tires screech against the asphalt in the face of danger. Bai Jingyan is dumbfounded by the light, while Xiaohei senses his master's overwhelming presence nearby. Like a blue bolt of lightning, our boy crashes into the battlefield to end this hunt for good. Li Tianran is a blur of motion, his system clock ticking down as he shreds through the perimeter. Bai Jingyan panics and starts spraying lead, desperate to stop the monster charging through his ranks. With only 5 seconds of power left, our boy knows he has to make this final strike count. He pushes his body past the limit, turning into a streak of light that ignores the incoming fire. Our boy connects a massive haymaker right into the researcher's smug face, shattering his composure instantly. The impact is brutal, sending the trash-tier scientist flying as blood sprays across the snowy ground. As the clock hits 2 seconds, the frenzy fades and leaves our boy feeling completely drained and weak. He stumbles back, realizing the massive toll this sudden burst of power has taken on his physical form. With only 1 second remaining, he collapses to his knees, his vision blurring from the intense side effects. Bai Jingyan coughs up blood, relieved that he barely managed to block a blow that would have ended him. Bai Jingyan realizes our boy is too dangerous to live, and decides to end him right here. He pulls the trigger, intent on finishing the job while his target is completely defenseless and drained. Suddenly, Xiaohei lunges from the shadows, sinking his teeth into the researcher's throat before he can fire. The trash-tier scientist is dumbfounded as his prey's loyal guardian turns the hunter into the hunted. Blood sprays everywhere as the massive dog tears into his flesh, making him pay for his arrogance. Meanwhile, our boy is out cold, resting on his companion's back as the adrenaline finally wears off. He's completely spent, his body needing every second to recover from the massive strain of the frenzy. Xiaohei snarls with a blood-stained maw, ready to tear apart anyone else who dares to get close. The loyal beast carries his master away from the chaos, moving through the dark forest with predatory grace. Our boy hits the ground and calls out as his protector leaps away to continue the fight alone. Li Tianran stumbles to his feet, desperately checking if his loyal guardian is still holding on. The massive beast begins trembling violently, and our boy frantically demands the system explain this sudden change. Xiaohei's eyes glow with an unstable, prismatic light as the mutation reaches a terrifying new peak. The system confirms a divine gain, triggered by the blood of the high-tier researcher the dog just mauled. Suddenly, glowing white strands erupt from the air, beginning to wrap around the beast like a celestial shroud. Li Tianran watches in total shock as his companion is completely encased in a massive, shimmering cocoon. Somewhere else, the steady beep of a heart monitor marks the thin line between life and death. Bai Jingyan lies broken in a medical tank, his body a mess of bandages after the brutal encounter. Ren Xiao is absolutely livid, telling the guards that their only job was to keep the researcher safe. She demands to know who did this, but the terrified security team admits they never saw the attacker. Ren Xiao snaps at the guard, calling his story about a fast white light a trash-tier excuse for his failure. She refuses to hear any more excuses, but the heart monitor reveals the researcher's life is slipping away fast. The doctor delivers the grim news of a brain hematoma, claiming any further rescue attempts are completely pointless now. He suggests Ren Xiao just listen to the man's final words instead of wasting more of their medical resources. Against all odds, the researcher's eyes flutter open as he clings to the last thread of his miserable life. With his final breath, he orders his loyal muscle to inject him with the experimental V-shaped virus immediately. Da Kui is dumbfounded and terrified, knowing no human has survived the mutation without turning into a monster. The researcher doesn't care, thinking that dying as a beast is better than rotting away in a hospital bed. He decides to place one final, desperate bet on his own survival, to see if he can truly evolve. His hand clenches with a sudden burst of resolve, proving he refuses to lose to fate just like that. Bai Jingyan is strapped down like a lab rat, refusing to call his family because they're just blood, not home. The needle sinks in, delivering the experimental virus that will either make him a god or a corpse. He screams as the mutation takes hold, his very existence blurring, while the virus rewrites his genetic code. His eyes glow with a feral light, showing that the human researcher is quickly fading into something far more dangerous. Ren Xiao and Da Kui watch the monitors in pure horror as the DNA helix shatters and reforms. Meanwhile, in the forest, our boy spots a massive glowing cocoon that looks like it's about to burst. The energy reaches a breaking point, exploding outward and shattering the silence of the woods. Out of the light steps a massive, muscular wolfman, leaving Li Tianran completely dumbfounded by the sight. The beast exhales a cold mist, its glowing blue eyes fixed on the world with a new, predatory intelligence. Li Tianran can hardly believe his eyes, wondering if this terrifying monster could actually be his loyal Xiaohei. Li Tianran stares at the towering beast, wondering if his loyal companion is still hidden inside that form. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, his mind racing to process this impossible and terrifying supernatural transformation. He feels a sharp pang of realization as the sheer intensity of the beast's presence overwhelms his senses. Back at the manor, Li Han refuses to sleep until her big brother safely returns from the dark forest. Uncle Nan tries to convince her to rest, but she insists her health has reached a new, superhuman level. She offers her hand to the old man, proving that her body is unnaturally warm despite the freezing blizzard. Turns out the special crops have turned her into a literal superwoman, with incredible, radiating vitality and strength. Uncle Nan smiles, realizing the little girl is now a human heater, keeping them both cozy and safe. As the sun begins to rise over the manor, the long, tense night of waiting finally comes to an end. Li Han struggles to keep her eyes open, her patience wearing thin as she continues her loyal morning vigil. Li Han jolts awake from her restless nap, sensing that the long, tense wait is finally over. She screams for her big brother, her heart racing as she hopes he survived the nightmare in the forest. Sprinting toward the manor gate, she spots a massive, unfamiliar silhouette standing tall in the morning light. Our boy is finally back, but he's being carried by a towering, humanoid wolf that used to be his dog. Despite his bloody state, Li Tianran just smiles and tells them he successfully brought their furry friend home. Xiaohei has gone through a full-blown atavistic evolution, now standing tall in human clothes like a true guardian. The little mistress doesn't care about the scary claws, immediately demanding a shoulder ride from her evolved protector. Later, Li Tianran realizes Xiao Hei's sudden mutation might be linked to the high-tier blood he tasted earlier. When Uncle Nan brings the medical supplies, our boy prepares to deal with the nasty bullet wound in his shoulder. He grabs a sterilized blade, ready to dig the lead out himself, while Uncle Nan worries about a potential infection. Li Tianran digs out the bullet and summons a high-tier carrot to kickstart his recovery. Uncle Nan watches in awe as the miracle crop triggers a violent, glowing regeneration that seals the wound. Our boy stands up, feeling his bones knit back together, while the lingering pain reminds him he's alive. Turns out, the apocalypse has rewritten the rules of biology, turning stable cell replication into a genetic gamble. For some, like the Manor's guardian, this mutation is a gift that grants them power beyond human imagination. This is what he calls true evolution, where the body adds new, beneficial functions to survive the chaos. But most aren't so lucky, ending up as mindless beasts with fatal genetic flaws and a short lifespan. Meanwhile, in a corporate lab, the researcher snaps his shackles as a dark, unstable power surges through him. Bai Jingyan wakes up as a monster, bone-like claws erupting from his flesh as his heart glows with virus. He realizes he actually survived the transformation, but he's definitely no longer the man he used to be. The doctors call it a miracle, but Bai Jingyan just stares at his glowing, mutated heart in grim silence. He knows this isn't a success story because the virus didn't bond with his DNA perfectly at all. Ren Xiao and the staff are dumbfounded, watching the monster they helped create take his first breath. Looking deeper, his internal structure is a mess of jagged bone and unstable energy that's slowly killing him. He realizes he only has 7 days left before his body gives out from this failed evolution. He hides his monstrous protrusions under a clean shirt, masking the ticking time bomb inside his chest. When a detective arrives, he keeps his cool, already planning his next move to secure his survival. Dakui explains how his elite martial arts and peak human stats were utterly trash tier against the intruder. The big man realizes that whoever attacked them wasn't human, sharing the same freakish power as the dog. Bai Jingyan's eyes sharpen, realizing the intruder's combat style feels like they are cut from the same cloth. Dakui is hesitant about leaking their research, but Bai Jingyan is way past caring about corporate rules. Our boy knows the virus hasn't perfected him yet, leaving him in a dangerously volatile, trash-tier state. He realizes his clock is ticking, and every second wasted brings him closer to a total system collapse. Waiting in the hall is Detective Yuan Wen, a high-ranking officer called in for a very special favor. Bai Jingyan greets her with a chilling smile, wondering if his freakish new look is enough to rattle her. This senior officer is dumbfounded by the sight, questioning why the military would even care about this mess. Without a word, he begins to unbutton his shirt to show her the true cost of his survival. He reveals a glowing, exposed heart being slowly crushed by jagged bone spurs that will eventually end him. The mutation is literally eating him from the inside out, turning his own ribcage into a lethal trap. He hands over the intruder's DNA, demanding her full cooperation to find the man who did this. Yuan Wen processes the horror she just saw, realizing this case is way above her pay grade. She agrees to the deal, while back at the manor, our boy drops a fortune on divine tier seeds. Meanwhile, the evolved Xiao Hei keeps a silent, watchful eye over the sleeping Li Han. These level 4 cherry tomato seeds are a game changer, designed to force beneficial evolution and stop genetic decay. Li Tianran gazes at the glowing hall, convinced these seeds are the key to a new era. He can't help but smirk, feeling the weight of the power he now holds in his hand. If these crops turn men into gods, he wonders if that makes him the god of gods. But the grind never stops, and he realizes his current soil is too trash tier for these divine plants. He burns through nearly 100,000 points to transform his ordinary dirt into high-quality black soil. Now his land is finally ready to sustain the high-level life forms that will change the world forever. Li Tianran checks the countdown and realizes the second wave of destruction is coming sooner than expected. He buys a dozen growth agents, even though they barely scratch the surface of ripening his elite crops. To speed things up, our boy adds more agricultural robots to his workforce, turning the manor into a machine. He surveys his glowing fields, knowing he needs every single crop ripe before the world ends again. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, the shadows are moving as the apocalypse takes a religious turn. Two robed figures approach a massive, high-tech vault, carrying secrets that could change everything for the manor. The elderly cultist trembles with nerves, wondering if a mere human like her is even worthy of meeting their lord. Her companion reassures her that the information she has on the mutated dog is her ticket to divine favor. She mutters prayers, desperate to secure enough food for her family to survive another month in this hellscape. They walk deeper into the sanctuary, convinced that only the most devout followers will make it through the end times. The messengers enter the Grand Cathedral, reporting that their scouts have finally located a legendary holy beast. The high priest listens with a twisted interest, knowing this discovery is the key to their master's ascension. They gather at the altar to discuss how this new prey will satisfy their dark god's endless hunger. The priest claps his hands in pure delight, thrilled that their long-awaited plans are finally moving forward. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he envisions the absolute power they are about to wield. The cult leader is just as pleased, confident that this nourishment will complete their lord's emergence very soon. He checks his recent records, making sure every detail of the ritual is set for the final phase. They peer into the dark abyss, where a nightmare-tier entity waits impatiently for its next sacrificial meal. A terrifying hiss echoes from the void as the monster's primal hunger begins to stir with violent intent. The beast demands wolf cubs for its next feast, its voice dripping with a truly chilling, ancient malice. A grim news broadcast flickers to life, delivering a breaking update that would change everything for our boy. The reporter details a horrific car crash on a mountain highway where a private vehicle plummeted off a cliff. It turns out the impact was fatal, leaving 2 adults dead at the scene of the fiery wreckage. While Lee Tian-ran prepares dinner, the news mentions a child miraculously survived by hanging from a tree branch. He stops his cooking, wondering why his parents are taking so long to return from their weekend trip. He glances at the clock, realizing they are way past their promised return time of 3 o'clock. Growing restless, he sets his knife aside and tries to reach them on his cell phone once more. His heart sinks when he only hears a cold, automated message saying the number is currently unavailable. He sits alone at a table set for 3, desperately hoping they will just walk through the door. The food grows cold as the phone continues to ring out, signaling the start of his tragic journey. The Inferno is an absolute monster, leaving nothing but a shattered phone and a melting car in its wake. First responders realize their handheld gear is useless and desperately call for backup to quench the massive blaze. Amidst the wreckage, they find a fainted Lee Han, miraculously alive, but sporting a nasty fracture from the impact. The highway transforms into a graveyard of twisted metal as sirens wail through the smoke-filled mountain air. Later at the hospital, staff whisper that Lee Han is an orphan who was adopted just 2 days ago. The nurses heartlessly call her a curse, thinking the couple who took her in met a trash-tier end. They wonder if the police managed to contact any remaining family to pick up the broken pieces. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the hallway chatter, asking for the location of the morgue with haunting stillness. A young Lee Tian-ran follows Yuan Wen down the sterile corridor, his heart sinking with every heavy step. Our boy looks completely hollow, realizing he is about to face the cold reality of his parents' final rest. Our boy stands frozen as the heavy scent of death fills the sterile morgue air. His eyes go completely hollow, unable to process the nightmare unfolding right in front of him. 2 cold slabs hold the charred remains of his world, leaving him utterly dumbfounded and broken. Yuan Wen offers her condolences, but the words just bounce off his shell-shocked mind. He desperately argues there is a mistake because his parents did not have another child with them. The officer gently suggests a DNA test, while he clings to the hope they simply disappeared. Left alone in the hallway, the weight of reality finally crushes him into a heap of misery. He breaks down, sobbing into his hands as the life he knew vanishes into thin air. Suddenly, a tiny, bandaged hand reaches out and tugs on his jacket, breaking his spiral of grief. He looks up to find the little girl who survived, realizing they are now both alone together. Lee Han looks up with tear-filled eyes, apologizing for the tragedy that destroyed their family. She blames herself, thinking her plea for help is what put them on that fatal highway. The poor girl breaks down completely, her tears soaking into our boy's jacket as she sobs. Lee Tian-ran pulls her into a tight embrace, gently telling her that none of this is her fault. Yuan Wen approaches them in the cold hospital hallway, carrying the final confirmation of their nightmare. The DNA results are a perfect match, officially stripping away the last shred of Lee Tian-ran's denial. They sit there as a broken pair, 2 orphans now bonded by a loss that changed everything forever. Back in the present, 2Z rushes in with the news that the intruder's identity is finally revealed. Bai Jingyan looks up, his mutated body tensing as he prepares to hunt the man who blinded him. Turns out our boy was just a top-tier student turned farmer before the world went to hell. Bai Jingyan stares at the files, dumbfounded that the man who blinded him has such a trash-tier background. His assistant points out that while the DNA matches the thief, this farmer looks way too ordinary on paper. He recalls the brutal exchange, knowing no average civilian could possess that level of raw, unrefined combat skill. It hits him that our boy must have undergone a perfect mutation, a feat thought to be nearly impossible. He realizes the massive wolf dog and its master are likely cut from the same terrifyingly powerful cloth. The The researcher suggests that science might not even explain how they achieved such a flawless state of evolution. She explains that the odds of the virus producing 2 perfect specimens in one area are practically zero. Bai Jingyan falls silent, his mind racing to find the missing link in this impossible puzzle of power. He concludes that a second key to evolution exists in this world, one far beyond their current corporate research. Looking at the photo, he's certain that hunting this successful human evolution is the only way to survive. A military official orders his tactical officer to monitor the situation, realizing our boy is a person of interest. Back at the farm, our boy uses his system to buy growth agents, ensuring his food supply stays top tier. He sprays the solution, watching as the system slashes the ripening time for his divine crops by half. The plants surge with life, leaving little Li Han wide-eyed at the glowing harvest ready to be picked. Their peaceful farming is interrupted when Uncle Nan rushes over, sounding completely dumbfounded by the dog's strange behavior. He explains that the massive guardian has been camping on the roof and refuses to budge for anyone. Looking up, they see the evolved beast staring into the distance, as if he's seen a ghost. The black dog growls low, his instincts screaming that a disaster like the first apocalypse is coming back. Our boy doesn't hesitate and commands his mechanical hummingbird guards to scout the entire area for incoming threats. The drones zip into the sky, scanning the horizon to protect the manor from whatever is spooking the dog. Li Tianran hears a notification, wondering who could possibly be texting him during the end of the world. He stares at his phone, thinking it must be some trash-tier scammer still trying to work a fraud. Our boy's face pales as he reads the message, realizing this is no joke and something major is happening. He is so shaken that he drops his entire harvest, leaving Li Han and Uncle Nan completely dumbfounded. He can't believe what he's seeing and wonders who would play such a cruel prank right now. Without a second thought, he hops in his truck and peels out of the manor in a hurry. He pushes the engine to the limit, desperate to reach his destination before it's too late. Little does he know, his every move is being tracked through a high-tech surveillance lens. Back at the command center, the officers note that their target has finally taken the bait and left. They find it overkill to use a stealth drone for a farmer, but they aren't taking any chances. The corporate snakes notice something strange on their monitors, spotting the high-tech drones buzzing around our boy's farm. Bai Jingyan is baffled that such a trash-tier-looking farm has micro-reconnaissance tech and crops surviving in toxic soil. He knows most plants are death traps due to the virus, yet these crops look perfectly healthy and nurtured. Da Kui thinks it is a hidden military base, but the researcher warns him to stay sharp after his beating. With the layout memorized, the researcher orders a strike to capture the perfect mutant while our boy is gone. Suddenly, a fleet of black helicopters descends upon the manor like vultures ready to tear it all apart. They do not waste any time, immediately activating powerful microwave shockwaves to fry every electronic device in sight. The entire farm is bathed in a scanning field, leaving no corner for the manor's guardians to hide. Sparks fly as the shockwaves surge through the perimeter, short-circuiting the electronics and leaving the manor completely defenseless. The tactical soldiers storm the grounds, certain that their electronic interference has left the manor completely wide open. They descend from the heavens like vultures, eager to claim the perfect mutant while the master is away. Miles away, Li Tianran stands in a silent graveyard, seeking a moment of peace amidst the world's end. His blood runs cold when he finds the earth disturbed and his parents' final resting place completely empty. He stands over the hollowed ground, fuming at the absolute bastards who would use the dead as leverage. It finally clicks that this isn't a prank, leaving him dumbfounded as to who could be this depraved. A notification pings his phone, showing a cherished photo of his parents that confirms his worst fears. The mysterious sender demands the manor's guardian and his own limbs in exchange for the stolen remains. Our boy just scoffs at the trash-tier threat, knowing his parents would haunt him for making such a deal. Our boy quickly connects the dots, realizing the holy beast these trash-tier kidnappers want is actually his companion, Xiao He. He smirks while typing, finding it hilarious that his dog's casual walk managed to attract such high-level corporate interest. Instead of playing along, he tells them their leverage is worthless and promises to bury them alongside his parents. While he tries to figure out if Tianrun is responsible, a sudden system warning screams that his home is under attack. His heart drops as he realizes the manor is being breached by intruders while he is miles away. A group of elite soldiers moves in with high-precision weapons, tracking thermal signatures to pinpoint exactly where to strike. They surround the building like predators, confident that their modern tech will make this a quick and easy cleanup. The lead officer is suddenly dumbfounded when the heat signatures on his display vanish as if they never existed. High above them, the evolved guardian holds the young girl close, ready to show these intruders their fatal mistake. Looking down at the intruders, Li Han tells her loyal guardian that these people are all bad. Her eyes glow with power as she coldly orders the beast to turn them all into compost. Suddenly, the windows shatter as the elite squad tosses in flashbangs to disorient anyone inside the manor. They kick down the doors with military precision, ready to clear every room and secure the target. The lead officer wonders if the building is actually empty since they haven't met any resistance yet. Bai Jingyan stands in the middle of a bedroom, his mutated instincts sensing something is very wrong. He remains silent for a moment, his enhanced senses screaming that they have walked into a trap. His eyes snap open as he screams for his men to get out of the building immediately. It is too late as beams of pure energy tear through the walls, shredding the trash-tier soldiers instantly. Bai Jingyan barely dodges the lethal light, realizing too late that the hunter has become the prey. The energy beams shred the tactical squad like paper, leaving nothing but a bloody mess behind. Bai Jingyan realizes he is completely outmatched and bolts for the exit, his heart hammering in fear. He crashes through the window in a desperate leap, glass shards raining down as he escapes the kill zone. As he hits the ground, he is dumbfounded that their high-tech shock weapons failed to stop the counterattack. Looking back at the carnage, the surviving trash-tier soldiers stand frozen among the corpses of their fallen comrades. A chilling smile greets him from the shadows, making him realize this ordinary farm is actually a fortress. He stares in horror at an army of battle robots, wondering how a farmer possesses such advanced technology. Our boy finally steps out, mocking the researcher for going through so much trouble just to fail miserably. Surveying the blood-soaked snow, he notes that while the investigation was thorough, the execution was utterly pathetic. With his life on the line, the mutated researcher decides that dying here is better than rotting away. Uncle Nan urges our boy to finally wipe out these trash-tier corporate snakes for good. He continues ranting about how everyone in this company is cut from the same rotten cloth. Li Tianran demands a confession, specifically wanting the location of his parents' stolen ashes before finishing him. The researcher looks completely dumbfounded, claiming he has no idea what ashes our boy is talking about. Our boy stares him down, wondering if this mutated freak is actually telling the truth for once. Bai Jingyan remains silent and confused, making it clear he wasn't the one who raided the grave. Li Tianran is stunned, realizing his primary lead for his parents' remains might be a dead end. He falls into a grim silence, processing the fact that another enemy is still out there. Suddenly, a phone is violently smashed against the floor, shattering into a million pieces. Far away, the cultist elder screams in a frenzy, cursing someone for being an unfilial son. The high priest, Xiao Sheng, is losing his mind, screaming about how unfilial someone is for ignoring ashes. He crushes a phone under his heel while the cult leader watches on, sweating bullets at the display. His eyes are bloodshot and wild as he rants about missing out on the snacks his mother wanted. The suits try to calm their holy lord, promising new offerings to satisfy his deranged hunger. Xiao Sheng isn't listening, shouting that his mother is sick of eating the trash-tier things they provide. He demands wolf cubs for her instead, calling his subordinates total losers for failing to secure a beast. Suddenly, his expression shifts into a creepy, wide-eyed stare, as if he's seeing something beyond this world. He starts whimpering for his mommy, leaving the cult leader and his men completely dumbfounded by the shift. The atmosphere turns chilling as he stares blankly at his followers, lost in a twisted childhood delusion. A glowing vision of his mother appears, and the madman finally smiles, convinced she has returned for him. Xiao Sheng breaks down in tears, begging the vision of his mother not to abandon him for his failures. He pathetically promises that his mother will be overjoyed once she finally gets to feast on the beast. Suddenly, a massive, jagged shadow erupts from the sanctuary pit, looming over the kneeling madman like a nightmare. The entity demands to be fed, and the priest eagerly submits to his mother's twisted, insatiable hunger. Meanwhile, our boy confronts the intruder, realizing the man wasn't actually the one who robbed his parents' grave. He activates his Eye of Truth, dumbfounded that the researcher is still standing after a lethal neck wound. The system reveals a trash-tier evil evolution that is slowly tearing the scientist's body apart from the inside. Turns out the radiation is causing genetic collapse, and only the dog's perfect DNA can stabilize his life. Knowing the man is after his companion, our boy decides he absolutely cannot let this threat walk away. The manor's mechanical guardians lock their sights on the target, prepared to end the researcher's desperate gamble. Bai Jingyan desperately shouts for a ceasefire, realizing he is completely outgunned and needs to negotiate for his life. Our boy stands firm, surrounded by his mechanical guardians that are just itching to turn the intruder into paste. The researcher tries a different tactic, mentioning that he knows how much those stolen ashes mean to our boy. He argues that they both want to survive, and his need for genes does not require mutual destruction. Our boy listens with a cold gaze, weighing whether this trash-tier mutant actually has anything worth bargaining for. He signals his machines to stand down as the researcher suggests a trade of resources to settle their score. Bai Jingyan offers his massive network to track down the ashes, claiming he can find them faster than anyone. However, our boy is suspicious and questions why this man is distancing himself from the very company he serves. The scientist admits he only cares about his own survival, regardless of who gets killed or what gets raided. Stepping over the blood of the fallen, our boy realizes this man could be the perfect tool for his goals. Li Tianran finds the proposal interesting, while Uncle Nan watches his young boss with a look of pure concern. Bai Jingyan continues his pitch, suggesting they trade resources for the evolutionary genes required to save his failing life. He extends a hand, trying to sell the idea as a win-win scenario for both parties involved. Our boy just offers a cold, knowing smile, clearly seeing through the researcher's desperate attempt at a bargain. He casually walks past the man, showing he isn't intimidated by the corporate trash standing in his home. He commands the researcher to disarm his remaining men and follow him if he wants to see the prize. Inside, the scientist is dumbfounded to see the manor's elite guardians, including a humanoid beast and a child. Li Han activates her unique perception, scanning the researcher's intent as a sickly green aura begins to manifest. Our boy tells him not to be nervous, identifying the massive beast as the source of the desired genes. He reveals that the beast's perfect mutation is tied to his own DNA, making it the ultimate genetic cure. Bai Jingyan is absolutely dumbfounded, calling this the most perfect specimen he has ever laid eyes on. He starts dreaming of mass production, convinced that deciphering these genetic secrets is his ticket to godhood. A sharp clap echoes through the room as our boy cuts the researcher's fantasies short. Li Tianran reminds the corporate trash that the tour is over and it's time to pay up. He presents a phone, demanding the researcher track a specific number and its signal locations immediately. While the scientist begs for a blood sample, he realizes he only has 5 days left to live. Our boy shuts him down instantly, stating the man has zero leverage to negotiate any extra terms. He flashes a cold smirk, telling the desperate researcher to start working if he wants to survive. Defeated and out of options, the researcher can only nod and accept the terms of this lopsided deal. As a helicopter thrums overhead, the weight of the apocalypse settles over the quiet, fortified manor. A helicopter touches down, and a top-tier hacker named Lan Ning steps out, annoyed at the sudden summons. Our boy doesn't care for the attitude, and immediately shoves a phone into the hacker's face to track. He even forces the tech geek to repair the manor's fried circuits as an apology for the earlier attack. Lan Ning grumbles about the workload but gets to work while the others watch his every move. His fingers become a blur across the keyboard as he dives deep into the digital abyss. While the hacker mutters under his breath, the tension between the two mutants in the room remains thick. The researcher breaks the silence, questioning how Li Tianran achieved such a perfect, ghostly form without failing. He reveals the virus originated from radioactive plants, admitting his own creations are just short-lived, hungry failures. Our boy stares him down, realizing these scientific breakthroughs were built on a mountain of human suffering. The scientist just smirks, claiming he is simply extracting maximum value from those who were already doomed. Bai Jingyan laughs like a maniac, finding the entire chaotic situation and his own twisted research absolutely hilarious. He claims that true biological progress is only achieved by stepping on the bones of countless innocent people. With a cold glint in his eyes, he notes that the apocalypse only makes this cruelty more inevitable. Meanwhile, Lan Ning finishes his task and confirms that the requested data has been successfully sent over. Our boy checks his phone, surprised to see a new message notification pop up so quickly. He questions how the hacker got his address, since he never actually provided any contact details. The tech geek just scoffs, bragging that he can dig up anyone's life story in mere minutes. Turns out he's been eavesdropping the whole time, and is quite offended by the lack of respect. He even threatens a humiliating public broadcast if they keep questioning his elite hacking skills. Li Tianran shuts him down with a pay-cut threat before the focus shifts to a mysterious cathedral. These trash-tier cultists are just slacking off, completely unaware that death is literally hovering right before their eyes. One guard finally notices something odd, but he is far too slow to realize his life is ending. He is dumbfounded by what he thinks is a giant moth, failing to recognize our boy's lethal drone. His buddy warns him about mutated animals, yet neither suspects they are being targeted by a high-tech assassin. Before the guard can even blink, the mechanical bird fires a precision beam straight through his thick skull. He drops like a sack of potatoes, while the silent drone prepares to wipe out the remaining perimeter. From the rooftop, Li Tianran watches the bodies pile up, his cold gaze scanning the pathetic sanctuary. He tells the fallen trash to get some sleep, showing absolutely zero mercy to these deranged fanatics. Inside the cathedral, the cultists unveil their disgusting red fruits, believing these fleshy lumps grant them immortality. The high priest leads the deluded crowd in prayer, unaware his entire security force is being systematically erased. The cultists bow low before their leader, treating his twisted scriptures like the absolute word of a god. These trash-tier fanatics start devouring the fleshy red fruits, genuinely believing they are achieving some form of divine evolution. The high priest smiles creepily while explaining that the fruit needs the nectar of a sacrifice to grow properly. He looks down at the unconscious Zhonglin, who has been turned into the centerpiece for this sickening ritual. The scene turns into a literal bloodbath as the cultists lose their humanity, feasting like a pack of animals. From his vantage point, our boy's eye twitches in pure disgust at the absolute depravity unfolding below him. Li Tianran finally has enough of these bastards, his blood boiling as he prepares to rain down hell. Suddenly, a precision beam from the hummingbird warrior pierces a cultist's skull, ending his fanatical prayers for good. Blood sprays everywhere as the realization hits the crowd that they are no longer the predators in this cathedral. The sanctuary descends into total chaos, with the deluded crowd screaming in terror as their holy ceremony becomes a massacre. The high priest is absolutely livid that someone would dare interrupt his precious reincarnation ceremony. He looks up in shock, finally spotting our boy standing on the edge of the shattered roof. Li Tianran doesn't say a word, just levels his gun with eyes full of cold, murderous intent. The priest demands to know who this intruder is, but he's about to get a very painful answer. Our boy declares himself their new lord, and orders his hummingbird guards to wipe out the trash-tier cultists. Precision lasers rain down from the sky, turning the sanctuary into a chaotic, blood-soaked shooting gallery. The cultists are getting shredded, their fanatical robes doing nothing to stop the high-tech energy beams. Panic sets in as the survivors realize their so-called guardians have already been turned into scrap metal. One terrified bastard can only watch as the floor explodes, realizing their divine protection was a total lie. Landing amidst the wreckage, Li Tianran realizes these subhuman scumbags are actually far worse than any animal. The high priest finally recognizes the intruder, his face twisting into a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. Our boy doesn't hesitate, leveling his gun and demanding his parents' ashes in exchange for a quick death. Instead of begging, the priest's fear melts into a sickening, confident smirk that suggests he has an ace. Nearby, the mangled remains of a trash-tier cultist lay cooling, but the air around the corpse begins to shimmer. A dark, oily limb suddenly forces its way out of the dead man's mouth in a grotesque display. The priest mocks him, cackling that killing him now ensures the location of the ashes stays a permanent secret. Li Tianran warns him to stop the provocations, completely unaware of the shadow rising directly behind his back. Sensing a sudden, lethal presence, he spins around to find a jagged, dark entity manifesting from the wreckage. The high priest screams in delight as his brothers finally hatch, a blue nightmare tearing through its human shell. Our boy stands dumbfounded as a massive, winged insectoid mutant roars, ready to turn the sanctuary into a slaughterhouse. Li Tianran finds himself surrounded by these blue nightmares that just hatched from the cultists. These insectoid freaks look like a genetic experiment gone horribly wrong, dripping with foul mutation. Our boy grumbles about the situation, pulling a second pistol from his inventory to even the odds. He mocks their hideous appearance, wondering if these trash-tier bugs can actually handle some lead. The lead mutant snarls back as our boy notes just how disgusting these newly hatched freaks truly are. Suddenly, the winged monsters lunge with terrifying speed, forcing him to react instantly. He opens fire with both guns, filling the air with a rhythmic bang of desperate defense. Sparks fly as the bullets harmlessly ricochet off the creature's unnaturally hard, metallic carapaces. He's nearly dumbfounded when his bullets bounce off, realizing his standard handguns are just toys to these things. Knowing he's in trouble, he quickly accesses his system warehouse to find a much more lethal solution. Li Tianran frantically scrolls through his system, hoping to find a bazooka to blow these trash-tier bugs away. He curses his luck after realizing he is too broke for upgrades because he spent all his points on seeds. He deploys his hummingbird warriors, praying their high-speed precision can finally crack the monster's thick, metallic hides. To his horror, the mechanical sniper's shots just bounce off, proving these freaks are far tougher than they look. As the lead mutant roars, he realizes this cult is hiding something much more sinister than simple financial scams. The high priest cackles in the distance, taunting our boy who is currently regretting leaving his heavy-hitting guardians behind. Since he is fresh out of frenzy-inducing corn, he pulls 2 flashbangs to blind the beasts and buy time. Suddenly, his survival instincts flare up when he hears a faint, wet sound echoing right behind his head. He stays pinned to the wall, completely unaware that a massive, glowing eye is tracking him through the rubble. The entire structure begins to buckle under the pressure, forcing him to scramble as the ceiling suddenly collapses. Li Tianran is caught off guard, realizing the monster's speed is on a whole different level. A massive blast rips through the sanctuary, turning the floor into a graveyard of splinters and dust. The shockwave is so intense it blows a hole right through the cathedral's ancient stone walls. Back at the station, Yuan Wen picks up a frantic call as the chaos finally reaches the authorities. The cultist elder is on the other end, sounding absolutely terrified as her world goes up in smoke. She watches from the hills with a child, witnessing the massive plumes of smoke rising from the sanctuary. Yuan Wen doesn't waste a second, ordering the cleanup crew to move out before things get even worse. She warns her team that level 3 mutants are no joke, and they better be ready for war. Meanwhile, our boy is in a bad way, pinned down while those insectoid freaks close in for the kill. With broken ribs and blood in his mouth, he desperately pulls an ancient-grade tomato from his inventory. The insectoid mutant screeches, its predatory instincts taking over as it prepares to feast on our boy. The high priest mocks his struggle, shouting that he is already a dead man and a mere snack. Li Tianran's eyes widen as he realizes these trash-tier bugs are far faster than he originally anticipated. A massive collision shatters the stone wall, sending debris flying as the monster's sheer weight crushes the architecture. He gets sent flying back by the impact, barely managing to brace himself against the mutant's overwhelming force. The high priest wonders if the intruder is finally dead, while the mutant's twitching limbs suggest the hunt continues. Suddenly, a two-headed monstrosity bursts through the masonry, cornering him in a room he wasn't meant to see. The high priest completely loses it, desperately shouting for them to stay away from his precious human cargo. Our boy wipes the blood from his face, realizing that last hit nearly ended his journey right then. He stands dumbfounded before a crowd of chained women, finally seeing the true horror behind this cult's operations. The poor women huddle together in terror, their muffled sobs echoing through the cold, damp sanctuary. Li Tianran is absolutely disgusted, realizing these cultist scum treat human lives as nothing more than disposable goods. He wonders how many innocents have been slaughtered, his blood boiling at the sheer cruelty of this place. Suddenly, those trash-tier insectoid mutants let out a piercing screech, hungry for the fresh meat in the room. Their jagged teeth and metallic carapaces glint under the dim light as they prepare for a predatory lunge. The captives scream in pure agony, realizing the monsters are closing in to finish what the cult started. Our boy refuses to let them get any closer, bracing his body to block the path of the swarm. He scans the massive warehouse, realizing it is a twisted treasure vault filled with stolen lives and supplies. Amidst the gold and jewelry, he spots a high-quality blade and knows exactly what he needs to do. With a sharp sound of movement, he launches into action, determined to cut down every last bug. Li Tianran discovers a legendary Tang Dao sword, noting its advanced forging makes it nearly unbreakable and sharp. Our boy admires the pinnacle of craftsmanship, feeling the weight of a true killer in his steady hands. He realizes this blade is the perfect tool for the slaughter he is about to unleash on the cult. Below him, the desperate civilians scream in terror as the warehouse descends into a chaotic nightmare of violence. Seeing the insectoid mutants closing in, he decides it is finally time to test the sword's lethality on them. He drops into a focused combat stance, preparing to meet the swarm with cold, calculated precision. With a sharp burst of speed, he unleashes a series of slashes that cut through the heavy, stagnant air. The blade bites deep into their carapaces, but he quickly realizes his current strength isn't enough for one-shot kills. Instead of dropping, the trash-tier bugs just get angrier, proving their mutated hides are tougher than they look. Knowing he needs a better vantage point, he taunts the stupid bugs and leads them toward the exit. Li Tianran leads the swarm into a more open area, keeping his eyes locked on the pursuing predators. He suddenly digs his heels into the floor, pivoting with the grace of a seasoned survivor. Our boy flashes a confident smirk, telling the trash-tier bugs to give him everything they've got. The mutants don't hesitate, lunging forward with their jagged teeth bared and wings buzzing in a lethal frenzy. He tightens his grip on the Tang Dao, feeling the weight of the steel as his killing intent peaks. With a roar of effort, he meets the first monster mid-air, swinging his blade in a wide, punishing arc. The steel clashes against their metallic carapaces, sending blue sparks flying as he tests their unnatural durability. He realizes these things are tougher than the average mutant, requiring more than just a simple slash to drop. As a clawed hand reaches for his throat, he barely manages to parry the strike with his blade. Suddenly, a massive force slams into him, nearly knocking the wind out of his lungs as the battle intensifies. The impact sends him reeling, the force of the blow cracking the very floor beneath his feet. Our boy coughs up blood, realizing that hacking at their armored shells is a total waste of time. The trash-tier bug screeches, its jagged teeth dripping with hunger as it prepares for the final kill. He stares death in the eye, knowing he has to find a weak point before his stamina hits zero. He tightens his grip and channels his energy, focusing every ounce of his killing intent into the blade. With a sudden burst of speed, he unleashes a blinding strike that cuts through the air like butter. The steel finds its mark, sinking deep into the monster's throat where the armor is the thinnest. He lets out a primal roar, pouring his system-enhanced strength into one final, desperate vertical cleave. The mutant is split clean in two, its unnatural life ending in a messy spray of blue fluid. Standing amidst the wreckage, he catches his breath, his aura still flickering as he surveys the carnage. Li Tianran is sweating buckets, his heart racing as he pushes his body to the absolute limit. The trash tier bug realizes it's outmatched and tries to scurry away from our boy's overwhelming pressure. Nearby, the captive women tremble in fear, praying that this chaotic battle doesn't end in their own demise. The high priest loses his mind, screaming about how dare anyone touch his precious collection of human sacrifices. He slams his hands down, threatening to let his mutated brothers feast until not even a bone remains. But it's already over, and the priest is dumbfounded that his supposedly impenetrable guards were slaughtered so easily. Li Tianran doesn't care about the priest's pathetic superiors and prepares to send him straight to hell. A sudden metallic ring echoes through the cathedral as a new force intervenes to stop the killing blow. He adjusts his grip on the hilt, feeling the vibration of the impact travel up his tired arms. Our boy stands his ground, staring down the shadowy crowd, while wondering if he can actually save everyone. Yuan Wen bursts in with her squad, immediately leveling her rifle and ordering the fighting to stop. The trash tier priest starts wailing like a baby, begging the police to gun down our boy immediately. Li Tianran just smirks, suggesting that she should probably point that barrel at the real monster instead. He tells her to take a good look around at the depravity hidden within these cathedral walls. Yuan Wen's heart sinks as she spots the terrified women huddled together in the dark corners. These poor girls are chained up and trembling, treated as nothing more than sacrificial goods by the cult. She stands there dumbfounded, the reality of the situation finally shattering her professional composure. Her men whisper that these faces match the missing person reports they've been tracking for weeks. Looking at the piles of looted supplies and human cargo, the scale of the horror becomes clear. She can only stare in disbelief, wondering how such a hellish operation stayed hidden for so long. Yuan Wen is suddenly interrupted by her team reporting a gruesome discovery deep within the main hall. The officers detail the discovery of a mangled female corpse alongside several dead, mutated beasts. She stares in silence, the sheer brutality of the scene finally sinking into her professional mind. The police quickly secure the cathedral, calling for massive hospital support to handle the survivors. They finally slap cuffs on the high priest, but the trash tier cultist just keeps laughing like a maniac. Even as he is dragged away, he mocks our boy, asking what he could possibly hope to achieve. Li Tianran doesn't say a word, his killing intent flaring as he tightly grips his blade. Yuan Wen suddenly stops him, asking if he remembers the first time they met years ago. She reminds him of the highway accident where she helped him identify his parents' bodies. She knows he is fueled by pure rage but warns him that acting rashly now helps no one. Li Tianran is dumbfounded as the officer reveals his DNA from the old accident led them to him. She pleads with him to stand down, reminding him that the Federation still has laws against street justice. Even though he could easily kill everyone here, she asks for his trust and cooperation in the investigation. Our boy finally relents, sheathing his blade as she breathes a sigh of relief for his rare cooperation. Outside, the once holy cathedral is a chaotic mess of sirens, flashing lights, and traumatized survivors being led away. Medical teams scramble to wrap the victims in blankets, trying to salvage what's left of their shattered lives. Families finally reunite in tears, a small spark of hope amidst the blood-soaked ruins of the sanctuary. Yuan Wen turns back to the man who did the heavy lifting, her professional mask slipping for a second. When her subordinate asks how to report the pile of bodies inside, she looks over at our lethal protagonist. She decides to cover for him, telling the officer to record that the cultists simply died resisting arrest. Our boy overhears the officer's report, his sharp senses catching every word of the convenient police cover-up. Yuan Wen signals for him to follow, eager to get him away before more prying eyes start asking questions. They walk past the flashing sirens, the weight of the night's slaughter hanging heavy in the freezing air. He catches sight of a survivor's blood-stained hands, a physical manifestation of the trauma the cult left behind. Something stops them both cold, a sudden realization dawning on the lethal farmer and the high-ranking officer. Li Tianran remains stoic, but inside, he's already calculating the next move in this trash-tier world. A survivor's voice breaks through his thoughts, pouring out desperate gratitude for the man who saved her soul. The woman reveals the cult's true horror, mentioning they were destined to be sold as toys for the elite. She explains how the promise of cheap food was just a bait to lure the hungry into a cage. Yuan Wen's professional mask cracks when she hears about a transaction ledger that could blow this conspiracy wide open. Li Tianran stands with Yuan Wen as the survivors process the nightmare they just escaped. Their every move is being watched, caught in the reflection of a mysterious vehicle nearby. Inside that car, a couple of shady observers smoke while keeping eyes on the lethal farmer. They believe their master still holds all the cards despite the absolute slaughter at the cathedral. As the cleanup begins, the survivors walk away from a scene of total trash-tier madness. Later, Li Tianran sits in a cold interrogation room, looking completely unbothered by the situation. He lets out a massive yawn, clearly finding this legal procedure a total waste of time. Our boy just wants to go home and check his crops, instead of dealing with red tape. Behind the one-way glass, a senior officer argues that even a hero can't ignore the law. Yuan Wen counters that they wouldn't have even found the victims without his brutal intervention. Yuan Wen asks if the higher-ups have actually issued an official order for his detention yet. Chief Chen explains they are still waiting for a response from the city council. Regarding the matter, he argues that the brass won't tolerate a dangerous man while the world's laws are crumbling. Yuan Wen prepares to speak bluntly, knowing her truth is going to hit him where it hurts. She accuses the chief of panicking about his own dereliction of duty, rather than seeking real justice. She doubts that this trash-tier peaceful treatment will ever bring peace to the girls who were trafficked. The chief snaps and screams at her, unable to handle her blatant lack of respect for authority. He pulls rank, reminding her that he is the sheriff and she is strictly his subordinate. He barks an order to keep our boy under heavy guard as their main suspect. Suddenly, the door clicks open, and the chief looks completely dumbfounded by the unexpected visitor. The local chief is sweating buckets, wondering why a provincial heavy hitter just strolled into his station. Yuan Zhenghong enters with an aura of authority, mocking the chief for being better at making enemies than arrests. He demands to know which corrupt higher-up has been pulling the chief's strings during this mess. To put the trash-tier officer in his place, he orders him to recite the police code like a schoolboy. After getting the lowdown from the bureau, he tells Yuan Wen he needs to see our boy immediately. Yuan Wen leads the way. Knowing the presence of a provincial inspector changes the entire game for them. Inside the quiet room, Li Tianran hears the door and realizes his peaceful nap is officially over. He sits up to find a room full of brass staring him down, including the big boss himself. The inspector introduces himself, making it clear that this isn't just another routine interrogation by some local goon. Our boy figures he's doomed if a provincial chief is involved, but the man just offers him a file. The inspector hands over a top-secret file, claiming our boy needs to see the truth about these mutations. Li Tianran takes the folder, wondering why such high-level intel is being shared with a simple farmer. The old man leans in, explaining that this classified data is specifically meant for unique cases like him. As he flips through the pages, he's met with gruesome photos of creatures that shouldn't even exist. Our boy freezes, his heart sinking as he realizes the scale of the horror unfolding outside his manor. One photo shows a nightmare fuel beast with dozens of weeping human faces fused into its very flesh. Yuan Zhenghong explains that patrol units found this thing in the mountains just a few days ago. Li Tianran's blood runs cold when he hears the beast wasn't just killing, it was actively feeding on people. Worse yet, these monsters are evolving rapidly, gaining human-like intelligence and toyed with the soldiers sent to die. Looking at those distorted, crying faces, he realizes the apocalypse is turning into something far more twisted. Li Tianran wonders if these monsters have somehow unlocked their genetic locks to gain human intelligence. Yuan Zhenghong confirms a new species is emerging by fusing human genes to transcend mere physical evolution. He calls these hyper-intelligent nightmares Beast Kings, revealing that 5 have already been spotted in the wild. As the files are snatched away, our boy asks why he's being trusted with such high-level intel. Without a word, the old man signals Yuan Yi to bring out something even more classified. A small glass container is placed on the desk, holding 2 strange, pulsating red objects. These are the unhatched eggs recovered from the cathedral, looking like something straight out of a horror flick. Li Tianran realizes these are the same parasitic seeds that failed to bloom inside the cultists. The inspector explains that their lab researchers have been dissecting the genome of these dormant biological weapons. Our boy is dumbfounded to learn they contain a cocktail of insect, animal, and even human DNA. The inspector drops a bombshell, claiming a Beast King is likely hiding and breeding in the southern sector. Our boy is visibly shaken, unable to wrap his head around such a massive threat lurking so close. He wonders how a monster with that much destructive power could possibly stay undetected in a major city. Shifting gears, the old man brings up a new problem involving a missing ledger from the corporate villa. Li Tianran immediately asks if they have actually managed to track down that critical piece of evidence. The inspector suggests that some humans might actually be working alongside these mutated nightmares for unknown reasons. Confused, our boy asks why a high-ranking official is sharing these dangerous secrets with a simple survivor. The old man just taps the desk, his silence making the tension in the room feel heavy. Suddenly, he reveals that a formal execution notice has been issued for Li Tianran due to his rampage. Before things get even more heated, Yuan Wen rushes in, while Yuan Yi signals for everyone to stay calm. Li Tianran is fuming, basically laughing at the idea that killing trash-tier cultists counts as a crime. The old inspector tells our boy to cool his head and actually listen to the bigger picture. He explains that as the world rots, the ruthless military police will soon replace the standard city cops. In a shocking twist, the official offers Li Tianran a chance to join their elite ranks instead. He promises that an official title comes with special privileges that even the new military law can't touch. Our boy is dumbfounded, wondering if becoming a government dog is really his best move right now. When the inspector mentions this is the only way to keep his family safe, Yuan Wen finally breathes. Li Tianran goes quiet, knowing he needs to weigh the cost of his freedom against his sister's safety. The old man hands back his sword along with an application, giving him a strict 2-day deadline. He makes it clear that signing that paper is the only thing standing between him and a firing squad. Li Tianran tells Yuan Wen he needs 2 days to weigh the inspector's life-changing offer. As they exit, they pass a line of high-profile rats being hauled away in handcuffs. Our boy asks if these are the same losers listed in the cult's dirty ledger. He watches them closely, realizing these faces are far too familiar to be simple thugs. It clicks that these men are actually powerful members of the Southern City Council. He realizes the inspector wasn't lying about the government being filled with absolute trash. It's honestly dumbfounded to see that even the parliament was cut from the same cloth. He tells Yuan Wen that these traitors have officially turned their backs on all of mankind. With a heavy heart, he decides it's finally time to head back to his safe haven. He arrives at the manor, knowing his next move determines if his family survives the coming storm. Back at the manor, our boy checks the status of his high-tier crops, while weighing a life-changing decision. He wonders if joining the military police is the right move, and asks his sister for her support. The little girl stares back with an intensity that shows she's far more mature than her age suggests. Without a second of hesitation, she gives him her full blessing to do whatever he needs to do. He worries that his absence will leave her lonely and vulnerable during the long, dangerous nights. She fires back that he shouldn't let his concern for her hold him back from his own path. He gently pats her head, reminded of the day he sacrificed everything just to give her a home. She insists that she doesn't want to be a burden, and is determined to grow stronger on her own. With a heart full of fire, she promises to support him regardless of the choice he makes. Hearing that she feels safe with her other guardians, our boy finally lets out a rare, genuine smile. Our boy puts Li Han in charge of the growth potions, warning her not to get distracted by cartoons. Meanwhile, heavy footsteps echo through the dark, oppressive corridors of the provincial detention facility. A silent figure stalks toward the high-security cells where the most dangerous prisoners are kept. Yuan Yi arrives at the gate, his cold professionalism masking the gravity of the transaction he is about to make. The high priest waits in the shadows, his eerie laughter filling the cramped stone cell. Even in chains, the cult leader looks absolutely delighted, sensing that his salvation is finally within reach. Yuan Yi silently drops a glowing, vein-covered shard through the bars, acting as a messenger of chaos. The high priest snatches the fragment with trembling hands, his face contorted in a mask of fanatical joy. He does not hesitate for a second, shoving the glowing catalyst into his mouth to trigger a new evolution. As the prisoner consumes the gift, a dark, mysterious serum is prepared to monitor the coming transformation. Our boy carefully extracts a blood sample from his guardian, knowing this genetic gold is their only real leverage. He hands the vial over to the hacker, finally fulfilling the deal he made with the corporate remnants. Lan Ning initially doubts the beast's strength, but Li Tianran explains that perfect mutation takes many subtle forms. The hacker realizes that unique genetic makeup dictates the result, meaning this dog's evolution is truly one of a kind. Before heading out, she asks about the state of her boss, sensing that time is running out for them. Back at the facility, the situation turns trash tier as bone spurs regrow instantly during a high-stakes emergency surgery. Bai Jingyan's body is a war zone of mutation, and his doctors realize that traditional medicine is now completely useless. Despite the excruciating pain, the researcher remains focused, refusing to let his consciousness slip away into the dark. Relief washes over the room when Lan Ning arrives with the samples needed to halt the total genetic collapse. Sitting up with a mutated spine, the researcher grimly notes he has exactly 1 day left to survive. The doctor notes that the dog's DNA is freakish, boasting an extra chromosome that defies all known biology. Bai Jingyan stares at the data, realizing the Guardian has finally unlocked the ultimate genetic code they needed. This single chromosome is responsible for the beast's massive strength and bone density, making it practically a god. To the researcher, this discovery is nothing short of divine, offering a way to finally stabilize his body. These are the genes of a perfect mutant, far superior to the trash-tier failures birthed by the virus. Knowing his life is on the line, He demands his team start the replication process right this second. Back at the farm, the system alerts our boy that his level 4 cherry tomatoes are nearly ripe. Lee Tian-ran examines the potential evolution paths, wondering which power-up his family will receive after the harvest. Most subjects will awaken ancient bloodline memories, but a lucky few might develop high-tier psychic abilities instead. The ultimate prize is the divine type, granting immortality and wings to those who defy the odds. The system reveals the godlike power of the ancient divine type, capable of bending the elements themselves. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, realizing how tempting these high-tier abilities actually are for his survival. However, he worries that the high probability of a trash-tier atavistic evolution might just ruin everything. He desperately asks the system if there is any way to reset the process if he fails. Turns out he can just keep eating tomatoes until he hits the jackpot, making him grin like a madman. Meanwhile, the chief inspector is thrilled to hear that Lee Tian-ran finally agreed to join their ranks. He feels his trip south was a total success now that he has secured such a rare talent. As he prepares to leave, he notes that he still needs to wrap up the messy cult investigation. Yet, he senses something is off, since the political department is staying suspiciously quiet about the arrested officials. Yuan Wen listens intently, suggesting her superior stick around a bit longer to see how the situation unfolds. Ren Xiao feels a heavy weight in her chest, sensing a storm brewing that she can't quite name. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure looms over a pulsing void, watching the darkness stir with a life of its own. The mutated executive simply nods as the pieces fall into place, his distorted face hiding a sinister agenda. Our boy returns home and swings the gates open, hoping for a moment of peace after the recent chaos. He clutches the recruitment form, realizing that signing his life away is the only way to protect his manor. But the air suddenly turns cold, and he freezes as a sickening realization washes over him. His eyes drop to the crimson stains on the dirt, trailing up to a pair of lifeless feet. Panic flares in his chest while he prays that his mind is just playing a cruel trick on him. He's absolutely dumbfounded to see his friend, Zhong Lin, hanging there, looking nothing like the happy girl he remembered. A raw, desperate cry erupts from his lungs as he charges toward her, praying there's still a spark of life. The senior officer is cornered by a legal shark claiming to represent the high-ranking congressman in custody. The smug official adjusts his glasses, clearly confident that his political connections will win the day. A sudden ringtone cuts through the tension, visibly irritating the officer as he tries to maintain control. The corrupt official just gestures for him to answer, acting like he already knows what is coming next. He picks up the call, but the grim report from the other end makes his expression instantly harden. His eyes nearly pop out of his head as the sheer weight of the news hits him. Meanwhile, our boy sits in a trance, listening to the gut-wrenching cries of a mother's broken heart. The cold atmosphere of the station offers no comfort as he drowns in his own silent apologies. He looks absolutely haunted, his spirit crushed by the realization that some wounds simply never heal. The trash-tier officials walk past the morning without a second glance, focused only on their corrupt masters. The trash-tier official tells the detained congressman not to worry because he'll handle everything personally. The grieving mother trembles as she recognizes the faces of the men who ruined her family. One of the corrupt bastards just smirks, wondering who this pathetic woman even is. Driven by pure agony, she lunges forward, screaming that they murdered her daughter. She claws at him, demanding he return the life he stole from her child. Instead of remorse, the official just kicks the poor woman away like she's literal garbage. She hits the cold floor hard while Yuan Wen rushes over to stop the madness. Our boy stands up, his eyes burning with a cold rage that these monsters can't even imagine. Yuan Wen cradles the sobbing mother, disgusted that they'd assault a victim inside a police station. The official just shrugs it off, claiming they were merely defending themselves from a crazy old lady. The smug lawyer flashes a grin, announcing that his trash-tier clients have already been released on bail. Yuan Wen stands there dumbfounded, realizing the system is even more rigged than she ever feared. He even has the gall to threaten the grieving mother, claiming she'll be held accountable for her outburst. Yuan Wen snaps, demanding to know how such monsters could walk free after everything they've done. The lawyer just adjusts his glasses, reminding her that touching a member of parliament is a career-ending move. Another corrupt official just scoffs, knowing the mountain of legal loopholes will keep them untouchable forever. Our boy watches silently, realizing that without undeniable electronic data, these snakes will just slip away again. He stares them down with a cold gaze, clearly done playing by their pathetic, broken rules. Yuan Wen desperately argues that the cult leader's testimony is coming, but she's clearly losing this fight. The lawyer smugly declares their time is up, preparing to walk the criminals right out the front door. The corrupt officials start walking away, patronizingly telling Yuan Wen to learn how to distinguish good citizens. Yuan Wen is absolutely fuming as they claim they are too busy to cooperate with her investigation. The smug lawyer adds that the witness she's counting on has already been declared mentally unstable. He dismisses the entire case, stating that any testimony from a certified lunatic is legally worthless. Yuan Wen refuses to back down, warning them that the provincial department will be watching their every move. The trash-tier official just laughs, claiming he's already cleared everything through the Ministry of National Security. He drops the final bombshell, revealing the witness is being shipped off to a psychiatric hospital immediately. The snake wears a disgusting grin, knowing he's successfully buried the truth under a mountain of paperwork. Suddenly, one official feels a chill and turns to see our boy's eyes glowing with murderous intent. They pile into their car and speed off, leaving a trail of dust and broken justice behind. Yuan Wen tries to comfort the weeping mother, who is convinced the big shots are completely untouchable. She grits her teeth in fury, realizing the law is failing the very people it should protect. Suddenly, a scrap of paper catches the wind and whips right past her face. She snatches it out of the air, realizing it is just a torn, useless piece of a legal form. They both watch helplessly as the rest of the documents scatter across the pavement like broken promises. The name of our boy is left behind on the scraps, hinting that justice might take a different form. Back at the manor, the system pings with news that the level 4 divine cherry tomatoes are finally ripe. Li Tianran looks down at the glowing crops, knowing this harvest is the key to his next evolution. He gathers the fruit as the system confirms a massive haul of high-tier resources ready for consumption. After one bite, his DNA rewrites itself, granting him atavistic powers and doubling his stats for the coming storm. While the dust settles, a car speeds away with officials believing they've successfully buried their dirty secrets. These trash-tier politicians relax in the back, confident that their status protects them from any real consequences. The man with the mustache scoffs, planning to toss some pocket change at the victims to keep them quiet. His partner agrees, thinking a few fake handshakes and a scripted press conference will fool the gullible public. He can barely contain his disgust, finding it irritating to even pretend to care about the lives he destroyed. The official reminds his cohort that they just need to stay patient until their emperor completes his dark transformation. As he mentions food supplies, a sinister blue glow in his eye reveals he's already far from human. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass cuts through their smug chatter as a cold blade pierces the vehicle. Our boy Li Tianran arrives like a vengeful ghost, his eyes locked onto the monsters hiding behind suits. He lands on the roof with lethal grace, ignoring the congressman's pathetic pleas as justice finally comes knocking. Li Tianran is done playing games, telling these trash-tier officials they have finally run out of luck. He sees the corruption in their eyes and realizes only a bloodbath can cleanse their rotten souls. The car sits wrecked in the woods, a grim monument to the justice our boy just handed out. A nasty mutated insect crawls from the wreckage, proving the cult's rot is spreading faster than expected. The little monster gurgles in the mud, unaware that its brief, pathetic life is about to end. He crushes the bug under his heel, refusing to let even a single trace of mutation escape his sight. To keep his edge, he snacks on a divine tomato, successfully triggering yet another atavistic evolution for his stats. He grinds through the power surge, knowing he needs every bit of strength to survive this hellscape. Feeling bloated from the constant upgrades, he decides to let his body digest the new skills for a moment. Just as he relaxes, his instincts flare up, leaving him dumbfounded as he senses a new threat approaching. Our boy successfully completes a rare evolution, snagging the intelligent brain type and a handy telepathy skill. He finds the mental upgrade interesting, his eyes glowing with the weight of his new psychic potential. He wastes no time testing the ability, sending ripples of mental energy through the damp, quiet woods. Within 10 meters, he easily picks up the simple, flickering life forces of a rabbit and a squirrel. A small bird hops nearby, and he decides to see if he can read its tiny mind. He grabs the bird to test if direct contact makes the mental link any clearer or stronger. It turns out the bird is just a trash-tier glutton, complaining about being hungry for some rice. Realizing he needs a better evolutionary path, he decides to reach out to Lan Ning for help. The narrative shifts to a sterile hospital corridor, far away from the chaos of the forest. A sudden sharp noise breaks the silence of the hallway, hinting at a new threat emerging. Our boy realizes the hospital prisoner was a body double, and immediately contacts his hacker ally. Lan Ning tells him not to worry since she can pinpoint the real target regardless of disguises. A digital map reveals the target is hiding underground, explaining why his senses couldn't find him. Deep within the flooded sewers, a figure in white robes stalks through the dark, damp tunnels. The mysterious figure pauses, sensing that he is no longer alone in the silent, brick corridors. It is the High Priest himself, looking absolutely deranged as he prepares for an inevitable confrontation. Li Tianran strikes with explosive force, determined to end this trash-tier cultist once and for all. The priest just laughs with his jagged teeth, mocking how much faster his opponent has become lately. He barely dodges a lethal blow, realizing this monster is cut from a much more dangerous cloth. Our boy slashes through the priest's defenses, sending a spray of mutated purple blood across the walls. The high priest reels back as purple blood splatters, his face contorted in a mix of agony and madness. Even with a missing arm, the deranged cultist just keeps laughing, clearly having lost his grip on reality. Li Tianran pauses, sensing a sudden chill that tells him this fight is far from over. He swings his katana again, determined to silence the priest's mocking cackle once and for all. Strange black particles begin to swirl around his blade, as the atmosphere in the sewer turns suffocatingly heavy. Our boy raises his weapon, his instincts screaming that a much more dangerous predator is lurking nearby. Something moves with blinding speed, nearly catching him off guard as he struggles to track the new threat. A massive shadow looms behind him, mocking his slow arrival while radiating an overwhelming, mutated pressure. An insectoid mutant reveals itself, apologizing to its master for the delay, while flexing its newly evolved carapace. Facing this high-tier monstrosity, Li Tianran unleashes a massive whirlwind slash to carve out some breathing room. Li Tianran lands firmly, his boots splashing in the murky water as he readies his next move. The insectoid mutant hovers above, watching as our boy prepares to face the cult's final line of defense. The high priest just scoffs, claiming he doesn't even have the energy to punish his subordinate right now. The creature is dumbfounded, unable to believe its holy lord was actually wounded by a mere human. Laughing maniacally, the priest ignores his mangled arm and claims his true evolution is only just beginning. Li Tianran doesn't wait for the transformation to finish, lunging forward with a strike aimed at his throat. His blade cuts through the air, but the priest's aura is already warping the space around them. Suddenly, the bug mutant strikes from the shadows, forcing our boy to defend against two monsters at once. A massive burst of mana erupts as their powers collide, shaking the very foundations of the underground tunnel. Li Tianran leaps back, realizing he needs better control over his frenzy if he wants to survive this. The high priest casually pats his guardian, apologizing for his messy control over the newly hatched swarm. He orders the beast to execute our boy, and the mutant obeys without a second thought. Walking away, the priest decides to keep Li Tianran alive for later, needing a fresh snack post-evolution. He smirks, thinking about how much more nutritious a living sacrifice will be for his twisted hunger. The bug mutant locks onto its target as Li Tianran readies his blade for the incoming clash. Our boy remains silent, his sharp blue eyes tracking every twitch of the monster standing in his way. He realizes there is one thing he absolutely cannot stand in this trash-tier apocalypse. With a burst of speed, he lunges, declaring that he hates nothing more than a villain who brags. Meanwhile, the priest stumbles along the walkway, barely holding his crumbling form together as his strength fades. Desperate and bleeding out, he knows his only hope is returning to the void he calls mother. The high priest decides it is finally time to pupate, his twisted face morphing with sick anticipation. Strands of silk begin to wrap around his failing body as the final stage of his evolution kicks in. A massive, pulsing cocoon forms in the tunnel, radiating a sickly purple glow that signals something monstrous is coming. Inside that shell, the priest's humanity is being ground away to make room for his dark mother's power. Suddenly, a high-tier insectoid mutant lunges at our boy, its speed almost too fast for the naked eye. The creature sneers, telling Li Tianran that he is proving to be quite a difficult pest to squash. It grows frustrated as our boy effortlessly weaves through every strike, seemingly predicting every move before it happens. The monster realizes it can read his mind, claiming to know every thought passing through his head. Li Tianran is dumbfounded when his system confirms the beast is using telepathy to track his every intention. The mutant laughs at his confusion, mocking him for stepping into a fight without knowing his opponent's true nature. The creature taunts him about the girl he found hanging like a sick trophy on a tree. Our boy's blood boils as the memory of that horrific sight flashes through his mind. The mutant catches his blade with bare claws, sparks flying as metal meets reinforced chitin. It sneers at his effort, clearly enjoying the psychological torture it is inflicting on him. Li Tianran snaps back that trash-tier bugs like them belong in the sewer drain. Nearby, the high priest's cocoon pulses with terrifying energy, signaling a monstrous birth. Fine cracks begin to spiderweb across the shell as the transformation reaches its critical peak. Blinding light spills from the fractures, suggesting the priest is nearly done with his evolution. The insectoid mocks him again, asking if a puny human really thinks he stands a chance. Li Tianran doesn't blink, focusing all his strength into the blade to end this nightmare. Li Tianran activates his Eye of Truth, desperately searching for a single weakness in the mutant's armor. He strains against the creature's overwhelming strength, realizing these trash-tier bugs are stronger than they look. The insectoid's compound eyes reflect our boy's face, mocking his struggle as they lock in a deadly stalemate. A dark vision of the cathedral emerges, showing the high priest's early days of gathering high-ranking puppets. The priest tempted a greedy mayor named Wang Dongchuan, promising to elevate him far beyond mere mortality. He flashed a sinister grin, while explaining that human life is nothing compared to the coming evolution. Wang Dongchuan was completely dumbfounded by the offer, his hunger for power blinding him to the obvious trap. He eagerly accepted the deal, failing to realize he was just another sacrifice for a hungry god. A black appendage suddenly forces its way down his throat, beginning a horrific and painful transformation. The priest coldly reminds his new servant that his lord demands a constant feast of young believers. Slime drips from his mouth as the transformation takes hold, forcing out every last drop of his humanity. Wang Dongchuan stands dazed, a glowing core pulsing in his chest as he fully submits to the cult. Within the vision, he justifies his sins, believing that sacrificing innocents like Zhonglin was just business. He views the desperate civilians as mere stepping stones, convinced that this cruel ecosystem demands heartless evolution. Standing over a mountain of corpses, the mayor laughs at the sustenance they provided for his dark ascent. Suddenly, the insectoid mutant shrieks in terror, realizing its deepest, darkest memories have been laid bare. Our boy gasps for air, the mental strain of diving into that trash-tier soul nearly breaking his focus. He quickly downs a high-grade medicinal carrot, the system instantly flooding his tired veins with fresh energy. With his stamina fully restored, Li Tianran smirks and mocks the mayor for being a pathetic coward. The beast is completely dumbfounded, wondering how this human could possibly know the man he used to be. Li Tianran exposes the creature's arrogance, claiming he's seen every selfish thought buried in its dark memories. He then mocks the so-called fruit of hope, calling those bug eggs nothing more than slimy, disgusting waste. Our boy laughs because this isn't true evolution, but a parasitic bug slowly devouring its host's mind. Turns out, the mayor's human soul is being crushed by the weight of the insect's overwhelming consciousness. The beast's primal side is winning the war, drowning out the man's identity in a sea of hunger. If things continue, Li Tianran warns that the mayor's personality will vanish, leaving only a mindless monster. The mutant retorts that he consumed a high-level egg, claiming he is far superior to any lowly ant. He truly believes he's reached a higher state by finally abandoning his weak and useless human body. When he mentions a prince, Li Tianran pauses, realizing the scale of this mutation is far worse. Suddenly, he recalls the high priest's bloodthirsty grin, suspecting the bald lunatic took the same path to power. Our boy's system suddenly blares a warning as a new, powerful presence enters the fray. Before he can react, the mutated mayor lunges with a speed that defies his bulky frame. Li Tianran is dumbfounded by how quickly these parasitic eggs can fully hatch into killers. The beast stares him down, its human consciousness completely swallowed by the hunger of the hive. Suddenly, a second, even more terrifying insectoid emerges from the shadows, signaling that the real nightmare has arrived. The impact sends Li Tianran reeling, his ribs screaming as blood spatters across the cold floor. This new predator moves like a blur, proving that the mayor was just a trash-tier opening act. Our boy is sent flying into the dark water as the cult celebrates the birth of their new prince. The newcomer looks on with cold, calculating eyes, clearly cut from a far more dangerous cloth. The prince sneers at the mayor, calling him absolute trash for failing to finish off a mere human. The prince decides he has seen enough incompetence and prepares to handle our boy personally. The mutated Wang Dongchuan is completely dumbfounded, finally realizing that his human opponent is actually a high-tier evolver. The prince just sneers, calling the mayor a total waste of resources for struggling against a low-level human. Suddenly, the mayor spots something impossible and frantically alerts his superior to the human's strange behavior. Li Tianran chows down on a high-grade medicinal carrot, forcing his mangled arm to violently sprout back. This miraculous display of rapid recovery catches the prince's eye, making him realize this human is truly special. Our boy struggles to catch his breath, knowing these system-grown carrots are powerful but take time to work. He realizes that if these monsters notice his regeneration delay, he will be in some serious trouble. The prince is so impressed by the rapid healing that he suddenly decides killing him now is a waste. He desperately craves those unique genes, but thinks just eating him right away would be way too boring. The prince notes our boy has plenty of secrets and proposes they strike a mutually beneficial deal. Li Tianran keeps his guard up and tells the monster to go ahead and start talking. The creature explains that superior evolved beings must unite since humans are basically walking resources for the strong. He flexes his monstrous claws, claiming only those who have evolved can truly survive this harsh new world. The prince invites him to join his side and conquer the southern territory before the Beast Kings arrive. Despite the tempting offer of power and survival, our boy remains completely unimpressed by the monster's grand speech. The mutant continues rambling about a future where they rule together as gods over the weak and dying. Lee Tianran stays silent for a moment, letting the creature's trash-tier logic hang in the air between them. He tightens his grip on his weapon, retorting that while the speech was fancy, humans aren't just snacks. With a cold glare, he warns the prince that underestimating the human race is a fatal mistake. The prince realizes his offer was rejected, deciding that if a deal is off, then violence is on. He lunges forward with predatory hunger, declaring that our boy will simply become another meal for his evolution. Meanwhile, back at the manor, Li Han suddenly feels a sharp electric jolt of pain through her small body. She collapses in the dirt, leaving Uncle Nan and the evolved black dog completely dumbfounded and worried for her. Gritting her teeth, she claims it is just a temporary chest pain and insists she will be fine. But deep down, the strange palpitations in her heart feel like a dark omen she cannot quite explain yet. Despite the heavy sense of foreboding, she urges everyone to keep harvesting before the next wave of destruction. She forces a smile, determined to grow stronger so she never becomes a burden to her big brother again. Back in the tunnels, the prince screams as he uncovers the secret behind his opponent's seemingly endless stamina. He realizes our boy's rapid regeneration is fueled by those high-tier crops, making him an even more valuable target. The prince is fuming, realizing he just needs to stop our boy from snacking on those magical crops. Li Tianran is clearly at his limit, gasping for air as the exhaustion finally starts to set in. It is a total mess in the tunnels, with the prince pinning our hero down while others lie broken. The former mayor, now a trash-tier insect, pathetically crawls through the muck, begging for his life. He is absolutely desperate, pleading for the prince or their dark god to save his miserable hide. The prince looks down with pure arrogance, demanding to know the secret behind that insane healing factor. He even offers a quick death as a mercy if our boy just spills the beans right now. Suddenly, the hummingbird warriors swoop in, raining down high-precision laser fire to back up their master. The prince is caught off guard by the sudden swarm, wondering why these pests won't just stay down. He laughs it off though, claiming their puny firepower is nowhere near enough to crack his evolved armor. The prince mocks the incoming fire, warning that these stray bullets are more likely to kill the human. Li Tianran just stares back, knowing the danger, but secretly focusing on a much more important goal. Getting annoyed by the constant harassment, the prince compares the drones to noisy flies that won't stop buzzing. He easily brushes off the energy beams, claiming the high-tech weaponry barely even tickles his evolved carapace. This was the distraction our boy needed, signaling the hummingbird warriors to execute the real plan right now. A precision laser strikes the discarded katana, perfectly ricocheting the blade right back toward its master. While the monster is busy swatting at air, Li Tianran reaches out to reclaim his primary weapon. He grips the hilt with iron resolve, feeling the weight of the blade as he prepares a final gambit. Lunging forward, he drives the steel deep into the insectoid's leg, making that blue blood spray everywhere. The prince is left completely dumbfounded, unable to process how a trash-tier human actually managed to wound him. Li Tianran realizes that while the armor is tough, the joints are the perfect weak point to strike. He carves through the insectoid's leg, making the monster howl in agony as blue blood sprays the tunnel. The impact sends them both reeling back, with the creature desperately clutching its mangled limbs in the water. Knowing he's running on fumes, our boy quickly downs a medicinal carrot to kickstart his rapid regeneration. As his wounds knit back together, he prepares to use his remaining seeds to finish this grueling fight. Nearby, the former mayor's mutated body begins to fail him, as his energy reserves hit rock bottom. Wang Dongchuan collapses in a heap, realizing his fresh evolution is useless without any fuel to repair himself. The pathetic creature is consumed by a gnawing hunger, staring blankly as his body starts to fall apart. He pathetically begs the high-tier mutant for salvation, hoping for even a shred of mercy from his superior. The prince just looks down in disgust, declaring the former mayor a useless piece of trash-tier garbage. Wang Dongchuan desperately pleads to be taken to the mother entity, hoping her power can fix his broken form. The prince ignores the pathetic begging, feeling a gnawing hunger after his recent evolution into this superior state. He's in a foul mood because our boy is proving to be a slippery flea that refuses to die. The former mayor realizes with horror that he isn't being rescued, but rather sized up as a snack. He tries to bargain by offering to infiltrate the military police, but his words fall on deaf ears. The high-tier mutant looms over him, completely unimpressed by the trash-tier excuses of a failed experiment. The prince reveals that letting him reach level 3 was just a reward for being a decent delivery boy. Since the mayor failed his latest task, he's now nothing more than a convenient source of emergency calories. Deep within the sanctuary, the dark energy of the Holy Lord begins to pulse with terrifying, ancient power. As the massive cocoon prepares to hatch, the prince envisions a world where his kind finally reigns supreme. The prince decides he's famished and ignores Wang Dongchuan's pathetic pleas, preparing to turn him into a snack. After finishing his meal, the high-tier mutant feels revitalized while our boy frantically stuffs his face with crops. Li Tianran is disgusted by the cannibalism and realizes his atavistic evolution is burning through his limited inventory. The prince sets his sights on Li Tianran, who realizes he only has one precious fruit left. Suddenly, the mutant lunges with terrifying speed, leaving Li Tianran completely dumbfounded by the sheer power gap. Knowing he can't outrun this monster, our boy bites into his final fruit as a last-ditch effort. Their powers collide in a massive shockwave, with Li Tianran gambling everything on this one desperate counterattack. The prince is suddenly caught off guard, his smug expression fading as something feels terribly wrong. Li Tianran glares with cold determination, waiting for the hidden effects of his special crop to kick in. The mutant is horrified to find his body completely paralyzed, realizing too late that he's fallen into a trap. Li Tianran realizes his gamble paid off as his evolution path resets into the legendary rule system. Our boy can't help but smirk, feeling the surge of ancient divine power finally coursing through his veins. This rare branch governs the very laws of the world, from gravity to the momentum of every object. He understands that mastering these fundamental forces is the only way to truly ascend beyond his human limits. Testing his new limits, he finds he can now manipulate gravity within a small radius around his body. By burning through his mental energy, he can expand this field tenfold to catch any monster off guard. The prince suddenly finds himself weightless and helpless, suspended in the air by an invisible, crushing force. Li Tianran doesn't waste a second, unleashing a devastating blow that shatters the air itself. The arrogant mutant coughs up blue ichor, his internal organs screaming under the pressure of the sudden impact. He's completely dumbfounded that a mere level 3 evolver could possess such overwhelming, godlike strength. Li Tianran stares at his hand, feeling the raw, surging energy of his new evolution. He wonders if this is the true potential of the ancient divine path he just unlocked. Even at level 1, our boy can effortlessly suspend shards in the air with just a thought. He realizes that consuming high-tier mana crops will be the key to pushing this power further. With a simple flex of his will, he shatters the floating debris into absolute nothingness. The sheer scale of what this evolution could become in the future is almost impossible to imagine. His heart races with pure adrenaline as he realizes just how wonderful this godlike strength feels. It's an addictive sensation that makes him crave even more power to crush his enemies. Meanwhile, the arrogant prince is forced to his knees, completely overwhelmed by the crushing gravity. The mutant hacks up blue blood, cursing the fact that he's being humbled by a mere human. The prince is dumbfounded, wondering how this human trash tier evolved into a monster in a single heartbeat. His once impenetrable armor is now nothing but scrap metal as he hacks up more of that blue blood. Panic finally sets in for the mutant, realizing that if he doesn't bolt now, he's dead meat. He turns tail and leaps into the shadows, desperate to put some distance between him and our boy. Splashing through the tunnel, he knows his life is on the line if he slows down for even a second. But Li Tianran just watches him with those cold eyes, completely unimpressed by the mutant's pathetic attempt to flee. He starts his pursuit, moving with a calm focus that spells certain doom for his fleeing prey. As his power flares up, he wonders if this bug really thought he could escape his gravity field. The prince pushes his speed to the limit, but the air around him is already starting to feel heavy. With a simple reach of his hand, our boy prepares to ground the high-tier mutant for good. The prince lets out a blood-curdling scream as blue fluid sprays from his shattered, mangled back. Our boy clicks his tongue in annoyance, realizing his gravity control still isn't quite at a master level. He stares down the dark, damp corridor, annoyed that the slippery bug actually managed to scramble away. The empty tunnel feels mocking as the high-tier mutant disappears into the shadows of the underground facility. However, Li Tianran spots a trail of glowing blue blood, knowing his prey won't get very far. Deep within the sanctuary, the prince limps toward the altar while desperately crying out for his mother's help. He collapses in a pathetic heap, apologizing to the void for being such a trash-tier disappointment. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound echoes through the hall, making the mutant freeze in absolute, soul-crushing terror. The wall behind him erupts in a violent explosion of stone as our boy makes a terrifying entrance. Walking through the debris, he realizes this sewer leads straight to the municipal building, explaining their perfect cover. Li Tianran mocks the mutant, noting that the former mayor really picked a perfect hole to crawl into. The prince is visibly shaken as our boy points out the irony of the mayor dying for his cult. Infuriated by the interruption, the bug screams that his precious bonding time with his mother is being ruined. Our boy stands his ground, unfazed by the screeching as he prepares to finish this, once and for all. The prince points toward the dark abyss, claiming that his mother has finally completed her terrifying evolution. A massive, nightmare fuel entity towers over the sanctuary, leaving Li Tianran momentarily dumbfounded by its sheer scale. Disgusted, our boy asks what kind of freakish monster he actually considers to be his mother. The prince loses it, hysterically shouting for him to shut up and show some respect to his creator. He insists she is the most loving mother ever, even if her love involves constant beatings and starvation. He remembers his twisted past, where his human mother's abuse was the only thing that kept him alive. The prince remembers the day he abandoned his human mother, just to save his own pathetic skin. He calls himself a cowardly pig for fleeing, while a swarm of monsters devoured the only person he loved. The guilt of leaving her behind still haunts him, fueling his desperate obsession with finding a new creator. Li Tianran watches the bug's mental breakdown, realizing the creature is completely unhinged and dangerously unstable. The prince snaps, warning our boy not to insult his mother, while his stomach growls for more power. He turns to the massive level 7 queen ant, begging for the energy he needs to keep fighting. Looking up at the nightmare fuel entity, he tearfully calls out to her for one last gruesome favor. The queen ant acknowledges his weakness, deciding that his newly evolved body is the perfect snack for her. The prince opens his arms wide, ready to merge with the monster so they can stay together forever. Realizing the freak is about to be consumed, our boy prepares his gravity field for the coming fallout. The prince lets out a manic laugh, fully embracing his role as a sacrificial pawn for his mother. Suddenly, his body begins to dissolve into a mess of blue energy as the absorption process kicks in. He doesn't even resist as the queen ant's maw begins to swallow his very existence whole. The monster towers over our boy, having reached a terrifying new peak after snacking on her own kin. Li Tianran realizes the situation just went from bad to worse as the two entities merge together. The beast licks its chops, savoring the taste of the prince's evolved DNA while preparing for the main course. A blinding light erupts from the creature, forcing our boy to brace himself for a massive energy surge. Back at the corporate lab, test tubes rattle as the fallout from the tunnel battle reaches the surface. The doctors are losing their minds with joy, celebrating their successful replication of the legendary divine gene. One researcher holds up the glowing blue vial, convinced they finally unlocked the secret to ultimate evolution. The lab geeks are hyped, ordering the immediate injection of the divine gene into Bai Jingyan's failing body. One researcher suddenly pauses, his instincts screaming that something is very wrong with the surrounding atmosphere. They notice the equipment rattling violently, wondering if a massive earthquake is hitting the city right now. Outside, the municipal building becomes ground zero for a seismic event that definitely isn't natural. The military police swarm the skies, desperate to contain whatever nightmare is about to claw its way out. Lan Ning watches from a helicopter, her face pale as she realizes the scale of the impending disaster. The ground finally gives way in a violent burst of concrete, signaling the end of Southern City's peace. Emerging from the wreckage is a level 8 Beast King, the terrifyingly evolved form of the Queen Ant. She begins her rampage, tearing through skyscrapers like they're made of paper, while looking for her next meal. Lan Ning is completely dumbfounded that such a high-tier monster would show its face in the city center. Lan Ning watches the city burn, realizing this disaster is the biggest headline she has ever witnessed. She suddenly spots a civilian helicopter tailing them, looking completely out of place amidst the military response. Our girl snaps at the intruders, demanding to know how these trash-tier civilians got into a restricted zone. The reporter just smiles and explains they are from the local journal, hunting for the ultimate scoop. Lan Ning is absolutely dumbfounded by their stupidity and orders them to retreat before they get vaporized. But the reporter is cut from a different cloth, refusing to miss out on such a legendary shot. Both helicopters bank hard over the ruins as Southern City continues to crumble under the monster's weight. The news crew ignores every safety protocol, accelerating their bird deeper into the heart of the catastrophe. The reporter suddenly spots a blinding glow and tells his partner to lock the camera on the target. A terrifying surge of energy erupts from the rubble, signaling that the Beast King is ready to feast. The news crew pushes their equipment to the limit, desperate to see what is happening in the ruins. The reporter is absolutely dumbfounded when he realizes a human is actually taking on that monster. Our boy is flying through the air, looking completely unfazed by the chaos surrounding him. He realizes that by manipulating his own gravity, he can move in ways no human should. By reducing friction and boosting his attributes, he enters a floating state to close the distance. He knows this technique will speed him up to incredible levels, making him nearly impossible to track. The sheer pressure from his sudden acceleration leaves a massive crater in the wake of his flight. He slashes down with everything he has, knowing that staying airborne is draining his mental energy. Even with his divine evolution stats, He realizes he needs to expand his field to end this. The prince lets out a desperate screech, summoning a swarm of insects to protect his fragile ego. The prince's insect swarm works with terrifying speed, stitching the Beast King's massive wounds back together. Our boy realizes his gravity mastery range is simply too small to deal any lasting damage to this titan. He knows he is burning through energy too fast while the monster continues to heal its broken carapace. He contemplates using field expansion for a final blow, though the mental toll might be his undoing. If he pushes his limits and fails to kill it, he will be left completely defenseless and drained. The thought of falling into a coma mid-battle haunts him, as it would mean certain death for everyone. He grits his teeth against the exhaustion, knowing he cannot afford to hesitate much longer in this fight. Suddenly, a series of massive explosions rock the monster, catching Li Tianran completely off guard. He looks around, dumbfounded, as a voice calls out to him through the smoke and chaos of the city. The military police arrive in helicopters, providing cover fire and telling him to target the creature's brain. Lan Ning screams through the comms that the Beast King's core is hidden right near its brain. Our boy watches the military's barrage peel back the monster's armor, finally revealing its true weakness. He frantically scans the chaos, desperate to find where that trash-tier bug is hiding its life force. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a strange shimmer, and he realizes this is his only shot. Seeing the smaller insects swarming to protect one spot, he knows he has finally found the target. The military police keep the pressure on, raining down hellfire to keep the queen distracted and vulnerable. Li Tianran bets everything on one strike, pouring every ounce of his remaining mental energy into his hand. He triggers his field expansion, prepared to end this nightmare even if the strain breaks his mind. With his stats peaking, he lunges forward like a bolt of lightning to deliver a god-tier finishing blow. A massive shockwave levels the skyline as our boy falls, hoping he did enough to win. Li Tianran plummets from the skyline, his body finally giving out after that insane final move. Just as he prepares for the end, he feels a sudden tension catch his falling, battered frame. The military police move in with precision, snagging our boy in a massive rescue net mid-air. Lan Ning breathes a heavy sigh of relief, realizing they barely managed to save him from certain death. She is completely dumbfounded to find that the mysterious powerhouse who ended the threat is actually her friend. Meanwhile, the dying queen ant screeches in agony as her physical form finally begins to crumble and fade. News reports immediately flood the airwaves, detailing the massive earthquake and the sudden appearance of the beast. Experts estimate the creature's power was off the charts, yet something even stronger managed to put it down. Civilians across the city stare at their screens, wondering what kind of monster could solo a Beast King. All the world sees is a blurred blue light, unaware that our boy just saved their entire civilization. News stations are dumbfounded by the blue blur, debating if it's a secret weapon or a new mutant. Deep in the city's trash-tier alleyways, a hooded figure watches the viral footage with a chilling level of interest. He lets out a sinister chuckle, clearly amused by the chaos our boy left in his wake. With a sharp gaze, the stranger realizes our boy is cut from the same cloth as other high-tier evolvers. Back at the manor, a system alert blares in Li Tianran's mind, warning of an approaching disaster. Our boy finally snaps his eyes open, the weight of his previous battle still heavy on his soul. He finds himself in a recovery ward with a massive 8-hour countdown looming over his head. Sitting up, he groggily questions his surroundings while the system demands immediate upgrades to the manor's defenses. He remembers the total exhaustion that claimed him, thankful he wasn't out long enough to miss the deadline. Looking at the ticking clock, he realizes the second wave of destruction will be far more devastating. Li Tianran processes the grim news that current tech won't survive the third wave of destruction. Our boy quickly pulls up his system interface, needing to check his resources before the clock runs out. He sees a massive point balance and realizes he is just a few steps away from a shelter upgrade. Looking at his depleted inventory, he knows a massive harvest is the only way to secure his home. His eyes land on his blade, wondering if the system can store and enhance his physical gear. He decides to test the theory, attempting to stash his trusty sword into the digital storage space. To his surprise, the weapon digitizes instantly, confirming the system inventory isn't just for trash-tier crops. Seeing the sword listed at level 1, he realizes he can actually power up his real-world equipment. Shaking off the cobwebs, our boy prepares to head back since those crops won't harvest themselves. Meanwhile, Lan Ning looks completely dumbfounded as she monitors the escalating chaos from her tactical station. Li Tianran realizes the hint he got came from Officer Yuan and feels a bit of gratitude. But our boy isn't the type to sit around and wait for a formal thank you. He decides to make a move, leaping straight out of the hospital window into the open air. The window ledge is left empty, marking the spot where he vanished into the city. Yuan Wen and Yuan Yi arrive only to find an empty bed and realize he slipped away. When Yuan Yi asks if they should pursue him, Yuan Wen just tells him to forget it. She knows the military police don't stand a chance at catching someone who soloed a Beast King. While their strongest mutants only have physical buffs, our boy is clearly on a completely different level. They watch the curtains flutter, realizing they can't force a monster like him to follow their rules. Yuan Wen laments their incompetence, remembering how they failed to protect his friend when it mattered most. Yuan Wen insists she will convince her father that our boy has no ill intentions toward humanity. She decides to let him be, eager to see how powerful he will become in this new world. Back at the manor, the heavy security gates finally open as the master of the house returns. Li Han, Uncle Nan, and Black Dog rush out, completely dumbfounded with joy to see him back. Li Tianran scoops up his little sister, feeling guilty for making his family worry so much. The whole crew piles into a massive group hug, finally feeling safe now that their leader is home. He realizes his body is still trashed when their combined atavistic strength nearly crushes his internal organs. Uncle Nan proudly flexes his new muscles, explaining that he woke up with this insane power yesterday. Our boy's system confirms the shocker that both his sister and the old man are now atavistic, evolved. He realizes that while he was out fighting gods, his entire household turned into a squad of monsters. System pings that the crops are ready, so Li Tianran tells the squad it's time to upgrade. He inspects the new camouflage chili peppers, a rare purple tier item that grants total invisibility for 10 minutes. Sitting on the hay, our boy realizes he finally has enough points to pull the trigger on the expansion. The level 2 shelter upgrade is pricey, but it promises better defenses and a brand new mastery skill. With a confident smirk, he confirms the purchase, ready to turn this farm into an impenetrable fortress. Suddenly, the ground shakes as the system force starts the renovation, catching him completely off guard. He sees a grim warning that the second wave of destruction hits in just 3 hours. The system works its magic, preserving his existing property while weaving high-tech reinforcements into the soil. Even the livestock sheds get a massive glow-up, transforming into futuristic structures fit for a top-tier base. As radar towers rise, he realizes his little sanctuary just became the most advanced stronghold on the planet. The system starts weaving high-tech energy into the perimeter, turning simple fences into massive, reinforced defensive walls. Massive automated turrets rise from the ground, ready to turn any intruder into Swiss cheese with futuristic firepower. Li Han, Uncle Nan, and Black Dog stand there completely dumbfounded as their humble home transforms before their eyes. Our little girl is especially hyped to see that the tiny pond has basically become a massive artificial lake. The system confirms the level 2 upgrade is complete, unlocking a military-grade fortress and some top-tier new skills. Looking at the results, our boy worries that this high-tech base is way too conspicuous for his liking. He decides to play it smart and orders the system to mask the fortress's true appearance from prying eyes. With the disguise skill active, the massive stronghold vanishes, looking like the same old trash-tier farm to outsiders. He knows keeping a low profile will save him a lot of trouble from greedy corporate vultures. Beyond the fancy new walls, he realizes he just unlocked a lethal new ability called Life Flaw Mastery. Our boy checks out his new Life Flaw Mastery skill, which lets him see any living being's weakness. He tests it on Black Dog and immediately spots a glowing fatal point on the Guardian's neck. Curious about the catch, he asks the system if there are any limits to this broken ability. The system confirms that every being has a flaw, even the legendary ancient divine types hiding in the shadows. He realizes that, with this power, he can end any fight with a single, well-placed strike. Suddenly, a notification pops up saying the level 4 divine cherry tomatoes are finally ready for harvest. He plans to reset his sister's evolution, so she and Black Dog start feasting on the crops. Li Han feels sick from the power, but he encourages her to keep eating to win the race. The two start a competitive eating contest until the little girl suddenly freezes as the energy peaks. A massive pillar of light erupts from the garden, signaling that the evolution reset is officially underway. Li Han completes her evolution, unlocking magnetic field mastery and the Eye of Truth while floating in mid-air. Our boy is absolutely hyped, cheering her on as she finally stabilizes her brand new, god-tier powers. The energy surge doesn't stop there, as the manor grounds tremble under the weight of a massive awakening. Black Dog emerges as a sacred beast king, radiating a terrifying pressure that proves he's no longer just a pet. Meanwhile, in a cold laboratory, a countdown begins for a second wave of destruction that threatens the world. A nervous doctor checks in on their star patient, wondering if the experimental treatment actually took hold. The patient remains silent for a moment, feeling the raw, unstable power coursing through his newly reconstructed veins. Bai Jingyan reveals his horrific new form, boasting about his extreme speed and the bone armor covering his body. He believes he's finally replicated the divine gene, crowning himself a pioneer in this brutal new era of gods. but the power is too much to handle, and he realizes with horror that the mutation is spiraling out of control. Li Tianran feels a strange vibration as a countdown begins, signaling the arrival of something world-ending. The countdown continues as the very tides of the ocean begin to churn with a violent, unnatural energy. Suddenly, the second wave of destruction hits, lashing a lone warship with purple lightning and reality-warping storms. While Bai Jingyan watches the data, our boy realizes clean water is becoming a myth for all survivors. Across the globe, purple rifts tear through the sky, proving that the apocalypse is just getting started for humanity. Out at sea, the crew of a warship panics as their equipment dies, leaving them blind in the chaos. A terrified sailor rushes to the deck, desperate for the captain to see the nightmare unfolding in the water. The crew stands dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how the world could transform into such a hellscape so quickly. The captain stares in horror at the mutated monstrosities, wondering if every water source on Earth is now poisoned. He can only watch in despair as their vessel floats through a graveyard of massive skeletons and crimson waves. Deep within a high-tech facility, heavy footsteps echo as a mysterious intruder infiltrates the heart of the laboratory. Bai Jingming finally reaches the central chamber, staring at the glowing container that holds the legendary divine gene. He grabs the green vial, surprised that his trash-tier brother actually succeeded in creating such a masterpiece. Suddenly, a jagged, bone-like appendage lashes out, nearly taking his hand off as the vial is sent flying. The intruder recoils in shock, realizing the security in this place is far more lethal than he anticipated. High above, a monstrously evolved Bai Jingyan glares down, demanding to know who has the guts to touch his stuff. Bai Jingming just smirks at the sight, noting that the evolution was a success despite the alarm being triggered. The mutated researcher slams into the floor, demanding to know how his brother even bypassed the safe's encrypted password. Looking down at the struggling monster, the older brother explains that headquarters was right to leave this to him. He gives a chilling smile, mockingly calling the beast his good little brother, while revealing he has official orders. Jingming announces he's seizing all Southern research and orders his brother to report to headquarters immediately. Jingyan looks up in disbelief, wondering if his brother really thinks he can just walk in alone. His eyes narrow as he realizes the situation is rapidly spiraling out of his control. The older brother just smirks, revealing he's actually known about the successful evolution for a long time. Suddenly, tactical soldiers surround the lab as Jingyan demands to know what his brother is really planning. Jingming accuses him of having a hidden agenda, since he kept the successful results a total secret. Jingyan realizes his brother is still the same shameless thief, ready to rob him of his life's work. He scoffs at the idea of happiness, knowing he'll just end up as a lab rat for headquarters. The older brother laughs, noting that since Jingyan experimented on himself, he's now the perfect test subject. He triumphantly holds up the final copy of the divine gene, ready to claim all the glory. Jingming waves his hand, ordering his goons to drag his brother away like a common lab rat. Even the staff are caught in the crossfire, with Lan Ning desperately claiming he's just a simple worker. Jingming just smirks, telling the technician he's far too valuable to the company to let go so easily. He gloats about seizing the entire research institute, demanding Jingyan hand over the divine gene or face consequences. Jingyan grits his teeth, knowing his current body can't possibly tank 20 assault rifles at point-blank range. While he plots a high-speed escape, his brother threatens to break every bone in his body for fun. The trash-tier brother looks on with a twisted smile, enjoying the absolute power he now holds over everyone. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the facility, turning the entire high-tech lab into a chaotic, burning mess. Meanwhile, back at the manor, our boy has prepared a massive barbecue feast that has Li Han drooling. Uncle Nan is totally dumbfounded by the spread, wondering what special occasion prompted such a high-tier meal today. Li Tianran explains he's celebrating their progress by cooking up some high-tier, nutrient-dense ingredients for the family. Hess laid out level 3 and 4 dishes, hoping everyone levels up before the next destruction wave hits. Li Han is ready to dig in, but wonders why their big protector hasn't joined the table yet. Turns out, the Beast King can only revert to his human form if he deactivates his combat mode. Our boy explains that the proud dog actually prefers his beastly look and is already feasting outside. Suddenly, the manor's security system blares a warning about 2 high-speed heat sources closing in fast. He notes the targets are moving at a staggering 38 meters per second, a speed only mutants possess. Li Tianran activates his Eye of Truth to scan the perimeter and see who's crashing the party. His vision locks onto a bloodied figure sprinting toward the manor while carrying someone on his back. Hes dumbfounded to see a mutated Bai Jingyan desperately hauling a terrified Lan Ning toward the manor gates. Bai Jingyan reaches out, but is immediately repelled by the manor's high-tech energy field. Hes stuck at the gates, realizing the invisible wall is far stronger than any trash-tier defense. Panic sets in as he realizes his brother will find him if he stays in one place. Seeing no response, he prepares to limp away, convinced our boy has no intention of playing savior. Just as he gives up, Lee Tianran manifests and notes that he's clearly in a massive mess. Our boy stands tall, looking completely unbothered by the mutated mess currently bleeding on his doorstep. He smirks, asking if the researcher was really going to leave with such a pathetic, disappointed look. With a flick of his intent, the system grants access and the massive gates finally slide open. Bai Jingyan is completely dumbfounded, unable to believe he's actually being allowed into the sanctuary. Li Tianran admits he's only helping because he's genuinely curious about where this unstable evolution leads. Bai Jingyan is absolutely floored, his mind racing as he processes the sheer scale of the sanctuary before him. He remembers this place being a total dump just days ago, but now it looks like a high-tech fortress. Seeing our boy standing there like a boss, he realizes the level of power he is actually dealing with. The researcher can't help but feel a sense of awe at how impossible this transformation truly is. Desperate, he begs Li Tianran to save the girl on his back, promising anything to keep her alive. Our boy isn't a charity case though, and bluntly asks what kind of profit he gets from helping. Bai Jingyan quickly offers up top-secret information, knowing that is the only currency that matters in this hellscape. That catches Li Tianran's attention, and he gives a cold smirk, signaling that the deal is officially on. As they head inside, the tension remains thick while the researcher tries to figure out his host's nature. He eventually asks if our boy controls gravity, wondering how deep the rabbit hole of his powers goes. Bai Jingyan connects the dots, asking if our boy was the one who crushed the city center's Beast King. He explains that the hypergravity compression wounds on the monster match Li Tianran's power signature perfectly. Every detail from the drone footage aligns with the way our boy is effortlessly levitating right now. Li Tianran just smirks, admitting that despite their different views, he's starting to respect the researcher's sharp mind. But as they step further into the manor, the researcher freezes, completely dumbfounded by the sight before him. He is greeted by a literal squad of high-tier evolvers and a beast that dwarfs any mutation he's seen. Little Li Han chirps that the newcomer is safe because his intent light shows up as green to her. The researcher is left reeling, wondering what she means, and if everyone in this place has already evolved. Our boy just shrugs it off, while the researcher struggles to process the impossible speed of their collective growth. He realizes this farm is a statistical anomaly, boasting a perfect mutation rate that even a mountain-sized wolf dog maintains. Li Tianran snaps the researcher out of his daze, demanding he hand over the dying hacker girl immediately. Bai Jingyan complies, feeling a heavy wave of relief and guilt for bringing his dying companion to this sanctuary. Our boy doesn't hesitate to use a glowing medicinal carrot, letting its concentrated essence flow into her system. The girl's condition stabilizes instantly as the manor's high-tier produce works its magic on her shattered, unconscious body. With the immediate crisis managed, Li Tianran tells his guest they simply have to wait for her awakening. While pulling bullets from his own chest, the researcher is dumbfounded that such wounds didn't require complex surgery. Our boy just offers a knowing smirk, making it clear that his methods defy all conventional medical logic. The researcher realizes he is out of his league and quickly apologizes for questioning the master of the manor. Now that things have calmed down, Li Tianran demands a full report on the corporate betrayal they fled. He deduces that the researcher survived by replicating Black Dog's genes to achieve his own perfect mutation state. The researcher reveals a glowing vial containing the second potion of the divine gene he managed to steal. Our boy ponders if replicating other evolutionary types could unlock even greater power, while the researcher explains his escape. Hearing that the head office sent his own brother to capture him, Li Tianran questions their twisted family. Little Li Han is completely dumbfounded, claiming her big brother would protect her from anyone who dared hurt her. The researcher stares in silence, realizing that his own cutthroat family is nothing like this warm, protective bond. He offers a rare, tired smile, and tells the girl she is lucky to have a brother worth cherishing. She happily agrees, her trust in her brother remaining unshakable despite the dark stories she just heard. Watching her brother from a distance, she reflects on how she has relied on him since the very beginning. Her gaze hardens with loyalty, silently promising to stand by him no matter what happens in this cruel world. Li Tianran cuts through the sentiment, asking why a perfect mutant would risk everything for the unconscious girl. Bai Jingyan looks at Li Tianran, completely dumbfounded that someone would actually show him genuine kindness. He flashes back to a loyal subordinate taking a hit for him, claiming he hated owing people favors. That man coughed up blood and died, leaving the researcher with a debt he could never truly repay. Back in the present, he falls silent, realizing his cold worldview is being challenged by this manor's warmth. Our boy Li Tianran admits he originally thought the researcher was just a ruthless, science-obsessed maniac. He gives a small, knowing smile, confessing that it seems he might have actually misjudged the man. But the mood shifts as Li Tianran points out that the corporate head office is already closing in. Bai Jingyan knows they will turn the entire southern side upside down to recover the precious divine gene. Looking at the siblings, he realizes that fleeing with an ordinary person is basically a death sentence now. His original escape plan was trashed by a corporate insider, leaving him with no choice but to adapt. Our boy decides to head for Storm Island, a place that sounds like a total nightmare for anyone sane. It is a literal hellscape in the middle of the ocean, constantly hammered by violent and unending lightning. Positioned right between the three major world powers, this no man's land serves as the perfect place to vanish. Since the terrain is trash tier and lacks resources, the big nations simply let the island rot in isolation. It remains unowned, a desolate rock, where only a few indigenous tribes struggle to survive through basic fishing. These locals live in primitive conditions, completely cut off from the high-tech chaos of the crumbling modern world. Civilization there is incredibly backward, making it the ultimate blind spot for any global corporate surveillance network. Bai Jingyan reveals he secretly built a research base there years ago, keeping it entirely off the grid. He explains how the United Umbrella Corporation and its 5 elite families effectively act as the world's shadow masters. This massive monopoly was internally divided over his divine creation project, which aimed to engineer the ultimate human. While many saw the project as a moral disaster, the elite families only saw a goldmine of potential profit. The Bai, Ren, and Lan families shook hands on a deal that would change the world forever. Bai Jingyan was sent to Southern City under the lie of developing new medicines for the corporate overlords. He confesses he was just an illegitimate son, using their massive resources to fuel his own secret goals. Looking defeated, he admits that his carefully crafted plans were never actually under his control. Li Tianran breaks the silence, offering to personally escort the researcher to the safety of Storm Island. Bai Jingyan is dumbfounded, arguing that the beast-filled oceans and corporate blockades make any boat trip a suicide mission. Our boy just smirks and tells him to follow, cryptically hinting that they won't be needing a boat. They walk across the courtyard together, heading toward a solution the researcher can't even begin to imagine. Their boots click against the stone as they prepare to bypass the corporate net entirely. Li Tianran makes it clear that this isn't charity, as every high-stakes investment requires a maximum return. He reveals a high-tech stealth helicopter, the perfect tool to slip past corporate nets toward Storm Island. Our boy even promises to stock the island with all the lab gear and supplies the researcher needs. Bai Jingyan is dumbfounded, wondering why a former enemy would suddenly offer such a massive, life-saving lifeline. The researcher falls silent, realizing his radical ideas might finally have the backing they actually deserve. He vows that if he makes it, he'll cross any distance to clear the world for his benefactor. They seal the deal with a handshake, a pact between two men who are definitely not trashed here. Meanwhile, at corporate headquarters, a hologram of the big boss scolds his son for letting the target slip. The arrogant heir tries to play it off, claiming he just underestimated how cracked the target's evolution was. He remains confident, believing their total control over the medical industry will eventually force the runaways out. Elder Liang warns that harming the girl from the Lan family would cause political headaches they don't need. Bai Jingming quickly shifts the blame, insisting that any harm she suffers is entirely the traitorous researcher's fault. The patriarch doesn't want to hear excuses and coldly commands his son to just clean up the mess. He then pivots to the rumors of a perfect mutation, demanding to know if the reports are actually true. Turns out, the old man is low-key impressed that his runaway son became the first perfect mutant among them. He even muses that the researcher would have been the perfect heir if his thoughts weren't so deviant. Bai Jingming stands there dumbfounded, feeling the sting of being compared to a brother he considers trash tier. His blood boils and he clenches his fists, realizing his father views him as a second-rate replacement. Desperate to reclaim his status, he gambles his entire future on catching the targets within just 3 days. Once the hologram fades, he immediately orders his staff to bring Ren Xiao in for some intense questioning. Bai Jingyan is putting in work at the farm, showing off those gnarly mutation scars and horns. Our boy Li Tianran watches from the haystacks, thinking how nice it is to have others do the work. Bai Jingyan admits he has been doing manual labor since childhood, which catches the manor owner off guard. While the livestock munch away, he explains he was just an illegitimate child the family ignored for years. Li Tianran realizes the scandalous drama of these high-tier families is actually 100% true. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing with an urgent notification that cuts through their heart-to-heart. He checks the screen and his eyes go wide as he processes the unexpected intel. Li Tianran flashes the screen at his new ally, mentioning he has something very interesting to discuss. Meanwhile, Back at the corporate HQ, Bai Jingming corners Ren Xiao to squeeze her for information. He demands to know everyone his brother met, but she insists there is absolutely nothing special to report. Ren Xiao hands over the data, insisting she had no real connection to the rogue researcher during his stay. Bai Jingming just smirks at her, clearly enjoying his trash-tier power trip, while she finds him absolutely repulsive. He reminds her that this investigation is a direct order from the three families, leaving her no choice. He brings up the stolen divine gene, labeling his own brother a traitor for snatching their ultimate prize. Ren Xiao starts sweating as she realizes the true power of that potion is far beyond her imagination. The pieces finally fall into place as she connects the lab horrors and our boy Li Tianran to human transformation. Bai Jingming warns her to stop asking questions, claiming these high-level secrets aren't for her to explore. He reveals his true goal is finding his brother to finally close the power gap between the ruling families. Ren Xiao scoffs internally, noting that if the powerful Bai family is lost, a small manager like her is clueless. After he insults her standing within the Ren family, she plays the victim just to escape his presence. Ren Xiao leaves the room while the trash-tier Bai Jingming throws one last sexist insult at her back. She flinches as the door slams shut, barely containing her rage at being treated like a mere tool. Standing alone in her office, she realizes she can't just sit back while the world burns around her. Her gaze hardens because she knows exactly who holds the key to this entire mess. She hops into her SUV and dials our boy Li Tianran to initiate a very dangerous conversation. While speeding down the road, she drops the bombshell that she knows the runaway researcher is hiding with him. She warns him not to mistake her rare kindness for weakness as she approaches the manor gates. When she finally arrives, Li Tianran meets her outside, looking completely unfazed by her sudden appearance. She reveals she has proof of the researcher's identity, but hasn't reported it to the corporate higher-ups yet. Suddenly, a lethal strike forces Li Tianran to dodge, as the peaceful negotiation turns into a combat zone. A high-caliber round slams into the dirt, leaving a smoking crater right at their feet. Ren Xiao is completely dumbfounded, frantically scanning the perimeter to find where the hell that sniper is hiding. Her heart sinks as she hears a familiar, arrogant voice, thanking her for leading them straight to the hideout. Bai Jingming strolls out with his trash-tier ego, revealing he has been monitoring her every move from the start. He wears a punchable smirk, mocking her for thinking she could actually outsmart the corporate elite. Suddenly, red laser dots dance across their foreheads, signaling that one wrong move means an instant funeral. He looks down on them like ants, calling everyone garbage, while his snipers keep their fingers on the triggers. He offers Ren Xiao a way out but demands our boy hand over his brother immediately. Looking at Li Tianran's plain clothes, he assumes he is just some broke peasant struggling for supplies. He tries to buy him off with wealth, completely unaware that Li Tianran couldn't care less about his money. Bai Jingming keeps yapping, warning them not to cause trouble with his elite squad of goons. Our boy just listens, disgusted by this noble young master who treats everyone else like trash-tier peasants. Suddenly, the arrogant prick's face drops as he realizes something in the atmosphere has shifted. Before he can react, a hail of fire rains down, turning his well-equipped men into sitting ducks. With his eyes glowing, Li Tianran admits he absolutely loathes arrogant trash, who think they own everything. Turns out his hummingbird warriors were hovering above the whole time, ready to shred the corporate forces. Panic finally sets in as Bai Jingming desperately screams for his snipers to open fire and end this. As the chaos erupts, Ren Xiao dives for cover, while our boy remains eerily calm amidst the lead. The corporate car becomes a useless shield as the high-tech drones continue their relentless aerial bombardment. Even with a bullet flying straight for his face, Li Tianran doesn't even blink, completely unfazed. Li Tianran activates his gravity control, freezing the incoming lead mid-air, while the corporate trash-tier leader freezes in shock. Our boy casually asks Ren Xiao why she's still hiding, while little Li Han floats behind him like a spectral guardian. The little girl admits her powers have limits, but Li Tianran just smiles, knowing she's still growing into her potential. Bai Jingming finds himself paralyzed by an invisible force, realizing too late that he's facing actual perfect evolvers. Ren Xiao finally peeks out, admitting she was just playing it safe because she underestimated just how monstrously strong he was. From above, the hummingbird warriors turn the courtyard into a meat grinder, leaving the corporate goons with nowhere to run. The arrogant prick loses his mind, screaming that Ren Xiao must have been playing him for a fool this entire time. Drenched in cold sweat, he desperately demands to know exactly when she caught onto his pathetic little scheme. Standing tall, she explains that she's always been on guard, knowing Head even plant bugs on his own family members. Turns out she secretly swapped phones with a colleague to tip off Li Tianran and set this entire trap. Our girl Li Han watches as the trash-tier heir starts trembling under the weight of his own fear. A jagged bone blade suddenly bites into his neck, making it clear his life is no longer his. Turns out Bai Jingyan is the one holding the blade, looking every bit the monster his brother created. Ren Xiao stands by, coldly noting that money and status mean absolutely nothing in this brutal new world. The cornered prick starts screaming about family consequences, still trying to hide behind a name that can't save him. She just smiles and asks if the Bai family would even care about an heir who simply disappears. Dumbfounded, he listens as his brother reminds him that they both carry the same powerful blood in their veins. The heir turns frigid as the realization hits him that he is no longer the one in control here. Bai Jingyan explains that by removing the favorite son, he becomes the only option left for their father. He desperately shouts that a bastard could never be recognized, but his voice is full of pure terror. Bai Jingyan presses the blade deeper, making it clear that his brother's life isn't his to decide anymore. Jingming tries to hide behind their father's name, but the monster behind him isn't listening to threats anymore. Having lost everything, our boy realizes he has nothing left to fear from a family that abandoned him. He declares that he is the true legacy of the Bai family, before unleashing a final, lethal strike. With one swift motion, the arrogant heir is reduced to nothing more than a bloodstain on the dirt. His eyes glow with a cold, predatory light, as the weight of his vengeance finally settles in. Walking away from the carnage, he asks Ren Xiao which direction he should head to find the rest. He spots a glowing phone on the corpse and decides it's time to have a little family chat. The call connects to their father, and for a second, the silence on the line is absolutely deafening. Bai Jingyan coldly tells the old man he is sorry to disappoint him before cutting the connection. Bai Jingyan scoffs at his father's fake concern, knowing the old man only plays the parent card for leverage. Standing over the bloody remains, he coldly informs his father that the family's precious heir is officially dead. Elder Liang is absolutely dumbfounded that his discarded son actually had the guts to commit such a brutal fratricide. Our boy reminds the old man that he hasn't considered himself part of that trash-tier family in over a decade. He threatens to leak their secret research to rival corporations if they don't stop their pathetic pursuit of him. With a twisted grin, he points out that he is now the only choice left to inherit the legacy. The old man's screams of pure rage through the phone only serve to fuel our boy's dark, vengeful satisfaction. He warns that if they choose revenge, he will personally ensure every single person named Bai is utterly erased. He envisions a future of total destruction, promising to leave his enemies with nothing but death without burial. Walking away from the carnage, he gives a final mock farewell to the old man before cutting the connection. Bai Jingyan cuts the connection, leaving his father with a final warning about the family's grim survival. Suddenly, a helicopter descends through the digital haze, signaling that their extraction has finally arrived. Lan Ning waves from the cockpit, clearly relieved to see her boss survived the brutal encounter. Wiping blood from his face, Bai Jingyan asks if a man like his father would ever compromise. Li Tianran explains that power-hungry trash-tier leaders only value profit, even over their own children. Bai Jingyan realizes his father is far too cowardly to ever abandon his seat of authority. Our boy simply nods, knowing the cold, calculating logic of corporate monsters better than anyone. He notes that the Bai family's obsession with revenge will actually keep the manor's location hidden. Ren Xiao approaches the group, looking absolutely dumbfounded by the absolute slaughter left in their wake. She can barely process the scene, realizing she is now entangled with truly dangerous, cold-blooded evolvers. Bai Jingyan clenches his blood-stained hand, his mutated body still pulsing with the adrenaline of the recent kill. Ren Xiao admits she played a part in the brother's death, effectively tying her fate to these monsters. Bai Jingyan remains skeptical, wondering why a corporate high flyer would risk everything to help a mutated freak like him. He warns her that keeping Li Tianran's identity a secret is the only way they all survive this. While Ren Xiao fumes at the lack of trust, our boy steps in, telling his ally to let her speak. She takes a deep breath, deciding that a risky gamble with them is better than corporate backstabbing. Thinking back on the pathetic gender biases of the great families, she realizes they are all just tools. Her true goal is the top spot, wanting to see the look on those old men's faces when she reigns. She looks forward to the day the unwanted children finally tear down the trash-tier hierarchy of the elite. Bai Jingyan can't help but smirk, finding her ruthless ambition surprisingly refreshing in this dying world. A helicopter roars over the burning remains of the facility, leaving nothing but ashes and smoking ruins behind. Looking down at the inferno, it is clear our boy did not leave a single scrap of evidence. Lan Ning pilots the craft, impressed by how thoroughly every trace of their infiltration has been wiped from existence. He turns to Bai Jingyan, wondering if the mutated researcher really just agreed to Li Tianran's strict demands. Bai Jingyan stares out into the distance, his mind racing with the weight of the deal he just struck. Earlier, our boy made it clear he won't tolerate unethical experiments, forcing the researcher to modify his program. While the old world's laws seem naive now, Bai Jingyan knows he needs rules to keep from becoming a monster. Lan Ning just smirks, noting that in this hellscape, they will never run out of trash-tier subjects for research. As they fly toward the horizon, they part ways with a promise to meet again at the very top. Meanwhile, the rest of the world descends into a red-tinted nightmare, as massive warships engage in a desperate struggle. The ocean turns into a slaughterhouse as the fleet's heavy artillery shreds through a swarm of mutated sea beasts. With Sea Area 50 finally cleared, the command orders a continuous patrol to keep the blood-red waters secure. Despite the victory, the ship captain looks uneasy, while the young sailor wonders why he isn't celebrating their success. The sailor worries that even if they hold the coast, monsters could slip into cities through hidden underground waterways. The ship captain cuts through the optimism, asking if his subordinate noticed the bizarre behavior during the last assault. He points out that these trash-tier monsters weren't just hungry. They were carrying out coordinated, suicidal strikes in unison. Looking at the tactical display, they realize the beasts moved in a rhythmic sequence, as if being directed. The ship captain drops a bombshell, suggesting these aren't just mindless animals anymore, but an organized ethnic group. The sailor is completely dumbfounded, sweating at the thought of monsters building a full-blown civilization in mere days. As they watch the chaos unfold, the ship captain grimly notes that calling it a civilization is an understatement. The ocean has turned into a literal hellscape of twisted metal and black smoke as the monsters swarm. Our boy at the helm realizes these phased attacks are way too organized to be just animal instinct. The young sailor is sweating bullets, feeling like the creatures are actually downloading their combat data in real time. The captain grimly notes that the enemy is hunting for flaws in their defense, like a pro gamer. It turns out the Beast Kings have brains that match human intelligence, making them the ultimate apex predators. The crew can only hope their gut feelings are wrong, or else the world is basically a goner. Just then, a messenger sprints in with a high-priority alert straight from the Ministry of National Security. Colonel Meow grabs the report, his face turning to stone as he realizes the situation just got worse. The telegram orders a full military integration, effectively putting the entire country under martial law within 3 days. All eyes turn toward the southern side of Handong, the next designated war zone in this crumbling world. Meishi Town looks peaceful under the moonlight, but the silence is just a prelude to a total bloodbath. Suddenly, the asphalt splits like wet paper as something massive and hungry claws its way to the surface. A level 1 Beast King finally emerges, ready to turn this quiet neighborhood into its personal buffet. Inside a nearby house, a man wakes up feeling groggy, completely unaware that his life is basically over. His wife sits up in a cold sweat, claiming she hears a strange scratching sound outside their window. He just brushes it off as a hunger-induced hallucination, acting like a total clown while trying to sleep. Turns out her gut was right, when a massive, reptilian eye suddenly stares them down through the glass. In an instant, the town becomes a literal hellscape as the monster begins its savage midnight massacre. Back at headquarters, the captain reviews the grim data, showing 5,000 people were slaughtered overnight. The remaining survivors trudge through the snow, praying the evacuation center isn't just another trap for the weak. The government orders a mass evacuation, herding everyone into shelters like cattle, while guards keep a close watch. These poor souls are reduced to scavenging for scraps, barely surviving on whatever trash-tier rations they can find. Suddenly, an alarm blares at the farm as a massive atavistic Prussian crocodile decides to crash the party. Our boy Black Dog doesn't hesitate, lunging forward to intercept the beast before it can touch the manor. The oversized lizard just laughs, thinking Black Dog is some tiny snack that will get stuck between its teeth. It starts acting like a total clown, declaring itself the new king while drooling over the prospect of food. Little does it know, Black Dog is a berserk killing machine, with a fatally flawed brain and terrifying stats. Li Tianran looks down in disgust, calling the beast a shapeless mountain of flesh unworthy of any title. The crocodile is completely dumbfounded, realizing too late that it just picked a fight with the wrong neighborhood. Standing right on its head, Li Tianran tells his loyal guardian to turn this trash into tonight's dinner. Li Tianran smirks as Black Dog goes into a frenzy, ready to finally shred the intruder. Little Li Han is already drooling, her eyes glued to the prospect of a high-tier beast feast. She asks if the meat is ready, but Li Tianran tells her to be patient while he cooks. The massive Beast King carcass lies nearby while the group huddles around a cozy, fragrant campfire. Li Tianran tells his sister to wait a bit longer. Even though everyone is clearly starving, he offers a raw slab to Black Dog first, making Li Han pout about him being biased. He just pinches her cheek, reminding her that their guardian doesn't need his meat cooked like she does. Our boy starts planning how to use every part of the beast, from leather shoes to medicinal powder, With 10 tons of meat available, he figures Black Dog is set for at least the next 10 days. Finally, the stew is done, and it looks like a meal fit for the apocalypse's elite. Li-Han stuffs her face, absolutely blown away by the incredible taste of the Beast King stew. Our boy notices the meat is tender as jade, far outclassing the trash-tier livestock he usually raises. Suddenly, a surge of energy blooms within him, like a glowing tree of pure power. His system confirms the boost, showing his stats climbing as his evolutionary specialties reach new heights. He realizes that devouring high-level beast meat is a shortcut to opening new paths of evolution. He notes that fusing with similar species is even more powerful than consuming different ones. Our boy sits back, finally understanding why that insectoid prince cannibalized its own kind for strength. A chilling thought hits him as he realizes evolver flesh can empower other evolvers. He envisions a hellish future where desperate survivors abandon their humanity to feast on one another. The weight of this discovery leaves him dumbfounded, fearing the day morals vanish for power. Li-Han and Black Dog play happily, proving that even in this trash-tier world, the manor remains a sanctuary. Watching them, our boy realizes he needs to expand his power while strictly vetting any new potential allies. Meanwhile, the military police are losing their minds because that level 5 Beast King has completely vanished. The scouts report that the trail just stopped, as if the massive creature was erased from existence. Yu Cheng is dumbfounded, wondering how a beast without wings could possibly leave no traces behind. As they scour the cracked pavement, the lack of evidence makes these seasoned soldiers feel utterly helpless. Finding shattered scale armor changes everything, suggesting that an even bigger predator might be on the loose. The realization that something hunted a Beast King sends a cold shiver through the entire search party. Even though he's hacking up a lung, Yu Cheng refuses to rest until the threat is neutralized. Hes cut from a different cloth, choosing to die on his feet rather than hide like a coward. Yu Cheng is literally coughing up blood, but he tries to hide how bad it's really getting. He tells Yuan Wen it's just an old injury, and he's proud to burn out for his country. Yuan Wen stops worrying for a second to report that something suspicious is happening in the nearby sector. She points out that while the area is desolate, a farm just 3 kilometers away shows human activity. Yu Cheng finds it abnormal that a farm so close to the Beast King's rampage remains completely untouched. Yuan Wen starts putting the pieces together, her mind racing as she considers the owner of that farm. Suddenly, it clicks, and she realizes there is only one person capable of such a crazy feat. Without wasting another second, they hop into their tactical jeep to go and verify her hunch. As they speed away, she can't help but wonder if our boy Li Tianran is responsible again. Far away, a massive surge of blue energy erupts, signaling that the real chaos is just beginning. Li-Han pushes her limits, her eyes glowing as she manipulates the magnetic field with raw, surging intensity. She focuses every ounce of her will, though the mental strain of such power is clearly taking a toll. After a successful landing, she collapses in exhaustion, realizing that training is far from a fun game. Our boy checks the system and notes that her brainwave control is finally reaching a higher level. He promises her a fried chicken feast, encouraging her to go play with the massive wolf standing nearby. She happily chases the Beast King around the yard, treating the literal god of predators like a common puppy. Li Tianran realizes that while her skills didn't jump, her mental strength is skyrocketing from the meat. He ponders the connection between her mental attribute and the raw power of the brainwaves she emits. The system reveals a hierarchy where divine types sit at the peak, far surpassing the standard atavistic evolvers. This divine hierarchy creates an unshakable suppression, ensuring the elite types always stay ahead of the common trash. Li Tianran compares his loyal wolf to the massive trash-tier Beast King he recently turned into dinner. Our boy realizes ocean beasts are far deadlier since they've been cannibalizing each other without any human interference. He breaks out in a cold sweat, imagining the sheer terror of an intelligent or divine ocean type. If land beasts were a problem, an ancient divine sea serpent would be a literal world-ending nightmare. He knows he has to stay ahead of the curve before these monsters decide to crawl onto the shore. Luckily, their massive size makes land travel impossible for now, without the ocean's buoyancy to support their weight. This gives humanity a small window to breathe, but he knows they must upgrade their power levels immediately. Turning back to the yard, a wild and slightly insane plan starts forming in his mind. He wonders if he can capture a Beast King and farm it like livestock for an unlimited meat supply. Li Tianran stands in the yard, calculating the diminishing returns of high-tier meat on his stats. He remembers how that 10-ton Prussian crocodile only boosted Black Dog's data by a measly 3 times. Our boy sighs, realizing there is no easy cheat code to bypass the grind of this brutal world. Suddenly, a series of high-pitched meows echo through the manor, catching him completely off guard. He looks around with a dumbfounded expression, wondering where on earth a cat could have come from. Turns out, Li Han is forcing the massive sacred beast king to act like a common house cat. The little girl is having the time of her life, treating the world's deadliest guardian like a toy. Li Tianran immediately puts a stop to the madness, grabbing her by the hair in utter disbelief. She just pouts and says she is following his advice to find creative new ways to pass time. The massive beast is stuck meowing like a kitten because Li Han hacked his brain for some cartoon-inspired entertainment. Our boy isn't amused and sternly demands she immediately fix the mess she made of their guardian's mind. She pouts about him being a total killjoy, but finally uses her magnetic powers to restore the wolf's memory. The sacred beast king finally snaps out of it, looking completely dumbfounded by his own recent feline behavior. Suddenly, his predatory instincts flare up as he catches a strange, pungent scent drifting through the cold mountain air. Li Tianran notices the sudden shift in atmosphere and asks if something is actually wrong this time. The massive wolf ignores the chatter and focuses entirely on the approaching threat lurking just outside the manor. Li Han chirps that their guardian has sniffed out some fresh, high-tier snacks wandering into their neighborhood. Turns out a pack of giant mutated crabs with iron-hard shells is currently busy shredding a tactical vehicle. Giant mutated crabs swarm the path, making the driver wonder why these sea-dwelling freaks are invading the mainland. Bullets just spark off their iron-hard carapaces, proving that standard firepower is basically trashed here against these evolved beasts. Realizing their rounds are useless, the tactical officers desperately decide to aim for the monster's exposed eye stalks. One officer fires with trembling hands, knowing that a single mistake means they'll end up as crab food. A lucky shot splatters green ichor, but the creature simply retracts its eye to avoid any real damage. As they try to floor it, they realize the crab heals instantly and is already resuming its relentless pursuit. Suddenly, a massive pincer slams into the vehicle with enough force to crush solid steel like it's paper. The heavy truck is sent spinning through the air, leaving the crew inside completely dazed and helpless. Their ride finally flips and crashes into the dirt, leaving them as sitting ducks for the approaching swarm. Dazed and bloodied, the tactical officers struggle to regain consciousness inside the mangled remains of their flipped truck. Outside, the massive mutated crab looms over the wreckage like a nightmare, ready to finish what it started. Knowing they are sitting ducks, the pair desperately scrambles out of the debris before the beast can strike again. The blue-haired officer glances back, her heart sinking as she realizes the monster is already preparing to lunge. Her partner urges her forward, insisting they cannot let their fallen comrade's sacrifice be for absolutely nothing. They bolt toward the tree line, but the giant crab is right on their heels, its pincers clicking in anticipation. The creature's armored legs tear through the earth, proving that its massive size does not make it less agile. Pushing their bodies to the limit, the survivors sprint through the forest, praying the dense trees provide some cover. Suddenly, a shadow falls over them, and they realize the night is far from over as something lunges. Yuan Wen looks back in pure terror, realizing the nightmare has finally caught up to them. Just as the pincer drops, Yu Cheng lunges forward and shoves her out of the way. She screams his name in horror as the heavy impact echoes through the silent, snowy woods. The force sends him tumbling through the air, his body broken by the beast's overwhelming strength. He lies there gasping for air, having traded his own life to give her a fighting chance. She stares at him in total despair, her spirit breaking as the monster looms over her. The crab prepares its final strike, and for a second, it looks like it's game over for her. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy freezes the pincer midair, leaving the officer completely dumbfounded. Our boy Li Tianran steps onto the scene, shattering the claw and casually greeting his old acquaintance. Li Tianran arrives just in time, his presence alone causing the massive crustacean to explode into green gore. Yuan Wen looks up in terror as a massive, glowing wolf looms over the battlefield like a literal god. Still clutching the dying Yu Cheng, she desperately warns our boy about the monster standing right behind him. Li Han just giggles and tells her that the big wolf is actually a friend, while it shreds the crab. A blinding pillar of energy vaporizes everything in its path, proving these trash-tier monsters never stood a chance. The poor officer is left completely dumbfounded, unable to process the sheer scale of the power she is witnessing. The once terrifying beast is reduced to a heap of cracked shell and leaking fluids in a matter of seconds. Li Tianran activates his gravity mastery, but feels let down that this is just another useless male crab. Little Li Han starts demanding a gourmet meal, while our boy instructs the wolf to harvest the beast's heart. Li Tianran watches as Yuan Wen desperately tries to keep the dying Yu Cheng from fading away. The old soldier insists his life was a small price to pay for the young officer's safety. Yuan Wen refuses to let him go, promising that our boy's speed can get them to help. Yu Cheng just smiles weakly, telling her to save the precious medical resources for the younger generation instead. Our boy is genuinely surprised to find out this humble, dying man, is actually a member of parliament. The officer snaps at him to stop gawking and start helping before the man's time runs out. She even offers a massive favor from the military police if he just saves this one life. Lee Tianran tells her to dry her eyes because he won't let a good man die today. He pulls out a glowing level 4 divine cherry tomato, instructing her to feed it to him. Yuan Wen stares at the fruit, convinced our boy has finally lost his mind in the apocalypse. She screams that a simple tomato can't possibly close a fatal wound or stop a man from dying. Our boy just sighs, thinking she is way too noisy for someone who is also half dead. He activates his system vision, realizing the stubborn officer is actually operating on pure adrenaline and grit. Turns out she has internal fractures and a concussion, making her survival a literal medical miracle. Without a word, he pulls another glowing level 4 divine cherry tomato from his spatial inventory. He forces the high-tier crops down both their throats, not giving them any room to complain. Yuan Wen reflexively swallows, her eyes nearly popping out as the concentrated mana hits her system. Suddenly, a searing heat spreads through her veins, making her feel like her blood is boiling. The divine energy begins knitting her broken bones back together as the rapid healing process takes over. Yuan Wen is dumbfounded as the divine energy surges, realizing her body is changing in ways she can't comprehend. She tries to call out, but the sheer intensity of the forced evolution leaves her gasping for air. Her system finally redlines from the strain, and she collapses into a deep sleep to let the repairs finish. Our boy watches them drop while Li Han wonders if the evolution failed because they look half dead. He explains that a weak body enters a dormant state to survive the massive strain of a first evolution. Since he used high-tier divine fruit, their chances of successfully becoming atavistic types are actually quite high. His system confirms the success, tagging the officer with extreme speed and her mentor with a reinforced physical frame. Despite their potential, he tells Li Han to wipe their memories since they belong to the official side anyway. The little one realizes these common types aren't worth the trouble of recruiting to their secret manor. He just smiles and pats her head, impressed by how quickly her intelligent brain is developing. Li Tianran worries about sea creatures invading and knows they need more evolved soldiers to survive the future. He puts his faith in the official selection system to find the best candidates for the coming war. Li Han finishes rewriting the officers' memories, ensuring their secret manor stays off the grid for now. Our boy tells her and the black dog to haul the crab meat home while he handles some business. He promises a killer crab casserole later before vanishing into the woods to finish his work. Meanwhile, a heavy-duty helicopter descends over the city as the military finally starts making its move. Yuan Yi and his partner wait on the roof, looking like they're expecting some serious trouble to land. A naval officer named Miao Yu steps out, looking sharp and ready to take over the local mess. He salutes the police and announces he's the new military administrator sent to lock down the southern side. He flashes a top-secret order, officially taking command of all operations and moving in 2 full regiments. Miao Yu turns to the local cops, his curiosity piqued by some rumors he heard earlier. Hess heard whispers about 2 high-level evolvers, whose power levels completely dwarf the usual trash-tier recruits. Since most military evolvers are barely a few times stronger than humans, he's dying to meet these anomalies. Yuan Yi just gives a tired smirk and tells the commander to follow him into the facility. They head deep into the high-tech bowels of the bureau, where the real secrets are kept under lock. Suddenly, a massive boom echoes through the hall, nearly making the fresh-faced administrator jump out of his skin. Yuan Yi just sighs and rubs his head, clearly used to this chaotic daily routine. He plays it off as nothing serious, urging the group to keep moving toward the source of the noise. They reach a viewing deck, where a massive mutated beast is currently trying to smash through reinforced nanoglass. Miao Yu watches in total shock as he learns about the latest research on mutant beasts and super-strong glass. Yu Cheng is back on his feet, but his new atavistic strength is clearly too much for the lab equipment. Miao Yu is dumbfounded seeing a human sprout literal bone armor, realizing the military's tech is way behind. This level of physical mutation is unheard of among the standard grunts the commander usually deals with. Turns out our boy Yu Cheng has stats that break the scale, including a terrifying 3-minute berserk mode. The commander is intrigued by this blood rage ability, but he's even more desperate to find the second masterpiece. Suddenly, a playful voice drops from above as Yuan Wen decides to make a flashy, upside-down entrance. The sudden appearance of another high-tier evolver nearly gives the poor naval officer a heart attack. She gracefully flips through the air like gravity is just a suggestion, showing off her insane atavistic agility. Our girl recognizes him as the man stepping into her father's shoes, and greets him with a smirk. She stands tall, admitting that his reputation has definitely preceded him in these high-security circles. Yuan Wen moves with such blinding speed that the commander can barely track her with his eyes. Miao Yu is completely dumbfounded because he couldn't sense even a flicker of her presence before she appeared. He formally greets Yuan Wen, acknowledging her as the Southern Side's perfect evolver, specializing in total stealth. She humbly admits her skills are for small fry, but a Beast King's armor needs real destructive power. The commander agrees that taking down a massive beast with a single punch is a truly terrifying feat. Suddenly, our boy Yu Cheng walks in, wondering if they were just gossiping about his legendary strength. He stands there looking like a total tank, while the professor keeps a sharp eye on his vitals. Miao Yu introduces himself as the new military administrator and shakes hands with the physical-type powerhouse. However, he is deeply suspicious about how they both suddenly developed these super-evolutionary abilities out of nowhere. He reveals they were found unconscious at the station with broken cameras, suggesting a mysterious man-made setup. Our boy Yu Cheng and Yuan Wen both admit their memories are totally blank after their recent injuries. Miao Yu notes that tracing their evolutionary origins could massively boost the military's overall power. Professor Nan chimes in, saying they already have 2 walking gene banks right in front of them. He explains that the higher-ups approved small-scale human experiments to replicate these elite evolutionary genes. However, the old man warns that the cost of mass-producing these evolvers is absolutely insane. Between specialized weapons and the crumbling national budget, finding the cash won't be easy. Miao Yu promises to push his superiors for every cent, knowing how vital this program is. He is clearly stressed because sea beasts are hitting the shorelines way more often lately. If they do not get more super soldiers soon, a full-scale invasion will leave them completely defenseless. Meanwhile, deep in the Mariana Trench, something massive and hungry is already starting to wake up. Deep in the blood-red abyss, the ocean's real nightmares are finally waking up from their long slumber. Schools of mutated predators swarm through the trench, sensing the shift in the world's energy. In the center of this chaos stands a lone merman, looking like the king of this underwater hell. This sea evolver flashes a jagged grin, clearly satisfied with how his monstrous pets are developing. He lets out a chilling roar that ripples through the deep, signaling the start of the invasion. Suddenly, a Titangent-class mutated beast rises from the darkness, making even the other monsters look like trash-tier snacks. The merman stares at the colossal serpent, realizing this beast is the key to drowning the surface world. To fuel this nightmare, he digs his claws into his own chest without even flinching. He pulls out a glowing core, the pure essence of his mutation pulsing with terrifying power. By offering his own life force to the Titan, he is preparing to unleash a true apocalypse. The core's energy is so intense it turns the deep sea into a glowing crimson graveyard. It erupts through the surface, carrying the merman's final sacrifice into the night sky. High above the sleeping city, the orb hangs like a beautiful but deadly second moon. Suddenly, the core shatters into thousands of glowing fragments that rain down upon the urban sprawl. This isn't a miracle. It's a parasitic invasion of trash-tier monsters disguised as a light show. One of these glowing seeds thuds against a high-rise balcony, signaling the start of the end. A confused resident heads to his window, wondering what that strange tapping sound could possibly be. He stares at the floor, dumbfounded by the sight of a wriggling, purple mass of flesh. Turns out, this disgusting thing is a planarian branch from a divine descendant sea monster looking for a host. As the tissue pulses and a slit opens, it's clear the apocalypse has finally reached the city's doorstep. The parasitic fragment snaps its eye open, finally waking up to claim its first urban victim. Before the resident can even blink, the trash-tier creature lunges and latches onto his face like a leech. He collapses in total agony as the virus begins aggressively rewriting his DNA into something monstrous. His skin turns a sickly blue, while his human consciousness is slowly drowned out by a primal hunger. Standing up as a hollow puppet, he starts rambling about finding a king to lead his new kind. A third eye splits his forehead open, giving him a twisted new perspective to serve his master. He isn't alone, as dozens of newly turned monsters stand in the rain, sharing the same dark mission. Meanwhile, back at the manor, Li Han reaches into a basin to handle a mutated aquatic specimen. Our boy watches from the side, curious to see how his sister plans to handle the strange creature. She focuses her magnetic field mastery, ready to see what secrets this little monster is hiding inside. Li Han lifts the creature, her eyes glowing as she initiates a deep mental link with the beast. The creature splashes back into the water, leaving her breathless from the sudden surge of alien thoughts. Our boy steps in, asking what she managed to pull from the creature's twisted mind. She realizes the fish is terrified, its memories bleeding into hers through their synchronized magnetic fields. Li Tianran knows her brain-type evolution lacks raw power, but offers utility his own system can't match. He tells her to take a breather, but his sister is far too stubborn to quit just yet. She dives back in, forcing her consciousness to mesh with the creature's frantic energy once more. The strain is immense, and sweat beads on her forehead as she pushes past her mental limits. Suddenly, she screams in agony when a massive, dark presence violently retaliates against her mental intrusion. A terrifying vision of a sea evolver flashes through her mind, proving some monsters are better left alone. Lee Tian-ran braces against the psychic backlash, terrified that his sister has bitten off more than she can chew. The mental explosion sends the poor girl reeling, her small frame no match for such a high-tier presence. Li Han coughs up blood as her consciousness fractures, the weight of the monster's memory proving far too heavy. Our boy lunges forward with everything he has, desperate to catch her before she hits the deck. He secures her in his arms, but the look in her eyes tells him she's seen something truly hellish. A vision of the sea evolver manifests, a blue-haired nightmare that seems to rule over the deep's madness. Its predatory gaze is chilling, proving that some evolvers are built for nothing but slaughter and conquest. Trembling, the girl gasps out that she felt the killings and the bottomless horror lurking in the distance. She explains how the sea is teeming with violent brainwaves, a hive mind of pure, chaotic insanity. Li Tianran tries to comfort her, but she's convinced the monster actually saw her through the link. Li Tianran is visibly shaken, realizing that his sister's mental probe might have backfired completely. He desperately tries to recall any intel on the monster that just stared back through the mental link. Meanwhile, the sea evolver lounges in the red depths, fascinated by the sudden taste of a human mind. The creature is stunned by the raw power of the brainwaves it felt coming from the surface. It can't believe a human child is capable of such high-tier mental output in this trash-tier world. Deeming her the potential king of mankind, the monster emits a pulse to mobilize its hidden forces. In the city, the Sea Tribe's servants respond to the call, their mutated bodies twitching with new purpose. These blue-skinned puppets begin their search, driven by the singular command to find the little human girl. The monster grins with sharp teeth, eager to personally challenge the one who dared to peek into its domain. As the mindless residents roam the streets, the manor's safety feels more fragile than ever before. One of the blue-skinned puppets chokes a civilian, desperately hunting for the little girl the master craves. It tosses the body aside in frustration, realizing this trash-tier human isn't the powerful target it needs. Suddenly, a blade pierces the creature's skull before it can even register the presence of a predator. The puppet's head is crushed with a sickening crunch as the unseen attacker strikes with lethal precision. White streaks of light blur through the city as a high-speed evolver cleans up the infested streets. Yuan Wen intercepts another group of puppets, her atavistic speed making her a ghost among the ruins. She carves through the Sea Tribe's servants effortlessly, proving they are no match for her enhanced agility. After the slaughter, she calmly reports that the puppets in Area D have been completely wiped out. Just as she prepares to move on, a sudden tremor in the air leaves her completely dumbfounded. A massive explosion erupts right in front of her, signaling that a much bigger threat has finally arrived. Yuan Wen stands over the wreckage, noting that Area F is finally cleared of those trash-tier puppets. Yu Cheng grabs a survivor, but the creature just sneers about finding a little girl before losing its mind. The two elite evolvers coordinate their next move, agreeing that they need a live sample for the lab. Yu Cheng patches through to the professor, reporting the strange, repetitive gibberish the puppets keep chanting during the cleanup. Back at the base, Professor Nan monitors the feed, his brow furrowing at the mention of a human king. Even the fastest evolvers realize these mindless drones are being puppeted by something far more sinister and calculated. The professor's gut tells him something is wrong, fearing that a massive disaster is brewing just beneath the surface. Meanwhile, the manor is smelling like a five-star restaurant as the giant crab legs finally start to bubble. Our boy and his crew kick back by the fire, turning a deadly monster into a top-tier seafood feast. Li Han pouts about the dwindling supplies, while her brother just laughs at her bottomless appetite for beast meat. Our boy realizes the farm's meat production is trash tier, compared to the black dog's massive, never-ending appetite. While munching on high-tier crab, he notes that hunting wild beasts doesn't actually grant him any farm points. He gets momentarily lost in the luxury of cheese-baked meat before snapping back to his grim survival priorities. Suddenly, a surge of ancient power hits him as the system announces his official evolution to level 2. As his body burns with new energy, the system warns him that side quests will be insanely dangerous. He stares at the prompt, realizing that simple farming is way too slow for the coming global storm. To protect the manor from the sea beasts, he knows he must upgrade his defenses by any means. His mind drifts to the terrifying, lingering connection between his little sister and that monster in the deep. If that sea evolver manages to reach land, he knows his sister's life will be in immediate peril. With no other choice, he accepts the challenge and officially triggers the high-stakes side quests. Li Tianran doesn't hesitate, and clicks accept, feeling a spark of the system's power in his eye. He officially receives the quest for Puppet City, a place that looks eerily still from a distance. The water surrounding the city is filled with mutated puppets, their third eyes staring blankly at nothing. His first objective is a massive grind, requiring him to wipe out 1,000 of these trash-tier puppets. Next, he has to navigate the urban maze to locate a mysterious summoning crystal hidden at the center. The system demands the destruction of this growing crystal before it can complete its sinister construction phase. With only 48 hours on the clock, our boy knows a failure penalty would be absolutely devastating. Standing on the outskirts, he surveys the concrete jungle and confirms this is indeed the infamous Puppet City. He spots a faint purple glow in the distance, pinpointing exactly where that summoning stone is hiding. After verifying his inventory is fully stocked, he prepares to dive into the chaos and finish the job. Lee Tianran leaps into the fray, wondering just how massive the reward for this side quest will be. He lands in the heart of the city, surrounded by the eerie clicking sounds of the wandering puppets. These trash-tier creatures are everywhere, their third eyes scanning the ruins for any sign of life. The system reveals that these puppets are just hosts for a parasitic fragment from a high-tier sea monster. Realizing a blade is the best tool for this job, he summons his katana and activates his mastery. The puppets let out a guttural screech, lunging at him with a hunger that defies their mindless nature. Our boy just smirks, knowing exactly where to strike to dismantle these genetic failures with ease. In a flash of steel, he carves through the mob, his movements a blur of lethal efficiency. He catches his breath as the system tallies his kills, but the grind is far from over. Suddenly, more clicking sounds echo through the alleyways, signaling that the next wave is already closing in. The mob of puppets swarms toward him, but our boy realizes they are all just drawn to his energy. Looking down at the ruined city, it is clear this infestation has turned the urban center into a graveyard. He takes a breather on a pile of corpses, checking the system to see he is halfway through the grind. Munching on some manor-grown food, he feels his stats recovering as the divine nutrients finally kick in. He stares into the distance, calculating his next move, while the quest countdown continues to tick away. The system identifies the parasitic shards controlling these hosts, confirming they are just fragments of a greater beast. He knows killing these trash-tier creatures one by one is easy, but efficiency is the real goal here. If he keeps up this slow pace, he will never finish the side quest before the time limit expires. The thought of losing his hard-earned points makes him break a sweat, forcing him to find a faster solution. Deciding to cut off the head of the snake, he heads toward the center crystal to end this nightmare. Our boy dives off the skyscraper, letting gravity do the work as he descends toward the chaos. He sticks the landing with a heavy thud, his boots glowing with mana as the pavement cracks. Looking down, he spots hundreds of puppets swarming around a massive, glowing crystal formation. He realizes these trash-tier mobs are acting as workers, building something far more sinister than he imagined. They are constantly hauling smaller shards to the center, feeding the growth of the main spire. The intricate formation on the ground suggests this is a high-level ritual that needs to be stopped. He figures that shattering the small stuff is a waste of time since the formation is the key. There is no use speculating, so he decides to test his theory by targeting the biggest crystal. He leaps into the fray, creating a massive shockwave that leaves the surrounding puppets completely dumbfounded. With blue energy swirling around his fists, he is ready to tear this whole place apart. Our boy decides to thin out the trash-tier puppets first to clear a path toward the main crystal. He starts carving through the crowd, turning these mindless drones into blue mist with every precise strike. Flipping through the air, he delivers a series of acrobatic slashes that leave the puppets completely dumbfounded. He lands among the wreckage, but a sudden wave of exhaustion hits him harder than any physical blow. He pauses for a split second, wondering why his body suddenly feels like it is made of lead. He suspects his gravity mastery is draining his spirit and strength much faster than he initially calculated. His system interface confirms the worst, showing his core stats plummeting because he was far too careless. It turns out this side quest is a different beast entirely, and his stamina consumption is scaling out of control. Despite the fatigue, he unleashes a massive whirlwind of steel to keep the swarming puppets at a distance. He realizes he has to stop spamming his gravity skill immediately, or he will be dead in the water. Li Tianran realizes that if he doesn't finish this soon, the puppets will swallow him whole. He continues to tear through the trash-tier mobs, but his movements are becoming noticeably sluggish. Suddenly, a system warning flashes before his eyes, signaling that his physical limits are being pushed. Our boy is drenched in sweat as he watches his strength and spirit stats plummet into the red. He keeps swinging his blade, desperately trying to thin the herd while his energy continues to leak away. He curses his luck, realizing the high-tier carrot he consumed barely gave him 20 minutes of peak performance. Panicked, he checks his inventory only to find his stash of stamina-restoring carrots has completely run dry. All he has left are some low-grade soybeans, which won't do much against this endless wave of puppets. He considers using the albino corn for a quick rampage, but the potential side effects give him pause. If the frenzy ends before the puppets are dead, The resulting weakness will leave him completely defenseless. Li Tianran keeps slashing, but his movements are getting sluggish as the puppets swarm him from all sides. He decides that even trash-tier snacks are better than nothing and quickly pulls up his system inventory. Our boy desperately tosses a handful of low-grade soybeans into his mouth to regain any scrap of energy. He crunches down on the dry beans, praying they provide enough of a boost to survive this wave. Suddenly, he senses a presence behind him, but his drained body is too slow to react in time. A mutated puppet lunges from the shadows, locking its cold arms around him in a sudden death grip. He grunts in pain as the creature sinks its teeth in, realizing his physical defense is rapidly failing. With a surge of desperation, he shoves the trash-tier monster back to create just a bit of breathing room. He follows up with a wide, desperate arc of his blade, cleaving through the nearest group of attackers. His feet stumble across the cracked pavement as his vision begins to blur from the sheer exhaustion. Our boy is pushed to his limit, bleeding out and realizing he can't sustain this pace much longer. He decides to burn a rare resource, popping a camouflage chili to vanish right before the puppet's eyes. The trash-tier mobs are left completely dumbfounded, wondering where their prey disappeared to in an instant. Li Tianran knows the constant bleeding will be his end if he doesn't find a way to stabilize. He retreats to the top of a massive crystal, finally finding a moment of peace to fix his stats. Opening a high-tier bento, he prepares to feast on nutrient-dense food to purge his negative status effects. Every bite of the level 2 meat sends a surge of much-needed vitality back into his drained system. The system-enhanced nutrition works its magic, instantly sealing his jagged wounds and stopping the life-threatening blood loss. He sits in deep meditation, letting the mana and nutrients circulate until his energy reserves are completely topped off. With the camouflage fading and the kill count reached, he prepares for the final stretch of this quest. Li Tianran finishes his meal, feeling his strength return as his stats finally begin to stabilize. A massive blue array ignites beneath him, signaling the activation of his next high-tier skill. Our boy stands tall, his spirit nearly capped out as he stores his blade for the final move. He channels every ounce of his remaining mana into his palm, feeling the raw power surge. Enveloped in a blinding aura, he realizes that this single strike will determine the fate of the city. The ground shatters as pillars of pure energy erupt from the magic circle, obliterating everything nearby. From the heart of the crystals, a cataclysmic force surges upward, turning the battlefield into a zone of destruction. With a final, desperate push, he unleashes the full weight of his gravity mastery upon the summoning core. A massive explosion rocks the skyline, signaling the end of the puppet threat in a flash of light. As the countdown finally halts, the energy dissipates, leaving behind a silent city and a successful mission. The summoning crystal finally shatters into dust, marking the successful destruction of the core and ending the nightmare. With every puppet neutralized, our boy stands amidst the wreckage as the system confirms the side quest is complete. His body is battered and drenched in sweat, but the system finally begins distributing the hard-earned rewards for clearing. He secures millions of points and a weapon coupon, though his physical stats have plummeted to a dangerous low. Even with a massive haul of high-tier seeds, he can barely focus as his vision starts to swim. A final warning flashes across his interface, signaling that his stamina is officially tapped out, and his body is failing. His strength hits absolute zero, and he finally loses the battle with gravity, collapsing onto the cold, hard ground. He lies motionless in the center of the crater, a tiny speck compared to the silent, smoking city ruins. As the smoke drifts over the skyline, the nearby ocean turns a haunting, blood-red color, signaling a new threat. Deep within the mental plane, a terrifying sea evolver manifests. Sensing his weakness and preparing to strike his mind, the sea evolver coughs up blood as his mental connection to the ritual site suddenly snaps. He watches in horror as the massive summoning crystal begins to fracture and lose its ethereal glow. With the crystal shattered, his carefully laid formation completely dissolves into nothingness, ruining months of planning. Pure rage consumes him as he realizes his grand invasion has been sabotaged by an unknown force. He immediately mobilizes his aquatic minions, demanding they swarm the surface to hunt down the culprit. His teeth grit in fury, swearing that whoever did this will pay the ultimate price in blood. He screams into the void, desperate to know who actually had the guts to destroy his formation. The order is simple: find the saboteur and tear them apart before they can escape the ruins. Meanwhile, our boy slowly opens his eyes to the sound of persistent system pings echoing in his head. Despite his battered body, he stares at a new side quest prompt, wondering if he can even stand. Li Tianran is dumbfounded by the system, realizing the next mission popped up before he could even breathe. He checks his inventory, relieved his strength is back, but annoyed that his food stash is nearly empty. He spots a weapon upgrade coupon in his inventory, hoping it can finally sharpen his trash tier gear. Our boy realizes the system actually handed out the rewards just before he lost consciousness in the ruins. He summons his trusty katana, watching the blade hum with a faint, digital blue light. Without wasting a second, he activates the coupon, watching the rare item dissolve into pure energy. The energy surges into his weapon, transforming the blade into the far more lethal level 2 Tang Heng. Not only is it sharper, but the system confirms he has unlocked a devastating new skill called Sword Chi. He stares at the notification, wondering just how much destruction this new power can actually cause. Despite the exhaustion, he stands tall as the system pings again, signaling that this next quest is urgent. Li Tianran accepts the new quest, realizing the system isn't giving him any time to breathe. He scans the interface, knowing he needs every advantage to survive the next wave of the apocalypse. When he sees the countdown for the hard armor army, he's dumbfounded by how fast things are moving. Standing amidst the rubble, our boy grips his new blade, ready to face whatever trash tier monsters appear next. Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble violently, signaling a massive threat approaching from the nearby coast. He leaps into action as the sky turns a blood-red hue, punctuated by the sound of booming explosions. Despite the sweat and exhaustion, he can't help but grin at the sheer absurdity of these back-to-back crises. Looking toward the horizon, he sees the ocean-stained crimson as a dark, terrifying force begins to surface. Massive pincers snap through the air, belonging to a swarm of mutated crabs hungry for human flesh. These armored beasts surge forward with a single-minded instinct to kill anything that stands in their way. The sea monster finally rises, its massive armored body shaking the very foundations of the coastal ruins. This divine-tier beast king unleashes its domination skill, asserting absolute authority over the surrounding territory. Its single purple eye glows with terrifying intensity, scanning the rubble for any remaining signs of life. Meanwhile, a swarm of crab kings descends upon the city, turning the urban landscape into a chaotic hunting ground. Our boy floats high above the destruction, unaware that he's been tagged as the only surviving heat source. Deep beneath the surface, the Sea Evolver narrows his eyes, sensing an anomaly that shouldn't even exist. He watches through his mental link, dumbfounded to see a lone human standing against his overwhelming forces. The creature snarls in fury, realizing this human is the one who trashed his carefully prepared formation. He recalls how easily his puppets overran the streets, proving that most humans are just weak, pathetic prey. To him, these survivors are nothing more than trash-tier fodder waiting to be annexed into his growing empire. The Sea Evolver snarls in pure hatred, calling the human's actions absolutely unforgivable. He refuses to tolerate weak humans looking down on his superior sea clan from the surface. If it weren't for the ocean's cage and the land's pressure, he'd have started this war sooner. His generals have grown hungry for blood, believing only the strongest deserve to survive this world. He originally planned to kill the king of mankind to dominate the land and claim its resources. Even with the chaos unfolding, he admits he's feeling a little bored with the current resistance. He wonders if our boy actually has what it takes to provide the ultimate combat experience. Deciding to warm up, he triggers his domination descent skill to exert his will over the city. Waves of purple energy ripple through the skyscrapers, signaling the arrival of a true apex predator. The mutated beast senses the surge, its single purple eye glowing as the master's power arrives. The massive beast shudders as a terrifying presence begins to take hold of its primitive mind. Its single purple eye dilates, now acting as a direct window for a far more dangerous entity. The Sea Evolver manifests his domination descent, looming over the battlefield like a vengeful god. A massive pincer slams down while the monster wonders if this tiny human is actually the threat. Li Tianran stands his ground, unfazed by the creature identifying him as the one who broke its crystals. The beast looms over our boy, threatening that anything less than his best will result in death. The Sea Evolver warns that he'll be incredibly disappointed if this fight ends too quickly. Instead of trembling, Li Tianran just smirks, finding the whole dramatic monologue a bit too much. He looks at the giant crab and asks why it's just standing there talking to itself. Pointing a finger, he mocks the puppet master for getting worked up over some broken rocks. The giant crab is absolutely livid after our boy dismisses its entire race as mere trash-tier seafood. Deep in the ocean, the Sea Evolver is stunned that a human can see through his mental manipulation. The beast demands to know how a surface dweller could possibly speak the sacred language of the sea. Activating his Eye of Truth, Li Tianran casually insults them by saying their language is child's play. The Crab King trembles with rage, wondering if this arrogant human thinks he is superior to their tribe. Li Tianran reveals he only learned it to talk to his dog, making their culture seem pathetic. He flashes a cold smirk, deciding it is finally time to show this overgrown crustacean what fear feels like. The Sea Evolver is left dumbfounded, unable to process that his heritage was just compared to a pet. He roars in fury, declaring that inferior surface dwellers have no right to look down on his clan. The massive beast prepares to strike, asserting that in their world, only absolute power dictates who survives. Li Tianran stares down the beast, completely unimpressed by its claims of absolute power over humanity. Our boy starts poking holes in their logic, asking why these supposedly superior beings haven't conquered everything yet. He hits the nail on the head, realizing these trash-tier monsters are actually physically incapable of large-scale invasions. Exposed and furious, the Crab King lunges forward, unable to handle a mere human seeing through its weakness. The ground shatters as the beast strikes, desperate to silence the man who just insulted its entire lineage. A massive cloud of dust kicks up, masking the battlefield as the raw power of the ocean meets land. Debris flies everywhere, yet the destruction only proves that the beast is fighting a losing battle of wits. The monster screams that his words are nonsense, but its trembling eyes tell a completely different story. Meanwhile, far from the chaos, the manor remains a peaceful fortress, untouched by the brewing coastal war. Even the black dog is fast asleep, clearly sensing that his master has the situation under control. Li Han wakes up suddenly, her sharp instincts telling her that the peace at the manor is ending. She hops off her massive guardian, ready to take charge while her brother is away at the front. Stretching out the stiffness, she tells her loyal companion it is finally time for them to move out. The beast lets out a powerful howl, signaling to everyone that the manor's defense is officially in motion. Back at the coast, the Crab King is dumbfounded when its lethal strike hits nothing but empty air. Our boy suddenly appears behind the monster, his eyes locked on the perfect opening for a finishing blow. He brings his blade down, with enough force to split the very foundation of the city. The shockwave ripples through the pavement, proving that even a sea king is trashed here compared to his gravity. The monster can barely process how a mere human managed to dodge its top-speed assault so effortlessly. The Beast King glares with its massive, glowing eye, realizing its target isn't as easy as it thought. Our boy looks up as the massive creature leaps into the air, trying to crush him with raw weight. It slams down with a deafening roar, but Li Tianran is already planning his next move. Suddenly, a strange rainbow energy pulses through the air as the monster calls for backup. Li Tianran grips his glowing blade, noting that the beast is trying to hide behind its trash-tier minions. He admits the monster is actually being smart by trying to wear him down with numbers. However, his eyes flare with power because he knows their little plan still won't be enough to win. The Beast King unleashes its domination descent skill, exerting absolute control over its mindless crab army. It sends out a final, desperate command for every single minion to swarm and kill our boy. Li Tianran charges headlong into the swarm, completely unfazed by the sheer number of trash-tier crabs. He immediately carves through the front line, knowing he can't let these things surround him. Our boy becomes a lethal whirlwind, realizing that momentum is the only way to thin the herd. He spots a larger target and leaps, intending to crush the sea tribe's morale along with their shells. The creature stands no chance as his blade bites deep, proving its evolution was a complete failure. Despite the blood on his skin, he remains calm, calculating exactly how many more need to die. He triggers a massive gravity-enhanced slash, turning the surrounding air into a vortex of pure destruction. The minions are blown away like dust, their hive mind connection shattered by his overwhelming strength. He finishes the last of the vanguard, leaving the Beast King dumbfounded as its army turns to scrap. Li Tianran takes a massive hit, feeling the weight of an attack that could crush a normal man. The shockwave levels the nearby structures, proving these sea monsters aren't just mindless trash-tier fodder. Our boy stands his ground amidst the rubble, gathering his mana as the dust begins to settle. He realizes that if he doesn't use his gravity mastery now, the next impact will be his last. Turns out, shifting the local gravity deflected the killing blow, but his body is still screaming in protest. He looks down at the massive beast, acknowledging that a divine-type power is truly in a different league. He catches his breath, hoping his stamina holds out long enough to find a real opening. The mutated beast just laughs, claiming he isn't even worth a direct fight until the subordinates are finished. Suddenly, a fresh wave of mutated crabs swarms in, forced to act as meat shields for their master. Our boy stares down the trash-tier crab swarm, gripping his blade as they lunge for the kill. He is gasping for air, wondering if his body will give out before he can find an opening. Suddenly, the crabs are smashed into the pavement as a familiar power ripples through the air. Turns out, the manor heavy hitters aren't about to let their leader fight this war alone. Green blood splatters everywhere as the first wave of sea-dwelling fodder is reduced to scrap. Even with the small fry dying, the massive Beast King proxy still looms over the city like a nightmare. Li Han eyes glow with fierce intensity as she commands the magnetic fields to crush their enemies. Uncle Nan and the rest of the crew charge forward, ready to turn these monsters into seafood. Black Dog leads the pack, sinking his teeth into a crab shell and tearing it apart with ease. Black Dog doesn't hold back, ripping through the crab's armor as green blood sprays across the pavement. Uncle Nan lands a heavy blow, proving his atavistic strength is more than enough for these trash-tier monsters. The Hound Warrior joins the fray, its energy cannons turning the remaining sea dwellers into a pile of scrap. Li Han rushes over to her big brother, relieved to see he's still standing after that brutal onslaught. She clings to him, explaining that the manor crew moved out the moment they sensed his distress signal. However, her heart sinks when she sees the blue blood and deep gashes covering his once steady arms. Furious, she vows to turn every single one of those stinky crabs into a spicy dinner for hurting him. Our boy quickly grabs her, knowing her magnetic powers might level the whole block if she loses it. He tells her to take it easy, insisting he's fine despite looking like he just crawled out of hell. Li Han is dumbfounded when she sees our boy's wounds closing up instantly thanks to his insane regeneration. Li Tianran feels like a trash-tier brother for letting his little sister witness such a bloody battlefield. He closes his eyes for a moment, reflecting on the heavy burden he carries to keep her safe. But Li Han isn't having it, declaring she's ready to grow up and stand right beside him. She uses her magnetic field mastery to hand over a bag of high-tier crops to help him recover. Our boy quickly stashes the supplies into his system inventory, preparing for the next round of this nightmare. He points toward the city center, asking if she can sense the massive Beast King lurking in the shadows. Looking at the wreckage, they realize the Sea Tribe's vanguard is already turning the streets into a graveyard. Li Han's eyes glow with power as she locks onto the sea, Evolver's arrogant consciousness hovering above them. The Crab King lunges forward, its massive pincers ready to turn anything in its path into scrap metal. It lets out a guttural screech, spraying corrosive green acid that sizzles against the frozen pavement. A massive shockwave erupts as the beast slams down, but it completely misses its mark. Suddenly, Black Dog streaks through the air like a bolt of purple lightning, his predatory instincts dialed to 11. Our boy's loyal guardian stands tall over the mangled remains of the vanguard, proving he's no ordinary pet. The dying beast's single eye twitches as it picks up a brainwave that feels terrifyingly familiar. It realizes the true threat isn't the wolf, but the two figures standing calmly in the distance. Li Han radiates a chilling aura as she fully awakens her magnetic field, her eyes burning with divine power. She senses a wave of pure malice and confirms that the real monster has finally shown its face. The beast realizes Black Dog is just a subordinate of the human king, explaining his insane strength. It boasts that once the wolf is dead, nothing can stop its water-summoning formation from activating. A massive pillar of light erupts as the creature prepares to drown the entire world in its wake. Our boy just stares back, his face stained with blue blood as he connects the dots. He realizes this formation is designed to flood the city and bring the deep sea to the surface. If they succeed, these sea-dwelling trash tiers will consume the land inch by inch until nothing remains. The Sea Evolver loses his cool, snarling for the human to shut his mouth and die. The beast's eye glows with a sinister light as the mental connection between master and puppet tightens. He triggers his domination descent, vowing to erase anyone who dares to stand in his way. The sea monster's eye pulses with a terrifying energy as the descent truly begins. Our boy's heart skips a beat when he senses the sudden shift in the atmosphere. The ground beneath them groans and shatters under the sheer weight of the beast's presence. Suddenly, the massive Crab King proxy looms over them like a literal mountain of death. It slams down with enough force to turn the entire city block into a crater. Li Tianran grits his teeth, dumbfounded by how this trash-tier creature is moving so fast. The beast spins into a whirlwind of jagged armor, leaving no room for a counterattack. He barely manages to dodge the crushing impact, but the shockwave still sends him flying. In that split second, he realizes the beast isn't even aiming for him anymore. Turns out, the monster's true target was Li Han from the very start. Our boy is losing his mind because he can't even draw the monster's aggro away from his sister. He starts piecing it together, wondering if this sea trash actually thinks the girl is some human king. Looking at her, he realizes the beast is operating on pure predatory logic to eliminate the biggest threat. It's a classic pack mentality move, and if he doesn't act fast, the consequences will be permanent. He launches another desperate strike, swearing that this overgrown crab won't walk away from this fight. Meanwhile, the massive Crab King is literally tearing through skyscrapers just to get a taste of the girl. Li Han is beyond frustrated, realizing that no matter how she maneuvers, the beast stays glued to her. The monster lunges upward, its massive pincers ready to snap the very air around her. She quickly beams a telepathic message to her brother, telling him to lead the hunt into the dense complex. He grips his blade and tells her he's on the way, praying she can hold out a bit longer. The Sea Tribe's vanguard continues its relentless assault, crushing the urban landscape under its massive, chitinous weight. Uncle Nan is looking rough, his body pushed past the breaking point as he struggles to stay standing. Our boy Black Dog is still a beast, shredding through the trash-tier crab minions with pure, unadulterated ferocity. However, the constant attrition is taking a toll, leaving the loyal guardian covered in deep, jagged wounds. Uncle Nan is absolutely dumbfounded, realizing that even their strongest defender is starting to flag under the pressure. With more monsters closing in, he worries their physical strength won't hold out against the next wave of attackers. He knows the boss is busy with his own problems, leaving them to hold this line entirely alone. Black Dog lets out a guttural howl, channeling every last bit of his king's pressure into one final stand. Uncle Nan screams in pure desperation, seeing the opening the monsters have been waiting for this entire time. Before he can react, a massive pincer lunges forward, snatching the exhausted wolf in a bone-crushing grip. Black Dog is at his absolute limit, but he refuses to let these trash-tier monsters win so easily. He draws in a ragged breath, his muscles bulging as he prepares to bet everything on one strike. Pure energy begins to swirl in his maw, crackling with the desperate intent to protect the manor. The resulting explosion is absolute chaos, a massive dome of power that levels the surrounding city blocks. Those annoying crab minions don't stand a chance as the blue energy shreds through their thick, armored shells. In an instant, the entire vanguard is vaporized, turned into nothing more than ash by the king's pressure. As the light fades, our boy stands tall among the ruins, looking like a true god of destruction. Uncle Nan is completely dumbfounded, unable to believe the sheer scale of the power he just witnessed. He scans the empty street, realizing the immediate threat has finally been wiped off the map for now. However, his relief turns to horror as he sees the exhausted guardian begin to collapse into thick smoke. Black Dog lies motionless in the rubble, his body completely spent after unleashing that suicidal amount of energy. Uncle Nan screams out in pure agony, terrified that the manor's greatest guardian has finally reached his limit. Across the city, that trash-tier mutated beast is still rampaging, relentlessly hunting down our girl through the skyscrapers. The creature mocks her for dodging, asking where all that earlier confidence went now that she is fleeing. It tears through buildings like they are made of cardboard, refusing to let its prey slip away. The monster demands she face him head-on, clearly frustrated by her clever kiting and constant evasive maneuvers. Li Han finally stops her retreat on a rooftop, staring down the massive threat with cold, calculated determination. Seeing her stand her ground, the beast's single eye glows with a sadistic joy for the coming kill. It lunges forward with a roar, fully intending to smash her to pieces in one final, crushing strike. Suddenly, Li Han's eyes ignite with power as she prepares to unleash her devastating magnetic field mastery. The trash-tier beast is completely dumbfounded as its vision blurs under the weight of an unexpected mental assault. Li Han pushes her magnetic field mastery to the absolute limit, her body glowing with intense evolutionary energy. She screams for her big brother to hurry because her mental strength is rapidly fading under the strain. Suddenly, a massive strike from above tears through the air, targeting the monster's most vulnerable weak point. The blade bites deep into the creature's armored shell, proving that even a beast king has its limits. The monster can't believe a mere human could be this cunning, failing to sense the impending doom. Our boy Li Tianran finally makes his move, appearing out of thin air to deliver a finishing blow. Despite the blood staining his arms, he swings his katana with the precision of a master executioner. He lands gracefully, dismissing the beast's desperate confusion as nothing more than the babbling of a loser. As the monster collapses, he coldly reminds it that a true warrior always fights with a plan. The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the skyscrapers as the beast finally hits the pavement. Our boy Li Tianran doesn't let up, diving through the debris with blood staining his tactical gear. He stands before the massive creature, his katana ready to end this trash-tier vanguard once and for all. Li Han is barely holding on, her magnetic field flickering as she looks up at her big brother. She collapses in relief, knowing that her mental interference was the only thing that gave him an opening. Li Tianran quickly offers her a divine carrot, praising her for controlling such a massive, mindless monster. She hungrily devours the crop, admitting that its simple brain was the only reason she could even get in. The beast is absolutely dumbfounded, cursing the human who managed to bypass its supposedly perfect biological defenses. It can't fathom how its senses failed to detect a mere human sneaking into its blind spot. Li Tianran just smirks and agrees that its senses are strong, but clearly not strong enough for him. Li Tianran explains that the beast's senses hit rock bottom while it struggled for mental dominance. He knew Li Han would provide the perfect distraction by forcing the monster to focus entirely on her. By attacking from a blind spot, our boy ensured the vanguard didn't stand a single chance. The creature trembles in rage, cursing the humans for being so incredibly cunning and despicable. Li Tianran just laughs, reminding the monster that it used the same trash-tier tactics earlier. He tells the dying beast to stop with the double standards, since this is just how war works. Suddenly, the massive crab goes completely still, leaving Li Tianran wondering if it finally kicked the bucket. Turns out it's officially over, as the system confirms the side quest to destroy the armored army is done. The rewards start rolling in, giving him new seeds and much-needed upgrades for his inventory. He inspects a strange mechanical part, curious about how this new loot will help the manor. Our boy stares at the new scuba gear, wondering why the system is giving him deep-sea loot already. His thoughts are interrupted by Uncle Nan, who is desperately shouting for help with their fallen guardian. The old man arrives carrying the blood-soaked, humanoid form of the wolf, who pushed himself past his limits. Li Tianran immediately activates his Eye of Truth to see if his loyal companion is still with them. A blue status screen appears, confirming that the beast has entered a deep hibernation to recover his spirit. He lets out a sigh of relief, telling the group that their friend is just sleeping off the damage. Uncle Nan explains that the energy wave was massive, far exceeding anything the wolf had ever manifested before. Li Tianran realizes that maintaining such a high-tier beastman form likely drained every drop of his physical strength. They decide to let him rest, knowing a few divine carrots will have him back on his feet later. Meanwhile, deep beneath the surface, a dark and ominous presence begins to stir in the blood-red waters. The Sea Tribe chief feels his connection to the surface snap as the summoning formation finally gives way. He is absolutely consumed by the humiliation of being repelled by a trash-tier human like Li Tianran. From the darkness, his kin are dumbfounded and urge him to retreat since they lack sufficient water. However, our boy refuses to listen, his ego far too bruised to accept a tactical withdrawal right now. He knows that failing to kill the king of mankind means humans have evolved way past their expectations. The rest of the clan vows to follow him ashore so they can slaughter the humans together. He shuts them down instantly, commanding his warriors to stay put in the safety of the abyss. This vendetta is his alone, and he wants his people to focus on reaching their next evolutionary stage. Looking up through the blood-red tide, he promises that the surface world's days are strictly numbered. He grits his teeth in pure rage, already planning how he'll make the humans pay for this embarrassment. The Sea Tribe chief is dead set on a bloodbath, believing only a massacre can wash away his shame. He begins channeling a massive amount of energy, causing the surrounding water to ripple with psychedelic, otherworldly light. The abyss itself seems to groan as the summoning ritual reaches its peak, distorting the very fabric of reality. With a roar, he calls upon an ancient entity, and a colossal tentacle emerges from the shifting, colorful void. The elder god Kraken Mount finally reveals its terrifying form, towering over the chief with its many glowing eyes. Our boy wastes no time and hops onto his massive ride, feeling the raw power coursing through the beast. The Kraken hums with ancient intelligence, asking its master for orders while apologizing for the long slumber. Its massive eyes lock onto the chief, showing a level of loyalty that only a god-tier mount could possess. He admits that he needs this overwhelming strength to crush his enemies and finally feel whole again. The beast simply acknowledges the plan, ready to turn the surface world into a buffet for the Sea Tribe. The Sea Tribe chief reflects on his shared shame, vowing to follow his master into the coming slaughter. Deep below, the Kraken's massive form ripples with power as it begins its rapid ascent to the surface. He charges toward the world above, intent on butchering the human who dared to humiliate his warrior lineage. Meanwhile, Li Han is completely dumbfounded, screaming that there is no way she will allow this madness. Our boy considers a suspicious new side quest, but his sister is convinced the system is setting traps. He remains quiet, sensing that something about this particular mission feels fundamentally different from usual trash-tier tasks. Li Han warns him that his hunger is peaking, meaning his regenerative carrots won't save him again. She desperately pleads for him to abandon the quest, insisting that their survival is worth more than points. Her intelligent brain goes into overdrive, calculating that their farm's output can easily cover the missed rewards. Li Tianran acknowledges her genius, yet he realizes that survival in this apocalypse requires more than math. Li Han is completely dumbfounded by her brother's sudden hesitation regarding the system's latest demands. Li Tianran admits that completing previous tasks has left him with a lingering, unsettling sensation he can't ignore. His sister won't let it go, begging him to spill the details since she missed the first quest. Our boy explains it's just a gut feeling, but the side quests feel like they're leading somewhere dark. He realizes with a start that he isn't just taking quests. He's already become a piece on the board. Li Han asks if they're just trash-tier NPCs in some twisted game, while Uncle Nan listens in total confusion. Li Tianran explains that the apocalypse survival game forces them to either follow the plot or rot. If he refuses to play his part as the main player, the world will simply move on without him. He warns that stagnation means death, as the system will eventually cut off resources to those who don't evolve. The novice period is officially over, and now the system is ready to turn the world into a bloodbath. Deep in the abyss, the Sea Tribe chief prepares his ultimate mount for a surface-level bloodbath. Our boy stares down a system prompt, knowing he has no choice but to accept the next quest. Looking at the crumbling city, he realizes that trying to hide from the plot is utterly useless now. With a grim look, he accepts his fate as the main player just as the real nightmare begins. The Elder God Kraken Mount erupts from the crimson depths, ready to tear the world apart. Its massive tentacles lash out, turning the surrounding waters into a chaotic whirlpool of death and destruction. The sheer force of the beast's arrival sends shockwaves through the city, shattering everything in its path. A wall of red energy and debris surges through the streets, dwarfing the skyscrapers like they're nothing. The urban landscape is quickly consumed by the carnage, proving the system's warning was no joke. Li Tianran, Li Han, and Uncle Nan stand dumbfounded as the apocalypse finally hits their doorstep. Li Tianran orders Uncle Nan to get the kids to high ground, while he holds the line. Uncle Nan watches in horror as the sea's fury begins to tear the city apart. Li Han can only pray for her brother's safety as the situation turns completely south. Uncle Nan hauls the group away, knowing they'll only be a liability in this chaotic storm. A crimson deluge swallows the skyline, proving the system wasn't joking about this world-ending threat. Amidst the carnage, a sharp burst of energy slices through the flood like a hot knife. Our boy ignites his mana, rushing headlong into the center of the destruction to face his fate. The mist clears to reveal the Elder God Kraken Mount, a monstrosity that defies all logic. He stands frozen for a split second, realizing this beast is on a completely different level. The crushing pressure of the abyss has birthed a titan that no land dweller could ever match. The Sea Tribe chief finally locks eyes with his target, his expression twisted into a predatory, toothy grin. Perched atop his massive kraken, the chief prepares to settle the score for the humiliation he suffered earlier. Our boy recognizes the fish-tailed king immediately, sensing a murderous aura that far exceeds any trash-tier evolved beast. He tries to analyze the threat, but the system interface glitches, hiding the most critical data about the beast. Seeing the Elder God title confirms his worst fears, proving the system is no longer holding his hand. He unsheathes his katana, realizing his Eye of Truth is useless against a monster that has evolved past him. The chief laughs, comparing him to his sister and noting that our boy is far more aggressive than she was. Li Tianran is left dumbfounded, struggling to process how this aquatic nightmare knows anything about his family. He wonders if he's missing something or if he simply hasn't evolved enough to perceive the true battlefield. The monster finally acknowledges him, bestowing the heavy title of the King of Mankind upon his newest rival. Li Tianran doesn't care about titles. He's ready to kill anyone who even looks at his sister. The Sea Tribe chief just laughs, finding our boy's trash talk incredibly amusing despite the tense atmosphere. Before he can react, the Elder God Kraken Mount unleashes a massive strike that shakes the very ground. The air screams as the giant tentacles whip around, turning the entire area into a blood-red kill zone. Our boy narrowly dodges a crushing blow, earning a mocking compliment from the chief for his quick reflexes. Standing before the massive limbs, he realizes the monster thinks his desperate survival tactics lack any martial ethics. Things get worse when the beast's flesh begins to writhe, regenerating lost mass in a matter of seconds. Li Tianran quickly calculates the threat, noting that the beast's speed and recovery are off the charts. While the regeneration is definitely a headache, our boy refuses to back down from such a tricky opponent. He smirks, wondering why a king is fighting alone after sending his trash-tier minions to their deaths. Li Tianran knows he can't lose momentum and wonders if the other monsters are just cowards. He figures these creatures aren't exactly the sharpest tools in the shed, despite their massive size. Looking at the beast, he realizes they traded brain cells for pure muscle during their evolution. The Sea Tribe chief declares this a clash of kings, believing only absolute power matters now. He is itching for a proper duel, hoping to feel the rush of one-on-one combat again. Suddenly, the chief activates his dominant skill, vowing his rage won't stop until someone finally dies. Our boy is all for a showdown, but he is interrupted by massive debris flying his way. He barely ducks under the wreckage, realizing the environment is becoming just as lethal as the boss. The chief is losing his patience, complaining about the irritating air pressure while demanding a real fight. He stares down our boy, practically begging him to stop dodging and finally start fighting back. Our boy realizes the deep-sea race can't adapt to surface air pressure, giving him a much-needed tactical advantage. He dives back into the chaos, determined to gather every scrap of intel before the boss changes tactics. The Sea Tribe chief just smirks and gestures, ready to prove that raw power outweighs any clever observations. Massive tentacles erupt from the blood-red water, forcing our boy to stay mobile to avoid a crushing end. He leaps through the air as the beast's limbs sweep the area like a living, breathing hurricane of destruction. The chief watches the struggle with pure amusement, clearly enjoying the sight of a human fighting for survival. Our boy narrowly ducks under another strike, but the relentless speed of the mount is starting to drain him. Suddenly, a jagged limb catches him off guard, drawing blood and proving his defense isn't as perfect as thought. He freezes for a heartbeat as a strange burning sensation spreads from the wound, leaving him completely dumbfounded. Gravity takes over as he collapses, realizing far too late that those trash-tier tentacles were actually coated in poison. Lee Tian-ran's eyes widen as the numbness spreads, realizing he's been caught in a truly nasty trap. Those suction cups aren't just for gripping, they're lined with tiny barbs designed to shred a man's skin. Knowing he needs a heartbeat to recover, our boy dives deep into the blood-stained water to vanish. He curses his own carelessness, remembering that these trash-tier beasts use both suffocation and lethal toxins to kill. Luckily, he's got a secret weapon, an ancient medicine-grade carrot, that can neutralize even the deadliest sea venom. He quickly chomps down on the glowing vegetable, feeling the purifying energy surge through his poisoned veins. After securing his mask, he realizes that without this quick thinking, he'd be nothing more than fish food. He maneuvers through the murky depths, narrowly avoiding the massive limbs of the kraken mount hunting him down. Surfacing with a splash, he grips his katana tight, refusing to let a little poison end his journey. The Sea Tribe chief just grins, watching as our boy prepares to turn this aquatic nightmare into sushi. Lee Tian-ran realizes the enemy is trying the same old trick, but he's already prepared for it. The Sea Tribe chief just keeps grinning, thinking he still has the upper hand in this duel. Meanwhile, back at the manor, a strange hand reaches out toward a swirling vortex of energy. A hooded intruder tracks a signal, convinced he's found exactly what he was looking for. Suddenly, his body freezes up completely, and he realizes with horror that he can't even flinch. A surge of blue energy crackles behind him, signaling that he's walked right into a trap. Turns out, our girl Li Han was waiting in the shadows to put this trash-tier scout in his place. She warns him that if he even thinks about looking back, she'll scramble his brain into mush. Dumbfounded and terrified, the intruder throws his hands up, desperately claiming he doesn't mean any harm. Li Han isn't buying it, demanding to know exactly who he is and why he's trespassing. The intruder slowly pulls back his hood, revealing a face that looks more terrified than dangerous. He introduces himself as Ding Lu, his voice trembling as he tries to de-escalate the tense situation. Recognizing Li Han as his benefactor's sister, he offers to be tied up to prove his peaceful intentions. Li Han activates her Eye of Good and Evil, confirming the guy isn't hiding any immediate murderous intent. He insists on seeing his benefactor first before revealing the full truth behind his presence at the manor. Meanwhile, underwater, our boy is getting absolutely crushed by the massive tentacles of that ancient kraken. Lee Tian-ran struggles to breathe as the pressure mounts, his vision starting to blur from the constriction. The beast tightens its grip further, determined to snap his bones like dry twigs before he can escape. The Sea Tribe chief just watches and laughs, mocking our boy for being nothing more than trash-tier prey. He prepares to end the fight, his clawed hand surging with energy for a final, lethal strike. The kraken's grip tightens to a lethal degree, but a strange blue light begins to pulse from within the constriction. The Sea Tribe chief's smug expression instantly crumbles as he senses a sudden, violent shift in the battlefield's energy. Our boy erupts in a massive whirlwind of power, having used his albino corn to trigger a desperate evolutionary surge. He emerges from the wreckage of the tentacles, his blade glowing with a lethal hum that cuts through the water. The ancient beast lets out a muffled, underwater shriek as its massive limbs are shredded by the sheer force. The chief is completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how a trash-tier human could possibly survive such a crushing weight. He prepares another strike, wondering why his lethal toxins haven't already paralyzed the intruder's nervous system and stopped his heart. Lee Tian-ran doesn't wait for an answer, lunging forward like a blue comet through the dark, murky depths. He reveals that since he knew the tentacles were poisonous, he simply took the necessary precautions to stay alive. By precisely controlling the gravity field around his body, he effectively shields himself from the kraken's biological warfare. He explains how a thin vacuum layer around his body keeps the kraken's lethal poison from touching his skin. Our boy reveals he planned this strategy the moment those tentacles grabbed him, popping his secret albino corn stash. However, this massive power surge comes at a price, as his stamina begins plummeting at an alarming rate. With only 25 seconds of peak power left, he knows he can't waste another moment on the giant octopus. The chief watches in pure horror, his arrogant smirk replaced by the realization that his pet is being butchered. Li Tianran ignores the distractions, aiming his blade straight for the core of the problem to end this. The sea-dwelling trash-tier leader tries to react, but he's far too slow for our boy's gravity-boosted speed. A blinding cross-slash tears through the murky water, catching the chief completely off guard in his own domain. He stares wide-eyed as the strike connects, unable to believe a mere human could possess such terrifying, raw strength. With the clock ticking down to 19 seconds, he finishes the maneuver, leaving the chief's pride in absolute tatters. Li Tianran realizes the enemy he just slashed was nothing more than a flickering phantom. The murky water ripples as the real threat remains hidden within the shifting currents. The sea-dwelling leader mocks him, claiming his true power lies in commanding the very essence of sea beasts. By manifesting the phantom skill of an ancient god, the chief boasts that his true form is unreachable. Our boy just chuckles, wondering if the trash-tier boss is really dumb enough to explain his entire kit. The chief laughs back, convinced that Li Tianran is already a dead man walking inside this trap. Reality begins to warp as dozens of mocking faces surround him, amplifying the power of the mental assault. With only 7 seconds of his corn-buffed power left, he struggles against the crushing weight of the illusion. The mental strain starts taking a toll, making him gasp as the painful hallucination tries to break him. Suddenly, the tables turn as a blade pierces the mist, leaving the arrogant chief completely dumbfounded. Li Tianran activates his field expansion and gravity mastery, shattering the illusion and exposing the trap. The fake reality dissolves into nothingness, proving the sea chief's mental games were trash tier at best. Activating his eye of truth, he admits he was lying just to bait the boss into false security. He mocks the chief, explaining that his specific abilities are the perfect counter to this mental garbage. Our boy struggles to breathe, realizing his temporary evolution buff is rapidly ticking towards zero. The Kraken thrashes in absolute agony, desperately calling for its master as its body starts failing. The monster glares with murderous intent, swearing to drag the human down into the dark depths. A colossal tentacle looms over him, but he doesn't even flinch at the overwhelming scale. His eyes remain sharp despite the fatigue, searching for one last opening to end this duel. He braces himself against the Titan, prepared to use every last drop of mana to survive. The albino corn's power peaks as a massive shockwave ripples through the dark, freezing depths. Our boy braces for the backlash, his body screaming as the temporary evolution pushes him past his limits. He forces down more medicine-grade crops, fueling a final gravity-enhanced strike that carves through the Kraken's flesh. Suddenly, the buff expires, leaving him in a critical weakened state as he drifts helplessly into the abyss. His stats bottom out, but his iron will forces his heart to keep beating despite the crushing pressure. Just as the monster closes in, his system resets and his strength begins to surge back into his limbs. With his blade glowing with lethal energy, he prepares to turn this predator into a pile of sushi. A final, violent eruption of mana marks the end of the struggle beneath the waves. Meanwhile, far from the ocean, the once proud city of Anhui has been reduced to a trash-tier wasteland. Ruthless soldiers treat the surviving civilians like cattle, herding them through the ruins with zero mercy. A soldier kicks a civilian, reminding the poor soul that their life only continues by his grace. The bearded, trash-tier soldier rants that these lives are worthless unless they serve as lab rats. He herds the crowd like cattle, claiming they should be grateful for not freezing to death. One man looks on with hollow eyes, realizing he is just a disposable pawn in a dark game. Overseeing this misery is Bai Jingyan, a corporate elite who looks completely bored by the suffering. He coughs into his glove, clearly disgusted by the stench of the trash-tier wasteland. When the soldier asks about progress, Bai Jingyan admits the results are uneventful and failing. He laments being stuck in this hellhole, while the corporation's genetic trials yield zero success. The chances of creating an evolver through radiation are slim, but neither man cares about the victims. Bai Jingyan stares at his reports, deciding on a new, likely more lethal direction for their research. Bai Jingyan decides to fake some results by giving a few lucky pawns glucose instead of lethal toxins. The bearded soldier quickly agrees, knowing they need survivors to trick more trash-tier victims into their trap. Outside, the desperate civilians are herded toward their doom as screams of agony echo through the ruins. Terror grips the crowd when blood starts spraying, making them realize this experiment is a one-way trip. One man begs for help, his eyes wide with the realization that he is just another disposable lab rat. A soldier casually rests his rifle, lying to the survivors that they only executed some common thieves. Bai Jingyan watches the chaos with total indifference, clicking his tongue at the inefficiency of the whole operation. He pulls his subordinate aside, ordering him to stop shooting the test subjects who mutate into monsters. To keep the other expendables calm, he suggests using a knife for a much quieter, less alarming execution. He wonders how much longer he will be stuck in this hellhole, disgusted by the stench of commoners. A sudden, blinding flash erupts from the ruins, catching even a cold-hearted snake like Bai Jingyan off guard. The terrified crowd can only scream as the sky splits open, fearing their end has finally arrived. A massive pillar of divine energy surges upward, crackling with a power that feels completely out of this world. Shaking off his shock, Bai Jingyan stands up and stares at the light, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. He starts laughing like a total lunatic, convinced that this surge of energy is a sign of success. To the broken survivors, this terrifying display looks like a holy miracle sent by the great Brahma himself. They fall to their knees in desperate worship, hoping this new god will save them from their misery. While the masses pray, Bai Jingyan just basks in the glow, convinced he is witnessing the ultimate evolution. Far away, in the heart of Magic City, a chopper approaches the towering Umbrella Corporation headquarters. The bird touches down on the helipad as the corporate bigwigs prepare to handle the fallout of this anomaly. The tactical team stays on high alert, their rifles leveled as they prepare for a high-stakes arrival. A heavy transport chopper touches down on the helipad, its rotors kicking up a massive storm of dust. Bai Changyun leans on his cane, casually dismissing warnings that the incoming evolvers are far too dangerous. He is purely focused on the corporation's newest assets, his eyes filled with cold, calculated corporate greed. The cargo doors hiss open, releasing a thick cloud of steam that hides the monsters within. Through the haze, two grim silhouettes emerge, signaling that the real heavy hitters have finally arrived. Two prisoners are wheeled out in heavy restraints, looking more like broken lab experiments than actual humans. These are Gajar and Song Jiayi, high-tier evolvers who have been turned into living weapons by the corporation. Snipers keep their fingers on the triggers, knowing that even these restrained monsters could cause a total bloodbath. Bai Changyun looks over his new toys, satisfied that the Umbrella Corporation's grip on power is finally tightening. Bai Changyun gloats about this grand occasion, feeling like the king of the world with two new, successful evolvers. The researcher agrees, thinking this display of power will finally silence those trash-tier families, questioning the old man's authority. Pointing toward the restraints, the boss demands they wake up the second-tier evolver to see what he can do. The researcher nervously explains that waking him is suicide since his Tier 2 powers are on a completely different level. Bai Changyun hums in thought, realizing that while one sleeps, the first-tier evolver is actually wide awake and listening. Gajar glares back through his restraints, his silent fury proving he is definitely not cut from the same cloth. The doctor notes that Gajar is a special case, possessing a terrifyingly efficient ability to regenerate lost limbs. Back in the heat of battle, his entire right arm was shredded, a wound that would kill any normal human. Just then, Song Jiayi manifested on the field, her presence alone causing a massive surge of unstable evolutionary energy. If she hadn't collapsed from the mental strain of evolving, Gajar might have actually managed to escape their grasp. The soldiers didn't even get close before their brains started melting from the sheer mental pressure. The weakest ones fainted instantly, while the unlucky few ended up completely brain-dead on the spot. It was a total slaughter, leaving a trail of collapsed bodies across the ruined city streets. Bai Changyun watches the carnage with a twisted grin, absolutely obsessed with this terrifyingly incredible power. He orders his men to haul them away, desperate to replicate those elite genes for his own ends. The boss believes that an army of these evolved freaks is the only way to rule the world. Meanwhile, our boy returns home looking totally dumbfounded by the unexpected guest waiting on his porch. Li Han is way more interested in the giant octopus leg, already dreaming of a takoyaki feast. Li Tianran tells her to chill out, while he tries to figure out why this guy is tied up. The little genius confirms via telepathy that the intruder is clean, so it's time to make him talk. Ding Lu can only make muffled noises, his eyes pleading for a chance to finally explain himself. Li Han roughly rips the tape off, deciding it is finally time for the intruder to start talking. He collapses to his knees, desperately begging his benefactor for a safe place to hide from the chaos. Turns out, he views our boy as his only hope, and promises to do anything just to stay. Li Tianran is totally dumbfounded by the info dump and tells him to take it from the top. He finally realizes this kid is the younger brother of the girl he saved during the cult incident. Our boy questions how he survived a fatal retaliation and somehow ended up with these strange new abilities. Ding Lu remembers the cold floor and the sharp pain of being stabbed multiple times before passing out. He woke up to find his lethal wounds completely healed, a miracle that defies all logic and reason. Since that day, he has been able to sense strange auras, marking the start of his own evolution. Ding Lu breaks down, thanking his savior for giving his sister a proper burial after sensing his unique aura. Li Tianran feels a pang of guilt, wishing the poor girl hadn't suffered such a hellish fate. The kid explains that he felt a familiar energy on the farm, proving they are both evolved beings. Our boy remembers the sea monster mentioning evolvers, and realizes this kid is the real deal, naturally awakened. Seeing potential in the boy, he decides to test his limits to see if he's worth keeping around. A system scan reveals the kid isn't trash tier, possessing rare divine abilities like camouflage and skin hardening. Lee Tian-ran analyzes the stats, noting the high strength, but the nasty debuff following his rage state. It's a rare find since most people are just atavistic, making this kid a literal diamond in the rough. He weighs the pros and cons, wondering how to best utilize this unexpected addition to his household. Suddenly, he drops a curveball by asking if the kid can cook, getting a confused but positive response. Our boy starts grilling the kid about his experience with livestock and farming to see if he's actually useful. Ding Lu lists every chore imaginable, but Lee Tian-ran cuts him off with a brutal, unpaid job offer. Silence falls as the kid processes the fact that this gig is basically a death trap with no paycheck. He admits his mutated body makes him feel like a freak who has nowhere else to turn anymore. To him, facing certain death alongside fellow evolvers is a much better fate than rotting away in solitude. He vividly remembers how our boy avenged his family and feels a burning need to repay that massive debt. No matter how insane the risks are, he's ready to throw his life away for his benefactor's cause. He activates his chameleon skill to prove his utility, desperately begging for a chance to serve the manor. Lee Tian-ran is genuinely impressed by the kid's grit, realizing he has a real personality under that hood. With a smirk, our boy officially hires the new recruit, securing a rare divine tier asset for his household. Ding Lu is absolutely beaming, finally feeling a sense of belonging after being a trash tier loner for so long. Our boy tells him to drop the formal benefactor talk and just address him as Boss Lee from now on. For his first official task, he is ordered to turn that massive kraken tentacle into a batch of takoyaki. Meanwhile, at the Umbrella Corporation, the cold atmosphere is interrupted by a sudden, frantic scientific breakthrough in progress. Professor Nan sprints through the facility, screaming that he finally cracked the code for perfect, stable gene replication. Chief Meow nearly chokes on his drink, completely dumbfounded by the claim that their research just hit the jackpot. The professor gets uncomfortably close, explaining that a specific mismatch in gene typing was the real cause of rejection. Meow tries to get the old man to chill, but the professor is way too hyped about his discovery. He explains that genetic compatibility works like bone marrow transplants, requiring a near-perfect match to avoid a total disaster. Turns out, without this specific alignment, the body's rejection is so violent it turns the subject into a corpse. Professor Nan explains that matching genetic typing is the only way to stop the body from hitting the self-destruct button. Chief Meow listens as the old man rants about how their current neutralizing agents are basically trash tier without this fix. Getting impatient with the technical jargon, the chief demands he just get to the point already. The professor finally drops the bombshell, revealing he successfully cloned a stable evolver while acting like a total eccentric. Chief Meow nearly loses his mind, wondering why such a game-changing detail was saved for the very end. While the chief processes the shock, the professor mentions his team is already running physical tests on the new asset. There is a catch though, as the drug only works for people sharing the exact same genetic blueprint. Not wanting to waste another second, the chief grabs the old man to go see this miracle for himself. They head deeper into the facility, but the eerie silence and dim lighting start to feel seriously wrong. Stepping into the lab, they realize the entire staff has vanished, leaving them alone in the creeping dark. Chief Meow smells something metallic and foul, but the old man brushes it off as standard lab procedure. His gut feeling is proven right when his boot sinks into a thick, warm puddle of fresh blood. The duo stands frozen, their faces turning pale as they realize the physical tests went horribly south. Turns out the entire corridor has been turned into a slaughterhouse, littered with the remains of the staff. The high-tech containment unit is completely shattered, meaning their prize asset has officially broken its leash. When the backup finally arrives, they find the professor slumped on the floor, looking like a broken man. Despite the reassurances from the guards, the old man knows has unleashed a monster he can't control. He trembles in pure terror, admitting that even his calculations couldn't account for such a terrifying, raw power. A cold-faced officer from the Bai family looks down at him, unimpressed by his pathetic, trash-tier breakdown. She reports that the asset's tracking chip was found inside a dog miles away, meaning it's long gone. Bai Yue realizes the asset was sane enough to cut out his own tracker by choice. She stares into the distance, knowing this wasn't a glitch but a calculated betrayal against them. When the professor asks for a status report, she bluntly admits that things are looking pretty bad. 6 teams were deployed to bag him, but the monster already slaughtered 2 of them with ease. Hes even looting weapons now, proving this trash-tier experiment has evolved into a tactical nightmare. Despite the bloodbath, The professor insists they need him back, because he's still a priceless test subject. Turns out he's a replica of a high-ranking commander, though he should theoretically be at a disadvantage. The old man orders her to join the hunt and drag their runaway project back home immediately. Meanwhile, our boy is just chilling, complaining that he's officially sick of eating steak every single day. He tells his new recruit to go grab some fresh seafood, so they can finally change the menu. Dinglu is eager to please his new boss, ready to tackle any task with a bucket in hand. Li Tianran tells him to scram and fish elsewhere, worried the kid's clumsy energy will spook his catch. Watching the recruit walk off, our boy can't help but find the guy's awkwardness a little bit endearing. He settles back into the silence, reflecting on how farming points have been drying up since the last quest. He realizes he's getting greedy for more rewards, even though the peaceful lake should be enough for anyone. Suddenly, the line tenses up, signaling that something big is finally ready to take the bait. With a powerful tug, he hauls a massive beast out of the water, shattering the calm surface. Turns out it's a high-tier silver carp, a rare medicinal find that makes this trip totally worth the effort. He compares fishing to an apocalyptic gacha game, where every pull is a gamble for survival or snacks. While this quiet life is comfortable, he knows deep down that a man's true nature always craves more. Our boy claims he loves the peace, but his little sister knows he's just bored to death. She reminds him that she can read his brainwaves, making his stoic act look totally trash tier. Suddenly, a system alert flashes red, signaling that the quiet life is officially over. Sensing his mental shift, she asks what's wrong, as his focus sharpens into a deadly edge. He explains that his southern city surveillance found something troubling, and he needs to move. Grabbing his gear, he tells her to stay put and keep watch over the manor. She tells him to call if he needs backup, knowing he's secretly itching for a fight. He blasts off with a surge of power, finally leaving the boring fishing trip behind. She notices his brainwaves are getting more active, proving he's hyped to get back to work. Our boy streaks through the ruined cityscape like a blue bolt, ready to crush the new threat. Li Tianran arrives at the coordinates, his sharp eyes immediately locking onto a chaotic scene ahead. He lands softly among the rubble, keeping his presence masked while he assesses the unexpected threat. Looking out, he sees a massive brute holding a blue-haired warrior by the throat like a rag doll. Gajar laughs manically while choking the life out of his prey, clearly relishing the brutal power trip. Hiding behind a pillar, our boy realizes these invaders are from the ancient Yin kingdom hunting Yanhuang people. Gajar mocks the struggling man, calling him trash tier and complaining that he hasn't even had enough fun yet. Sang Jiayi floats closer, telling his partner not to be so rigid since the company rarely lets them out. The masked freak's eyes glow with an eerie light, his unstable energy making the surrounding air hum with danger. Li Tianran suddenly tenses up, sweating as he wonders if the masked evolver actually managed to sense him. Sang Jiayi calls the whole thing boring, ordering the brute to bring the asset back to the company alive. Li Tianran watches the two powerhouses blast off, realizing he can't let them just disappear. He quickly deploys his hummingbird drone, silently ordering it to tail them back to their hidden nest. The drone follows them to a massive corporate skyscraper that looks way too pristine for this apocalypse. Inside a luxury office, Bai Changyun sits calmly while Gajar enjoys the spoils of his brutal work. The executive signs off on some documents, feeling smug about the power he now wields over these monsters. He looks up and asks the brute how he is finding the lifestyle here in Yanhuang. Gajar is clearly loving the high life, surrounded by women, and laughing about his incredible luck. He brags that the luxury and fear he commands here is far superior to his own trash-tier country. Bai Changyun smiles, knowing that keeping these killers satisfied with wine and women is a cheap price. The boss then gets serious, asking for an update on another powerful asset known as Gandhi. Gajar wonders why their other heavy hitter is still wasting time with that same woman. Bai Changyun finds it weird that a man with such power and wealth remains so devoted. Meanwhile, in a quiet, high-end suite, the atmosphere is heavy with a strange, melodic humming. Our boy Gandhi is resting his head on his companion's lap, seemingly at peace for once. He wears a specialized helmet to keep his volatile powers in check, while she hums a soothing tune. As she gently strokes his head, the peaceful moment feels almost too perfect for this trash-tier world. Suddenly, Gandhi senses something is off and looks up, only to hear her speak in an ancient tongue. His heart sinks as her form begins to glitch and glow with a menacing blue energy. He tries to stand but realizes he's completely paralyzed, his eyes wide with pure terror. The woman he trusted begins to float, leaving him dumbfounded as his sanctuary turns into a high-tech trap. The shimmering illusion begins to shatter as she begs for help in a language lost to time. Gandhi snaps out of his trance, demanding to know who is lurking within the shadows of his sanctuary. He realizes with a sinking gut feeling that this presence has been stalking him since the very beginning. Suddenly, Our boy Lee Tian-ran steps out of the void, holding the glitching construct like a shield. He leans in with a cold smirk, suggesting they finally have a proper talk now that he's been noticed. Gandhi flares his energy, revealing his status as an intelligent evolver, ready to unleash a lethal mental shockwave. Consumed by a desperate rage, he demands that the intruder let go of his only source of comfort. Lee Tian-ran just mocks him, warning that a close-range blast would likely turn the woman's brain into mush. Realizing he's completely cornered, Gandhi hesitates and asks what the intruder actually wants from a trash-tier asset. The construct flickers one last time, her hollow eyes reflecting the cold reality of Gandhi's high-tech cage. The glitching construct suddenly starts screaming in a frantic language that Lee Tian-ran doesn't immediately recognize. Using his translator, our boy realizes this woman is just a terrified soul begging to go back home. Gandhi completely loses his composure, desperately shouting for Arya and promising to rescue her from the intruder. Lee Tian-ran realizes that even if she is just a construct, she is the perfect bargaining chip. Seeing her in danger, Gandhi drops his guard and offers to do absolutely anything to keep her safe. His eyes reflect nothing but her image, proving that she is the only thing keeping his mind together. He remembers her as his personal sunshine, a divine beauty far out of reach for a worm like him. To ensure total control, our boy attaches a high-tech microbomb to the woman's collar. With a cold click, he calmly explains that her survival depends entirely on how well Gandhi decides to cooperate with his demands. Gandhi agrees to the terms, but warns that any betrayal will result in a lethal, mutual mental explosion. Lee Tian-ran follows Gandhi deep into the facility, wondering if walking in so boldly is actually a good idea. A guard suddenly spots them, demanding to know who the hell is trailing behind their most precious asset. Two tactical soldiers immediately raise their rifles, ready to blast our boy as if he were some trash-tier intruder. Gandhi doesn't even blink, using a mental wave to deceive them into thinking his companion is a company employee. The soldiers are left dumbfounded as their minds shatter, eyes glazing over under the weight of Gandhi's mental pressure. The guards step aside like puppets, making our boy realize Gandhi and his sister are cut from the same cloth. He realizes that choosing a peaceful negotiation over a deathmatch was definitely the right call for his survival. They continue through the sterile halls, the tension rising as they approach the center of this high-tech hellhole. Gandhi finally stops, announcing that they have arrived at the final destination of their little unsanctioned tour. Below them lies a sea of stasis tanks, housing the corporation's failed and successful experiments in cold silence. Our boy stands frozen as Gandhi reveals the horrific scale of the corporation's evolutionary human factory. Deep inside the lab, the medical staff prepares to release their latest success from his high-tech stasis chamber. This man, Chen Yuhang, looks perfectly calm despite being submerged in experimental fluids for his daily cell iteration. As the liquid drains, the lead scientist watches closely to ensure their prime specimen has fully stabilized. Stepping out of the tank, Chen Yuhang hears that his genetic essence has successfully doubled their evolver production. He smirks with pride, knowing his lineage makes him far more compatible than any trash-tier foreign subjects. Ignoring the scientist's questions about the remaining data, he starts walking off to enjoy his hard-earned freedom. He immediately grabs his rewards and tells the old man he is off to celebrate his successful contribution. When the scientist keeps nagging him, Chen Yuhang's expression turns cold, threatening to crush him right there. With the donor satisfied, the corporation prepares to move their greedy focus toward the two newcomers waiting outside. Chen Yuhang whistles as he walks off with a girl, completely ignoring the scientist he just threatened. Professor Nan watches him go, cursing his arrogance and thinking that traitors like him are eventually disposable. Little does the old man know, he is being watched by a digital eye tracking his every move. The lens refocuses, capturing every detail of the lab's layout for the intruders lurking in the shadows. Our boy's hummingbird warrior zips through the facility, acting as the perfect set of eyes for the infiltration. Lee Tian-ran watches the feed from a distance, seeing the tension between the scientist and their prime specimen. He wonders if the traitor the scientist mentioned is actually a former member of the Yanhuang military. Turning to the restrained asset beside him, he asks for the real story behind that arrogant powerhouse. Gandhi explains that the man is a runaway experiment who traded his loyalty for a life of luxury. Apparently, he slaughtered an entire lab to escape, leaving him with no choice but to serve the corporation. Lee Tian-ran realizes the military is mass-producing evolvers, confirming his worst fears about the shifting global power balance. Gandhi leans in close, revealing that he already knew exactly how that powerhouse ended up with the corporation. Our boy breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he wasn't nearly as stealthy as he thought back then. He realizes he's been played by an intellectual brain type who saw right through his little infiltration act. Gandhi smugly explains that simple micro-expressions gave him away, leaving Lee Tian-ran feeling completely dumbfounded and annoyed. He starts calculating the risks, knowing that more factions mean his peaceful farming life is officially a dream. If these high-tier evolvers keep appearing, keeping his manor a secret will eventually become an impossible task. When the restrained asset asks what else he needs, our boy takes a moment to process the heavy intel. He weighs his options carefully, knowing his next move determines if he survives this corporate snake pit. Finally, he decides he needs a direct sit-down with that arrogant Yanhuang soldier to get the full truth. Gandhi lowers his head, hiding a sinister smirk as he prepares to flip the script on his captors. When Chen Yuhong walks by with his entourage, he notices the restrained asset acting strangely and stops. The arrogant soldier asks what the matter is, completely unaware that he is walking into a psychic trap. Suddenly, Gandhi erupts with a surge of mental energy, proving that even restrained, he is a top-tier threat. Chen Yuhong lets out a blood-curdling scream as his mind is shredded by the raw power of the assault. As the soldier collapses, Gandhi looms over him, showing that physical strength means nothing against a superior intellect. He activates his thought shackles skill, manifesting ethereal chains designed to bind the very consciousness of his target. The mental bindings wrap tightly around the soldier's psyche, locking his thoughts in a crushing and inescapable grip. Left gasping for air, the once proud donor is now just a hollow shell under Gandhi's absolute mental control. Gandhi warns Li Tianran to move fast since his mental hold on top-tier evolvers is strictly limited. As the chains tighten, the nearby captives tremble in fear, realizing they are caught between two absolute monsters. With a final surge of intent, Gandhi forces the donor's consciousness to surrender and sink into a deep sleep. The elite soldier collapses instantly, leaving the room silent as the mentalist proves his terrifying utility in the field. Our boy is actually dumbfounded, realizing Gandhi is cut from a different cloth to manage such complex mental feats. Within the psychic haze, the construct known as Arya starts to regain her sense of self and past life. She realizes with a heavy heart that her old life is gone and there is no home to return. Looking out at the desolate horizon, she feels the hollow sting of being a ghost in a trash-tier world. A fragment of the past shows Gandhi tenderly telling her to wait, a promise made before the apocalypse hit. Arya laughs bitterly as the crushing weight of her artificial existence finally breaks her spirit. She recalls the days she spent tending to Gandhi before the corporation turned them both into tools. Refusing to remain a manipulated puppet any longer, she decides to reclaim her agency the only way possible. Standing on the precipice, she gazes at the sky, ready to leave this trash-tier reality behind forever. She leaps into the void, hoping to shed her karma and finally enter the cycle of reincarnation. Back in reality, Chen Yuhong groans as he slowly wakes up on the cold, hard floor. His head feels like it's about to explode. A parting gift from Gandis, brutal mental suppression. He realizes he isn't alone, seeing two other captives waking up just as disoriented as he is. They are all completely dumbfounded, unable to remember anything that happened after they left the laboratory. Li Tianran reveals the key to the bomb, holding the ultimate leverage over the facility. He plans to toss the key somewhere random in the lab once he makes his exit. Gandhi promises to stay peaceful as long as his beloved is finally released, as they agreed. Our boy realizes the girl didn't even recognize him, making this whole obsession feel pretty one-sided. He decides recruiting this mental specialist is a bad move, because obsessive types are just too terrifying. When Gandhi senses his prejudice, Li Tianran just wants to escape this incredibly awkward situation. He questions if the corporation will suspect Gandhi once they realize everyone's memories are totally gone. Gandhi isn't sweating it, claiming those simple-minded guards are easy to fool with altered surveillance footage. Li Tianran realizes he's talking about atavistic evolvers, the low-tier muscle of this trash-tier world. Li Tianran agrees that Gandhi's assessment of these trash-tier evolvers as simple muscle is perfectly accurate. Our boy decides it is finally time to leave, and casually tosses the key into the air. Gandhi watches the metal fly, knowing his freedom depends on catching that small piece of hope. Li Tianran tells him to get ready while channeling energy into the key to make it glow. He hurls the key with incredible force, sending it flying across the facility grounds as a distraction. The mental specialist is completely dumbfounded by how quickly our boy is making his move. The key impacts the ground far away, forcing Gandhi to focus on retrieving it immediately. With a confident smirk, he tells the specialist to enjoy the search while he heads home. He blasts out of the building like a blue streak, finally escaping that suffocating corporate lab. Our boy reflects on the intel from Chen Yuhong, realizing he needs to pivot his strategy immediately. The military and Umbrella are mass-producing trash-tier evolvers, flooding the world with enhanced perception and power. He knows it is only a matter of time before his hidden sanctuary is finally sniffed out. If they swarm the manor, his current defenses and stockpiles won't hold up against such overwhelming numbers. He refuses to become another corporate lab rat and pushes his speed to the absolute limit. Meanwhile, Gandhi finally secures the key and calls for Arya, his heart racing with desperate hope. He rushes back to their quarters, promising to disable the explosive collar and end this nightmare. But as he enters the room, a cold dread settles in when he finds nothing but silence. He stares out at the horizon, realizing the woman he fought for might already be gone forever. Gandhi realizes the truth about Arya and begins to spiral into a state of pure, unadulterated denial. He screams at the empty sky, unable to accept that his only reason for living has been snatched away. His mind fractures as the weight of the betrayal sinks in, leaving him with nothing but cold, red-eyed fury. He bellows through the facility, swearing to hunt down the one responsible for this tragedy no matter where they hide. The psychic powerhouse completely loses it, his grief transforming into a murderous intent that shakes the very walls. While Gandhi loses his mind, our boy successfully bypasses the manor security and finally steps back onto his turf. Li Han rushes out to greet him, her face lighting up now that her big brother is safely home. But there is no time for a warm welcome, as he gathers everyone to drop some heavy news. The crew huddles around a hologram, realizing the world outside is about to get a whole lot more dangerous. Ding Lu looks hesitant, wondering if they really need to abandon their current southern stronghold. Our boy explains that their current spot is way too exposed and lacks the resources for long-term survival. Seeing the logic, Ding Lu asks where exactly they are planning to set up their new home. Li Tianran pulls up the map, zeroing in on a specific patch of land in the middle of nowhere. He points directly to Frenzy Island, a place that sounds just as dangerous as it probably is. Once the farm hits 20 million points and the upgrade finishes, they are moving the whole base out. Li Han and the rest of the crew immediately cheer, ready to follow their leader into the unknown. Seeing his family's unwavering loyalty, he gives a confident smirk, knowing they are ready for the next level. With the plan set, the team prepares to leave their old life behind for a fresh